Volume 6. Chapter 501, 9 Haruka's Skill. Chapter 501, 9 Haruka's Skill. SSSSSS. Another sharp whistling sound filled the air and something flew past Lin Feng's body. He frowned. It seemed like that illusion would never stop attacking him. Besides, the frequency of the attacks was getting more and more intense. It was becoming very difficult for him to move forwards. Lin Feng opened his eyes, revealing his pitch-black eyes, which were filled with dazzling lights. In a flash, Lin Feng could perceive everything around him extremely clearly. Actually, his perception had been enhanced greatly as his strength grew. Visualization! Shouted Lin Feng in a deep voice. His celestial spirit twinkled and the Buddha statue appeared again, but the statue seemed to be moving away and its magic veins weren't very clear. Is that statue a Buddha or a demon? Thought Lin Feng, who still couldn't see it clearly. His eyes were glowing with determination. Lin Feng dodged to the side and immediately avoided an arrow. Lin Feng wasn't able to see the arrow but was easily able to sense it within his world of darkness. Reveal yourself to my eyes. Lin Feng glared with his pitch-black eyes towards the statue. It was faintly discernible, but it had finally stopped moving out of his field of vision. Lin Feng suddenly had the sensation that his eyes were traveling back and forth through a space-time portal. He suddenly felt like he was traveling around the statue inside those veins, and his pure chi suddenly gushed out from his body. Black flames emerged around his body and transformed into a huge black lotus that surrounded Lin Feng's entire body. It would annihilate anything it touched. Besides, Lin Feng was staring at the statue. It was extremely dangerous, mystical, and profound. The pure chi around his body was fluctuating and filling the air. Apart from controlling his pure chi to protect him, Lin Feng wasn't allowing himself to be distracted at all. He was focusing all of his soul power on the statue. There was nothing else in Lin Feng's mind other than discovering the secrets within this statue. At that moment, Lin Feng found that there was an extremely peculiar energy in his body. His entire circulatory system and bones started to shake and create subtle cracking sounds. Besides, it seemed like it had no plans of stopping. The energy started revolving around the channels in his body and was absorbed into his body. Not a single bone nor vein was missed. In Lin Feng's body, a faint discernible black light started to glow, and his body was becoming more and more distinct with a black luster. After that, a tearing sound was heard and Lin Feng's clothes were torn from his body. In the blink of an eye he was naked. Nothing was hiding Lin Feng's body at that moment, and the black light was growing more and more distinct. An evil chi started to fluctuate. Its chi was the evil swords. However, they were quickly suppressed by Lin Feng's soul. Even though those swords were shaking intensively, they couldn't escape from Lin Feng's body. They were only faintly discernible within Lin Feng's body. If a person witnessed this, they would be able to see the evil swords inside Lin Feng's body at that moment. There were 9 small evil swords struggling to break free. Apart from this, there was also a black pattern appearing on Lin Feng's body, which was faint but grew more lifelike over time. He now looked exactly like the statue. A person couldn't tell if he looked like a Buddha or a demon though. The pattern looked alive, but it wasn't just a pattern on Lin Feng's body, it was actually part of him. It looked like the power of a deity. Besides, at the same time, the peculiar energy continued to flow around his body, and it was faster and faster. It didn't contain the strength of his pure chi, it was a new sort of strength which filled his body. Kacha. A clear and distinct sound emerged again. At that moment, Lin Feng's face was deathly pale. It seemed like there was no blood circulating in his face anymore. He was biting his lips and gnashing his teeth as if he had been enduring the most horrifying torture. However, Lin Feng gnashed his teeth and persevered. On the path of cultivation, he had always been like that. He always trusted his intuition. Only the result could tell him whether he made a mistake or not. It was a huge gamble with his life on the line. Lin Feng's intuition, at that moment, was telling him that he couldn't give up. He didn't know if it was a Buddha or a demon, but he had to absorb the intent either way. The energies were flowing faster and faster. Those energies were incredibly mysterious. At that moment, Lin Feng's body had turned jet black. Once in a while, a golden light would twinkle, but otherwise, his white skin had completely disappeared and was replaced with an ink-black skin. That blackness had enveloped his entire body. Each and every single part of his body had turned pitch black. However, it seemed that Lin Feng's awareness and consciousness were evolving in the right direction. Lin Feng's face looked ferocious at that moment. Because of that flow of energy, Lin Feng's entire body was in horrendous agony. At that moment, Lin Feng opened his mouth and uttered a long and painful cry. Arrrrrggggghh. Lin Feng roared bestially. The flow of energy was suddenly getting more and more intense. His entire body seemed like it was possessed by the light of that energy, and the carvings on his body was becoming more and more distinct. A faintly discernible strength rushed out of his body. It wanted to envelop the statue. The light glowed and the statue turned into a beam of light which immediately merged with the carvings on Lin Feng's body. They had completely merged. Phew! Whoa! Lin Feng took in a deep breath of air. He had no strength left in his body. He slowly collapsed, laying on the ground. He had no strength to maintain his black lotus to protect him, so he laid there defenseless. SSSSSSSSSS. A terrifying whistling sound emerged in the air and moved towards Lin Feng again. Lin Feng remained motionless. He couldn't move and defend even if he wanted to. However, he looked extremely calm and serene. Boom! The object crashed into Lin Feng's body. It was painful but only slightly. It was much less painful than the previous sensation when he was enduring the energy flowing within his body. The pain from the arrow was extremely lacking in comparison. The strength of the 9 Harukas is now in my body. It is my body. The wrathful Buddha has merged with my body. So it also affects the power of my mortal body. Lin Feng had a magnificent and resplendent smile on his face. That statue was of a Haruka. There was also a terrifying intent contained within, which could influence other people's intent in a positive way. Besides, that statue contained a skill, the 9 Haruka skill, and the user could transform into a Haruka and his body would become almost indestructible. Lin Feng had heard about body cultivating skills in the past. They came from the ancient past. However, they had gradually vanished from the history of the continent of the 9 clouds. However, those who had a stronger body were still able to die, which is why people stopped using them. Instead, they had started cultivating other skills such as sword cultivation. Thus, body skills had progressively vanished and been abandoned. Those days, people who practiced body skills were extremely rare. Some people who wanted to learn them couldn't, because they didn't have access to powerful body cultivation, and less powerful ones were almost useless. If a body cultivation skill wasn't extremely powerful, it was of no use. However, the 9 Haruka skill was extremely powerful. It could greatly strengthen and regenerate the corporeal body by condensing the strength of the 9 Harukas. It was a monstrously powerful body skill. Lin Feng was very lucky to have encountered such a powerful body cultivation skill. Of course, Lin Feng knew that in order to master the skill to perfection, he would need diligent practice because it was extremely difficult. He didn't have a guide to learn it. He could only visualize the Haruka statue and its intent to fully understand the skill. Lin Feng had a terrifying power of understanding when he released his celestial spirit. He also had an understanding of intent, therefore, he had managed to successfully visualize the Haruka statue. Besides, that 9 Haruka skill had strict requirements. It also required a body in harmony with the earth. It was a mandatory requirement. A person would need to break through to the earth fusion realm before learning the skill. Fortunately, Lin Feng had already broken through to the earth fusion dimension. He had everything required to master the skill, but also patience and endurance were required in order to endure the pain caused by the skill. Lin Feng had already had all the requirements, so all he needed to do now was practice the 9 Haruka skill, and condense the strength of 9 Harukas. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 502, 3000 rotations. Chapter 502, 3000 rotations. Lin Feng laid on the ground. It was taking him an extremely long time to recover. At that moment, his eyes were still closed and a black energy was flowing through his veins. Lin Feng just needed to think to be able to channel the energy of the 9 Harukas into his veins, which increased his potential and strength unceasingly. The attacks from cultivators of the Xian-Shi layer were classed from 1000 to 9000 Haruka rotations. Those who had 1000 Haruka rotations couldn't be injured by cultivators of the first Xian-Shi layer. Those who had 2000 Haruka rotations couldn't be hurt by those of the second Xian-Shi layer. If a cultivator had 10,000 Haruka rotations, he couldn't be hurt by any cultivator of the Xian-Shi layer. His body couldn't be harmed by a cultivator below the Tian-Shi layer. Besides, those who had a corporeal body with 10,000 Haruka rotations could kill cultivators at the peak of the Xian-Shi layer with a single punch. The 9 Haruka skill enabled a cultivator to allow a wrathful energy to flow into their veins and form rotations. More precisely, it was a circulation throughout the body. The strength of the Haruka would thus rotate around the cultivator's body, unceasingly making their body stronger. Each full rotation enabled the body to grow much stronger, allowing a cultivator to have a much greater defense and physical strength. For cultivators of the Ling-Shi layer, the strength could be increased with rotations counted in the hundreds, 100, 200, etc. With each rotation that was achieved, the physical strength of the body was increased as well. 900 rotations meant that they were stronger than any cultivator in the Ling-Shi layer. Besides, for cultivators of the Xian-Shi layer, it didn't stop either. 1000 rotations was called a full cycle. A full cycle meant that the physical strength had increased to the next level. After 9 cycles, or 9,000 rotations, a cultivator was also peerless amongst cultivators of the Xian-Qi layer. Lin Feng had already broken through to the 3rd Xian-Qi layer, but while practicing the 9 Harukas skill, he could only achieve 2,000 rotations or 2 full cycles. After the initial cycles created from gaining the skill which had strengthened mortal body to this point, he could only achieve some small cycles beyond that. At that moment, Lin Feng already had the strength of 2,000 Haruka rotations. Cultivators who had a strength inferior or equal to the 2nd Xian-Qi layer couldn't harm him. It was impossible. They could use their full strength against him, but it would still be as if he hadn't been attacked at all. In comparison with before, even though Lin Feng could easily resist such cultivators using his full strength, he couldn't do it with only the power of his body. If a cultivator of the Ling-Qi layer had attacked him with a weapon when he wasn't able to defend, they were able to injure him and even put his life in danger, let alone someone from the Xian-Qi layer. My current Haruka strength can do 2,000 rotations because my cultivation level is the 3rd Xian-Qi layer. It seems that my mortal body has reached its limit. With the intent gained from the Haruka and the Earth fusion, I can easily do 2 full cycles as well as 2 smaller cycles. So my rotations are still too slow. Lin Feng could sense the speed at which the Haruka strength was rotating through his body. The strength of that terrifying body skill couldn't rotate with full power immediately, otherwise the mortal body would become invincible in a flash. The problem was that practicing the 9 Haruka skill made the mortal body become much stronger, but it was also extremely dangerous at the same time, because if it was strengthened beyond the body's limit, the flesh, veins and bones would be destroyed by the energy. Lin Feng stopped practicing, but his eyes were twinkling, as a great deal of purity stones appeared around him. He then started using his cosmos burning sun. In a flash, the purity stones were transformed into pure qi which was absorbed into Lin Feng's body. Lin Feng's body was transformed into a terrifying vortex, craving for strength. A light flashed and flames appeared around his body. The illusion was slowly being dispersed and Lin Feng's surroundings became much clearer again. Ha! Lin Feng was surprised and continued absorbing the qi from the purity stones. After a while, Lin Feng could feel that he had recovered a lot. He stood up and the terrifying flames which were burning all around his body rose up in the air. The flames transformed into a gigantic fire dragon which circled around the passageway. The illusion was becoming weaker, there were no more weapons whistling through the air, it was as if nothing had ever happened in the passageway. It was very mysterious. Sun skill. Cosmic burning sun. Lin Feng frowned and then smiled. It really deserved to be called a sun skill. Lin Feng hadn't realized that his sun skill was also efficient against illusions. It had the power to burn through everything, just like the sun. It seems like the illusion itself has weakened in intensity, thought Lin Feng. A moment before, when he had broken the door and entered the passageway, he was trapped the illusion and had used the fire of his black lotus, but the illusion hadn't been affected. However, after visualizing the Haruka, it seemed like the illusion had become much weaker. Now that Lin Feng practiced the 9 Haruka skill and started using his Cosmos Burning Sun, it was enough to destroy the illusion. Lin Feng practiced his Cosmos Burning Sun for a while and continued to absorb pure qi. In a flash, he could sense how powerful his physical strength was. Sharp lights were flashing in his eyes and Lin Feng whispered, "I need 3,000 rotations. I must achieve 3,000 rotations." Lin Feng's eyes turned pitch black and the image of a Haruka emerged from his body and rose up in the air. The illusion was faintly discernible. Lin Feng sat down cross-legged, concentrated his soul and heart on the image of the Haruka. He was silently studying the 9 Harukas skill. His bones were emitting cracking sounds and the strength of the 9 Harukas was circulating through his veins. Lin Feng's skin color started changing, but his face was deathly pale. He looked terrified. It was extremely painful. The 9 Haruka skill would alter the molecular structure of the body. After each cycle, the mortal body would grow stronger, but at the same time, the cultivator had to pay the price for it. The mortal body had to be destroyed and then reconstructed with each rotation, so practicing it was torture. So in order to become stronger, the cultivator had to suffer the pain of his body being destroyed thousands of times. That was also the reason why the ancient body skills disappeared with time. If a cultivator could practice some extremely powerful attack skills without pain, why would they practice a body skill which was extremely painful and risked death? But Lin Feng didn't see things that way. The strength of the Haruka skill was incredibly powerful. If his mortal body became stronger, it could save his life. Besides, if someone of the same cultivation layer as him attacked his body, there would be no damage at all, he would be invincible. Besides, with only one punch, he would be able to kill that person, without having to use any chi or special technique. He could win the battle with brute force. So why wouldn't he practice it? Lin Feng was immersed in his practice that he forgot about the pain and forgot about the time. In his mind, there was only one goal: become stronger. With such a monstrously powerful skill, it would never hurt to be diligent. That skill was incredible. Lin Feng's bones were shaking insanely, but at that moment, he was calmly enduring the pain. In his eyes, there was only the image of the Haruka. Lin Feng didn't stop studying and analyzing it, making the strength of the skill revolve faster and faster, thus making his body grow stronger faster. A black light flashed across Lin Feng's body and a subtle sound filled the air. All the light beams then disappeared and the image of the Haruka returned to his body. Lin Feng couldn't visualize it anymore, so he had to stop practicing. He opened his eyes, they were twinkling with excitement. Lin Feng moved his hand and cracking sounds filled the air. It was astonishing. What a terrifying strength! Lin Feng had a smile on the corner of his mouth. At that moment, his Haruka strength had rotated 3,000 times, giving his physical body the power of the third Shin Chi layer. With only one punch, he could kill a cultivator at the fourth Shin Chi layer. Besides, he didn't need to use another skill, no technique was required, nothing, he only needed his fist to land on his enemy's body. Lin Feng would even be able to fight against cultivators of the fifth Shin Chi layer in close combat. His mortal body was so strong that he didn't need to be scared of being injured. Cultivators of the fifth Shin Chi wouldn't want to be punched by him, he would immediately kill them with a single blow. Of course, that was only if he didn't encounter anyone at the same level as him who had also practiced a powerful body skill, otherwise, Lin Feng was invincible at his level. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 503, The Mysterious Picture. Chapter 503, The Mysterious Picture. The illusion was slowly disappearing. After it entirely disappeared, Lin Feng could clearly see where he was. Everything had returned to normal. There were no whistling sounds anymore and no beams of light shot towards him, there was only a normal room which looked like a big hall inside the temple. After the illusion vanished, the room in which Lin Feng was inside seemed similar to the other rooms, but it was larger and didn't have all the decoration that the other rooms had. Lin Feng glanced around and saw a few doors as well as a black Haruka statue that drew his attention. Lin Feng slowly walked towards the statue and arrived at its feet. He had to raise his head to see the top of the statue. It was about 10 meters high and gave off a very imposing feeling. Something particularly surprising was that the statue looked alive, but it was exactly like the image Lin Feng had imagined. When visualizing the statue, his cultivation speed would increase. I don't know who put that statue there. Or how it was made. Sighed Lin Feng. That statue was so huge and looked so real, besides it contained its own intent. Lin Feng was puzzled, how did this statue end up there? Maybe it was left by some ancestors of the sect? But that didn't sound plausible, maybe an extremely strong cultivator created the statue. What's that? As Lin Feng was paying attention to the statue, he saw something was carved into the stone. Some small jet black characters were written. I created this statue here while I was bored and taking a break. Only a fairly powerful cultivator that can open the doors here and protect themselves from the illusions inside, but that cultivator needs an advanced power of understanding to learn the 9 Haruka skill and break free from the illusion. Since you're reading my words, it means that you have a strong power of understanding and you have learnt the 9 Haruka skill. Congratulations! Please cherish the skill, it is my gift to you. Concerning the statue, you can only look at it, it is forbidden to move or steal it. Of course, if you are extremely strong, you can move the statue or steal it, but you will have to deal with the catastrophic consequences, that is your own responsibility. Don't blame me, I am just a boring and insignificant person. Taking a break? Boring and insignificant person? Lin Feng smiled, he seemingly found it funny. The Yunhai sect had hidden the existence of the temple as if it had been a mystical ancient temple, but actually it was only a holiday home for a strange powerful cultivator. The one who created it didn't even care much about it. That person had only written a few words on the statue and offered a skill to the people who could pass his tests. Lin Feng was the only person who had obtained the 9 Haruka skill all this time. A traveler. A bored traveling cultivator. Lin Feng shook his head. The world was really full of mysterious people. Lin Feng had always thought that this place was a mystical and mysterious temple, or was the tomb of an extremely strong cultivator, but looking around, it was clearly a place that some ancient cultivator came to relax at. He left a skill here because he was bored. It was as simple as that, it was nothing exceptional. Of course, maybe the traveler was there millions of years before, maybe that it was an extremely strong cultivator from ancient times. It's just that this holiday home had been preserved throughout the ages. A bored cultivator. Lin Feng smiled wryly and shook his head as if he couldn't believe his eyes. It was unbelievable. That temple which was revered was only a temporary residence, but Lin Feng had always thought that it was an incredibly mystical temple filled with ancient heritages and treasures. If someday I become strong enough, I will also leave a skill and write some words just like this. Then people will think that it is an incredible mystical temple when they find it, haha. Lin Feng suddenly whispered. Immediately after, he stopped thinking about it. Actually, now that he knew that it wasn't some mystical temple, he felt much more relaxed and didn't feel puzzled anymore. Lin Feng's mood was much better. Each time he learned something new, experienced new things and acquired experience, he felt relieved and carefree. He could gain a deeper understanding and have much better cultivation progress than when he was tense. One can only look at that statue but not move it? Lin Feng shivered. He stepped backwards and looked at that gigantic statue. There was nothing unusual at all. If he moved it, there would be some catastrophic consequences? He is just some bored cultivator, nothing more. He probably doesn't care. I don't need to take this too seriously, thought Lin Feng. He raised his hand and a particular light started twinkling, a black light. The strength of 3,000 rotations, let's see how strong that makes me, thought Lin Feng. He then moved like the wind and attacked the statue with his fist. Lin Feng's hand seemed like it was vibrating on the statue. Bzzzzzzz. Buzzing sounds were unceasingly spreading in the air. It seemed like the statue was moving a little. Lin Feng moved backwards again, a black light was flowing through his veins, he unleashed his monstrous physical strength and attacked the statue again. It seemed like it started to move a bit more. Nothing was happening. It seemed that even after moving the statue, nothing strange happened. Everything was normal. Lin Feng raised his hand and looked at it. He unleashed his physical strength and could sense his power distinctly. If his corporeal body was extremely strong, he wouldn't need to use pure qi and would be able to battle without interruption. Maybe it's just a prank. Lin Feng looked at the statue which had moved already and shook his head. He looked around him and then said confidently, "It seems like I have nothing to do here anymore." After that, Lin Feng turned around and left that room in a carefree manner as if nothing had happened. The winger tiger was waiting outside and when it saw Lin Feng it roared deeply. "Let's go," said Lin Feng while smiling. He had obtained the 9 Haruka skill, he was already very satisfied. It was a fortunate encounter, so he wasn't going to go back to the Imperial City empty-handed. He hadn't wasted his time. They quickly left the mountain, the winger tiger started beating its wings and they both left in a natural and unrestrained manner. The door of the cliff closed itself again and it looked like a normal cliff face again, as if there hadn't been anything at all, as if there was no temple hidden inside. After Lin Feng left, inside the illusion room of the temple, nobody noticed it but at the foot of the statue, a pale light started twinkling. Suddenly, it became dazzling, extremely dazzling. It looked incredibly dangerous. A few veins started appearing and didn't stop flashing, they then formed into the pattern of a landscape. It was a picture, there were lakes, mountains, rivers. On that picture, there were beautiful women, mountains, rivers, waterfalls and lakes, nothing was missing. It seemed like that picture was alive. The most astonishing was that it wasn't over, new patterns and new landscapes were appearing as if someone was painting it. Then, the things in that picture started moving slowly. Very quickly, a terrifying fire chi emerged from the picture. The landscape suddenly disappeared as if it had never existed and was replaced by an endless fire, a terrifying fire. It looked like it would burn everything it touched. In the picture, there was only fire. Sometimes, some human silhouettes would appear but very quickly they disappeared, burned to ashes. At that moment, Lin Feng wasn't there but if he had been there, he would have been extremely surprised. That picture was extraordinarily mysterious. Boom! Waves of fire started to roll outside of the picture invading the room immediately. The fire had suddenly emerged from the picture. How frightening, If Lin Feng had been there, he would have probably thought about the words carved on the statue. It is forbidden to move the statue. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 504, Tianfeng's Provocations. Chapter 504, Tianfeng's Provocations. In the Imperial City, many people were talking about Lin Feng, about the fact that he had destroyed the holy courtyard of Shuiyu, revived the Yunhai sect, and had then established it within the Imperial City. Everyday people mentioned Lin Feng's name. A great majority was talking about him in a respectful way, they admired and venerated him. He was so young and carefree, he could accomplish great things. Of course, many people also didn't like him, for example, the person who was standing in front of the Yunhai sect at that moment. Mu Qing had already been in Shuiyu for a few days, he was from Tianfeng. Mu Qing hadn't come with the envoys from Tianfeng. His natural abilities and strength was actually very high. Amongst the people from Tianfeng who had come to Shuiyu, only the Prince Fengchen and the 7 envoys could compete with him. The number of people allowed to participate in the great competition of Shuyu was still not fixed. Considering the course of events, some changes still had to be made. Besides, because the time of the great competition of Shuyu wasn't fixed, some people were worried that other cultivators would become stronger and break through to the next cultivation layer at the last minute. One could imagine if there were two people who were at the same cultivation level and one was weaker than the other, if the weaker one broke through to the next cultivation layer, their roles might be reversed. The one who used to be weaker would then become the stronger of the two. Amongst ordinary people, someone stronger by one cultivation layer could easily kill the other, but not everybody thought that way. At least, Mu Qing didn't agree with that. Mu Qing wasn't even 20 years old and had broken through to the 5th Shen Qi layer. He had extremely high natural abilities and was a member of the Wan Xiang sect of Tian Feng. He was the most outstanding disciple within his sect. He didn't want to become one of the 7 envoys because he wasn't interested in sharing his fame with a group of people. Besides, he liked to be alone. He was very selfish and egocentric. I heard that Lin Feng could kill people of the 5th Shen Qi layer, so why is he not coming out to face me? I really don't know why he thinks that he can act so aggressively and arrogantly. Now he's too scared to come out, thought Mu Qing as he was facing the Yunhai sect. Inside of the Yunhai sect, there were many people that were glaring at Mu Qing, but nobody dared come out. If they dared to go out, Mu Qing would kill them. Concerning the 36 women, even though they were strong, they were also a strange subgroup of the Yunhai sect, and when Lin Feng wasn't there, nobody could give them orders. They were extremely stubborn and would only listen to Lin Feng's orders, so they weren't moving. Isn't Lin Feng meant to be carefree and unrestrained? I am here, and I have been waiting for 2 hours. Why is he cowering like a turtle hiding in its shell? He doesn't even dare come out. How ridiculous, said Mu Qing in an ice-cold tone. His voice was loud and resonated throughout the entire territory of the Yunhai sect, so everybody heard him. The crowd was stupefied. What an aggressive person! He was waiting at the door and challenging Lin Feng. Why wasn't Lin Feng coming out? Was he really scared of that person? But the crowd had the feeling that Lin Feng wouldn't be scared. He had killed 5 cultivators of the 5th Shen Qi layer alone, and had managed to wound a cultivator of the 6th Shen Qi layer. Why did he need to be afraid? Lin Feng was probably behind closed doors, practicing cultivation. Many people in the Yunhai sect were glaring at Mu Qing. At that moment, they realized that even though they were the Qixie troops, they weren't exceptionally strong as individuals. There weren't many cultivators of the Shen Qi layer within their group. Even if they were many people, it was impossible for them to defeat cultivators who were so much stronger than them. Besides, if 10,000 cultivators came out to fight against one person, it would seem insane. Everybody at the Yunhai sect needed to become stronger. They needed to be able to protect themselves when Lin Feng wasn't there. That was essential for them to be considered as a strong sect. They couldn't rely on just a single person. This time, I was polite, but if Lin Feng doesn't come out, I will come in and kill everybody. It will end up in a bloodbath, said Mu Qing, whose eyes were twinkling with ice-cold glints. If Lin Feng didn't come out, he would go inside and slaughter the members of the Yunhai sect. Nobody replied to him. They only saw Mr. Huo walk towards the gate of the Yunhai sect. He then slowly turned around and said indifferently, "Let's go." Then he took some people and walked away, towards the depths of the Yunhai sect. Mu Qing was shocked. All right, very good. Mu Qing was stupefied, and then he immediately entered the Yunhai sect. If Lin Feng didn't want to come out, then he would go inside and kill everybody. But at the moment when Mu Qing entered the territory of the Yunhai sect, everybody gradually became blurry figures. In the blink of an eye, everything disappeared from his field of vision. Witchcraft. Mu Qing was stupefied. At the moment when he had entered in the territory of the Yunhai sect, everything had changed. Everything became foggy. At that moment, he couldn't see his surroundings any longer. There was only a thick white fog floating around, which made him lose his sense of direction. He took another step and started running forward at full speed, but a moment after, he realized that he was still in the middle of the fog. He couldn't come out. That fog was endless. Mu Qing was astonished. That illusion wasn't only surrounding the sect, it was also inside the sect. It caused people to hallucinate, and it could affect their senses. It would slowly drive people insane. Witchcraft. An illusion formation. The people who were outside of the Yunhai sect were astonished. They could see the crowd of people and Mu Qing who had entered the Yunhai sect. They could still see him, but it seemed like he had suddenly gone blind. He couldn't see anything anymore. In the clear areas of the Yunhai sect, clouds of smoke continued to rise in spirals, engulfing Mu Qing's body. He immediately disappeared from the crowd's field of vision. What a powerful illusion! I wouldn't have thought that the Yunhai sect would have such a powerful defense against their enemies. Who made it? Thought many people. It seemed like when Lin Feng destroyed the holy courtyard and established the Yun Hai sect there, he had already planned everything in advance. That illusion was able to imprison a cultivator of the 5th Xin-Shi layer. How powerful. But Mr. Huo and the others didn't seem relaxed at all. Mu Qing didn't understand illusions, which was why it was working on him, but if he understood illusions, it would have been completely different. He could have easily broken free and started attacking. Besides, Mu Qing had come to challenge Lin Feng, and if Lin Feng didn't come back quickly, maybe even stronger cultivators would come and the Yun Hai sect would be in a critical situation. What's going on? At the moment when the crowd was lost in thought, a voice came from the distance and filled the air. The members of the Yun Hai sect were surprised. They turned around and saw a human that was riding a ferocious beast flying towards them. The winger tiger continued to beat its wings and was approaching very quickly. The people of the Yun Hai sect, when they saw Lin Feng, broke out into smiles. Lin Feng was back. Everything would be alright now that Lin Feng had returned. Lin Feng had become a symbol, the symbol of the Qi Xia army, and the symbol of the Yun Hai sect. Lin Feng had the strength of the 3rd Xian-Shi layer. He had practiced cultivation, step by step, and became a towering figure. He was now able to kill cultivators of the 5th Xian-Shi layer, and killing those weaker than that was like crushing an ant for him. Sometimes, people would sigh when thinking about how monstrous Lin Feng was. Nothing could stop him. If Lin Feng didn't die, he would soar into the heavens. Lin Feng. Everybody was stupefied. No wonder Lin Feng hadn't come out when Mu Qing was provoking him. He had left the sect, he wasn't even at the Yun Hai sect to witness these events. It seemed like there was still hope. The winger tiger was beating his wings and creating hurricanes in the air. Then Lin Feng immediately jumped off the back of the winged tiger and landed in front of everybody, but a sharp light was twinkling in his eyes as he was staring at the outskirts of the illusion. Lin Feng, that person's name is Mu Qing and he comes from Tianfeng. He wants to challenge you. He said that if you didn't come out he would come inside and kill us all. He also said that he would kill anyone trying to leave the Yun Hai sect. He actually killed a few people as they tried to leave. Then he came in by himself to kill us, but is now a prisoner of the illusion. Explained Mr. Hua to Lin Feng. Lin Feng was standing there, motionless, and a cold light was flashing in his eyes. The people from Tianfeng again. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 505, The Stronger Cultivator. Chapter 505, The Stronger Cultivator. Lin Feng took a step forwards and disappeared from everyone's sight. He had entered the illusion. In the middle of the mist and fog, Lin Feng and Mu Qing could not be seen by other people. Many people were annoyed because they wanted to know what was going to happen inside the illusion. In the illusion, Mu Qing was frowning intensely and running like a madman while looking for an exit. But at that moment, he suddenly stopped running and was stupefied. He then slowly turned around and saw a young man standing there. That young man was even younger than him and he looked extremely fierce. Lin Feng? Asked Mu Qing in an ice-cold tone while frowning. Lin Feng didn't reply but looked at him coldly and said, "You're looking for me?" When Mu Qing heard Lin Feng, he smiled and said, "Let's get out of the illusion first. I heard that you were really strong, you humiliated my country, so I want to challenge you to a battle." Why would we need to get out of the illusion? We can stay in here, said Lin Feng indifferently. Mu Qing looked glum and said, "If we stay here, am I not in a disadvantageous position? You think too highly of yourself. In order to defeat you, I don't need an illusion," said Lin Feng in a cold and detached tone. He then immediately started running like the wind, and in a flash appeared in front of Mu Qing. He immediately punched the atmosphere in Mu Qing's direction. Humph. When Mu Qing saw that Lin Feng attacked immediately, he groaned coldly. Lin Feng was really audacious. He had only broken through to the 3rd Xian-Shi layer and was surprisingly punching him. He wasn't even using pure qi with his attack. He was definitely looking for death. The strength of a cultivator of the 3rd Xian-Shi layer was absolutely different from that of a cultivator of the 5th Xian-Shi layer. The difference was incomparable. Very quickly, their fists collided, producing a sharp snap. When their two fists collided, Mu Qing looked stunned. A terrifying strength emerged from Lin Feng's fist and penetrated into Mu Qing's fist, spreading throughout his body and projected him backwards. How strong! Lin Feng's physical strength was terrifying. Lin Feng's fist was harder than steel. Lin Feng didn't chase him, he was just staring at Mu Qing in an ice-cold way. Mu Qing was also staring at Lin Feng. His fist felt numb. He condensed some pure qi inside his fist to reduce the pain. It seemed like he had underestimated Lin Feng. Another scum from Tianfeng, said Lin Feng indifferently. Immediately after, he started running again. Mu Qing was astonished. Scum? Lin Feng was insulting him, he was humiliating Tian Feng again. A coarse and wild light appeared from Mu Qing's hand, it was faintly discernible. Mu Qing didn't try to avoid Lin Feng, instead he immediately attacked again. An elephant appeared around Mu Qing's fist and it was moving straight towards Lin Feng. It contained the strength of 1,000 elephants. The elephant seemed like it had endless strength. This was the 10,000 elephants skill, it allowed the user to use the strength of up to 10,000 elephants with each blow. Boom boom boom. The mist and fog rolled in waves. Lin Feng and Mu Qing's fists had collided once again. This time, nobody was projected backwards, they were both standing steadily. What do you think? I just used the strength of 1,000 elephants right now, but if I use the strength of 10,000 elephants, you will definitely die. Said Mu Qing while staring at Lin Feng and smiling, some people from Shangjiang Lake were looking for you, but it seems that they don't need to anymore because I will kill you right now. Now die. Said Mu Qing. Immediately after, inside Lin Feng appeared a terrifying black light and a monstrous physical strength emerged from his body as it crashed against Mu Qing's fist which made him shake from head to toe while being knocked backwards. Mu Qing looked tense and nervous. He had been very careful but in the blink of an eye, Lin Feng had caused him to move back again. That was the second time. He was losing face. You want to die? Shouted Mu Qing furiously. His body started to emit whistling sounds, it seemed like 10,000 elephants were rampaging through his body. The 10,000 elephants skill has the strength of 10,000 elephants, they can trample and crush everything in their path, die. Shouted Mu Qing. His entire body seemed like it was transforming into an elephant as he unleashed the strength of 10,000 elephants. He then threw himself towards Lin Feng. The 10,000 elephants skill increased his strength, he was stomping across the ground like a herd of 10,000 elephants, as one can well imagine. The atmosphere seemed like it was going to break apart under the strength of those 10,000 elephants. The strength of 10,000 elephants. A cultivator of the 5th Xin Shi layer, thought Lin Feng. A strange and ominous light started to envelop his body, a black light flowed out from his body and started rotating around him. His fist was surrounded by a black light. Let's see how powerful my 9 Haruka skill is when in rotation. Thought Lin Feng. He wasn't flinching at all. He took a step forwards and threw himself at Mu Qing. That fist bombarded the atmosphere and it seemed like it was destroying space itself. The fist seemed like it could crush gods and devils, it was a Haruka fist. 3,000 rotations of the Haruka, dot. Boom! The 10,000 elephants and the Haruka collided furiously, the entire atmosphere became distorted. Between Mu Qing and Lin Feng, a terrifying vortex appeared. How's that possible? How's that possible? Mu Qing pulled a long face. His 10,000 elephants skill was the secret skill of his sect, the Wanxiang sect, it had a formidable power and its strength was incredible, it had the power to crush anything. He could even kill people at the same level easily by using that skill. However, Lin Feng had only broken through to the 3rd Xin Shi layer and wasn't even using a sword or a skill. If he had used a skill and was able to resist Mu Qing, that would have been understandable, but he hadn't. He only used a single fist to block the strength of 10,000 elephants. Get lost. Lin Feng stepped forwards, he only took a very small step. The black light circulated through his body, a terrifying physical strength then crashed onto Mu Qing's arm, a cracking sound spread in the air and Mu Qing's body was once again projected backwards. He had lost. His 10,000 elephants skill wasn't able to rival with Lin Feng's 9 Harukas. However, it wasn't over yet. While Mu Qing was being projected backwards, he suddenly sensed a gust of wind arrive in front of him. Lin Feng had followed him and was releasing some deadly qi which landed on his body. Mu Qing started shaking from head to toe. Die! Said Lin Feng in a deep voice and punched him again. 10,000 elephants. Said Mu Qing again while raising both his hands to block, but Lin Feng's fist crashed onto his body and blood burst into the air. Lin Feng's physical strength was terrifying. Besides, he wasn't doing the same things as Mu Qing, he didn't need to condense his pure qi to activate a skill before he attacked, instead Lin Feng's fist only contained pure physical strength. Boom! 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 Terrifying explosion sounds spread through the air and the mist of the illusion continued to churn. The people outside of the Yunhai sect were fixedly staring at the mist of the illusion. What was happening? Who was winning? Lin Feng or Mu Qing? Ha! A horrible shriek of agony spread in the air. It was Mu Qing's voice. Lin Feng is way too terrifying, as expected, Mu Qing can't rival with Lin Feng. He came here to kill the members of the Yunhai sect which was the same as courting death. Thought the crowd. Besides, at that moment, inside the illusion, Mu Qing's face was covered with blood, all of his orifices were pouring with blood. Lin Feng didn't stop punching him and Mu Qing was severely injured already. Lin Feng was like a madman. Lin Feng looked like a warlord at that moment, he was fixedly staring at Mu Qing and was getting ready to attack him again. "I don't want to fight anymore," shouted Mu Qing furiously, which surprised Lin Feng. "He didn't want to anymore? I came here to tell you that some people are looking for you, some people from Tianfeng, they want you to come to Shangjiang Lake, will you dare to accept or not?" said Mu Qing. He had stopped fighting. Lin Feng looked like he found all of this amusing, he had a smile covering his face and said, "I will go, but first I will kill you." "I am only a messenger," said Mu Qing while looking extremely nervous, he looked terrified. "A messenger? You said you wanted to kill the members of the Yunhai sect, and even said you came into the territory of the Yunhai sect to kill them, that is your message, right? What do you want?" Mu Qing was fixedly staring at Lin Feng. "I want your life," said Lin Feng. His silhouette flickered, he moved like the wind and the strength of his 3,000 Haruka rotations bombarded Mu Qing's body. Blood splashed from every orifice of his body and his bones were crushed, then another light appeared, it was pure chi that was as sharp as a sword. Mu Qing's head then flew through the air. He was dead. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 506, Confrontation of Fire. Chapter 506, Confrontation of Fire. Lin Feng's silhouette flew into the sky through the mist which enveloped the territory of the Yunhai sect. "Qiong Qi!" shouted Lin Feng. Then Lin Feng's winged tiger immediately rushed underneath him in the air. While sitting on the winged tiger's back, he rushed into the distance while emitting a whistling sound. He was so fast that some people didn't even have the chance to look up. Everybody was stunned. The crowd was still looking at the mist as it slowly started to disperse. Once the mist had dispersed, the crowd noticed a body on the ground. Phew, many of the crowd inhaled deeply. That was a corpse. The body no longer had a head. Instead, there was only a gaping wound which was pouring out blood. It was gruesome. Lin Feng has become so powerful, thought the crowd, gasping with admiration. Mu Qing's strength was incredible. They had already seen him display his skill when killing those who left the Yunhai sect. Lin Feng killed him without a second thought, he was merciless. Lin Feng's strength was obvious, he had already proven his strength many times. They could hear the sounds coming from within the mist which seemed like a great battle, but instead it was only Lin Feng attacking Mu Qing in a one-sided slaughter. I wonder where Lin Feng went. While the crowd was wondering where Lin Feng was going, his winged tiger was beating its wings madly through the sky. After a short moment, they arrived above the lake. In the past, Lin Feng became famous across Shuiyu at this lake. This time, Mu Qing told him that some people were looking for him and waiting at the lake. As expected, when Lin Feng arrived at the lake, he saw a group of people waiting. They slowly rose into the air when they noticed Lin Feng. They were all wearing red and white robes and staring at Lin Feng. Lin Feng suddenly felt hot, it felt like flames were emerging from those people's eyes. Lin Feng was riding his winged tiger and only glanced at them before saying, "Were you all waiting here for me?" There were more than a dozen people waiting there for him. Besides, the gaze from them seemed extremely dangerous. They were probably very strong, without a single weak link in their group. "Indeed, we've been waiting for a long time," said a middle-aged man wearing a long fire-red changpao while nodding. His changpao was fluttering in the wind, he looked dignified and extraordinary. "Are you from Tianfeng?" asked Lin Feng again. He had never heard of them in Shuiyu, so they shouldn't be from Shuiyu. Also Mu Qing, their messenger, was from Tianfeng, which made it highly likely that they were too. "Xiahua School, from Tianfeng," said the middle-aged man coldly before adding, "Lin Feng, it seems like Mu Qing didn't manage to kill you. It seems that I will have a chance to kill you with my own hands. Killing you will actually be an honor for me. The people of Tianfeng are really pathetic," joked Lin Feng. Since the banquet at the Duanwu Palace, the people originating from Tianfeng continued to give him a bad impression. The envoys were insufferably arrogant and as an attempt to humiliate Lin Feng continued to insult him. Lin Feng had to kill 2 of them and humiliate the rest, this was the only thing which made them shut their mouths. But at that moment, they were even sending people secretly to kill him. First it was Mu Qing, now were these people from the Xiahua School. They all had the same goal, to kill Lin Feng. But Lin Feng's life wasn't something easily taken just because someone wanted to. "How did you know that I would even come here?" asked Lin Feng. They had been waiting, but how were they so sure that he would come? Nobody could have guessed what he was thinking. The prince knew you would, said the middle-aged man while smiling and sounding extremely confident. Feng, even though he had only met Lin Feng once, understood the type of temperament Lin Feng had. He knew that Lin Feng would not back down from an open challenge. Well then, you must have also known that I would kill Mu Qing? Asked Lin Feng coldly. Since Feng thought that he knew Lin Feng so well, if he understood that Lin Feng would accept the challenge, he must have also known that Lin Feng would kill Mu Qing. After all, Feng had seen how strong Lin Feng was, and he also knew how Mu Qing's temperament was along with his strength. As expected, the middle-aged man smiled. Lin Feng immediately understood that Feng wanted Mu Qing dead. How ridiculous! Mu Qing actually thought that he was strong enough to act so wildly, but was used instead. Telling you now won't be of any harm. Mu Qing was the best disciple of the biggest sect in the country, the Wanxiang sect. However, because they are the strongest, they have a lot of influence and are extremely arrogant. They even look down on the imperial family of Tianfeng. Mu Qing was their best disciple, but he was the same as everyone else in the sect who believed that his sect was more important than the country and the 7 envoys. That kind of person is useless to the country, therefore the prince, His Highness, decided to send him to his death. He borrowed your power to kill his enemy, explained the middle-aged man, which made Lin Feng frown and then smile. It seems like you have absolutely no confidence. You clearly don't believe that your group has the ability to kill me, or else you would have attacked already, said Lin Feng, which surprised his interlocutor. He looked at Lin Feng and then gave an evil smile. Lin Feng, you're very smart. Feng used me to kill Mu Qing in order to solve his problem. I killed Mu Qing, so the Wanxiang sect will come to Shuiyu for their revenge. If I don't die today, the Wanxiang sect will definitely come to kill me. But Shuiyu will not let such a strong influential group enter their territory with an army, so a battle will be unavoidable, causing the Wanxiang sect to fall from power. Lin Feng's eyes filled with a cold light. The people from imperial families were all like that. Feng was always scheming, and so was Duan Wuya. Xiahua School, you were sent here to kill me, but you are informing me of Feng scheme. You have no grudge against me and have no confidence in killing me, but you have to follow orders. So you came here while planning something else. You came here to inform me of the scheme, so I will be able to inform the Wanxiang sect of Feng scheme. It seems like you people from the Xiahua School attach no importance to your own lives. It seems like you want the one you address as Your Highness to die. You're incredible, said the middle-aged man. Lin Feng was completely correct. They were treated the same as Mu Qing, they were just Feng pawns to be used. Their deaths would anger the Xiahua School, but they were different from Mu Qing because they wanted to expose Feng. They wanted to inform Lin Feng of the scheme to use it against Feng if they died. We, the Xiahua School, will attempt to kill you as ordered. If we are unlucky and are killed by you, we hope that you will spread the news of Feng scheme. It wouldn't bring you any disadvantages but instead benefits, said the middle-aged man. Since Lin Feng had guessed everything, he didn't need to hide anything and immediately admitted his plan. If it is necessary, I will share what I know. Feng wants me dead, but that isn't for him to decide. Lin Feng's eyes were twinkling with cold lights. He then added, let's fight then. All right. The middle-aged man while staring at Lin Feng. He had already known Lin Feng's strength. He had heard what happened during the banquet. Lin Feng had challenged each of the 7 envoys that attended the banquet. He had even killed the 3rd envoy and challenged the 2nd, but the ambassador from the Dragon Mountain Empire stopped them. Even though the people from the Xiahua School were strong, they still had to be vigilant when facing someone as powerful as Lin Feng. Evil scorching fire, shouted the middle-aged man in the fire-red Changpao in a cold voice. In a flash, all the people's silhouettes flickered and surrounded Lin Feng. Fire ignited around their bodies. It was a terrifying fire made of pure qi. The Xiahua School were all fire cultivators. They all practiced fire skills and would battle using condensed fire qi. Fire was burning around their bodies. The fire was intense. Apart from the fire-red color, the flames also contained a large amount of white. Their flames were haunting. The people from the Xiahua formed a circle and joined hands. In a flash, flames began to fill the air to create a ring of fire that surrounded Lin Feng. Die! Shouted the man in the fire-red Changpao in a low voice. A ring of fire then closed in towards Lin Feng. The heat from the flames grew more intense as they closed in on Lin Feng. Lin Feng felt like he was being roasted alive. Everything in this world is incredibly mysterious. Their fire is very different from mine, thought Lin Feng when he compared his own fire with the fire he was confronted with. He looked glum. He then released his sun qi from his body, which caused flames to engulf his body. He started rise into the air while glowing radiantly. The sun fire suppressed the flames that surrounded him. His cosmos burning sun was a small sun skill after all. Surprisingly, their fire seemed to be prostrating itself before the sun skill. The people from the Xiahua school were stupefied. They didn't know that Lin Feng was practicing a sun skill, because Lin Feng normally used his grim fire. The fact that he practiced a sun skill was not widely known. Besides, Lin Feng's fire was much stronger than theirs. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 507, The Terrifying Banner. Chapter 507, The Terrifying Banner. Die! Shouted another cultivator in the group. The multitude of flames which surrounded Lin Feng transformed into fire snakes. Apart from their scorching heat, Lin Feng could also sense a cold evil qi. Lin Feng was completely surrounded by their flames. "Xiong Qi, get back," said Lin Feng to his winged tiger using telepathy. In a flash, the winged tiger moved away. At the same time, a fire emerged from Lin Feng's hand which rushed towards an enemy. Break! That person blocked Lin Feng's fire using his own. Both fires merged together, but Lin Feng's fire grew less and less discernible until it completely disappeared. It seemed like his sun qi was actually engulfed. Besides, the enemy's fire had grown in power. "Evil fire dragon!" shouted their leader in a deep voice. Those people shook their hands, and in a flash more flames emerged from their hands and rushed into the air. They formed into a fire dragon which roared towards Lin Feng. That fire dragon moved like it was alive. It flew through the air and its eyes even had pupils. It looked incredibly evil and sinister. Roar! The fire dragon roared as its head arrived in front of Lin Feng in the blink of an eye. Back! Lin Feng moved with the wind at full speed. Besides, his winged tiger immediately moved into the distance. The winged tiger was strong, but because its level was too low, it couldn't participate in the battle. It would just become a burden to Lin Feng if it stayed too close. What a fast fire dragon! Lin Feng was stupefied. The people from the Xiahua school formed a straight line and started chanting an incantation while closing their eyes and frowning. They looked like they were in deep concentration. "They're using their souls to control the flames," thought Lin Feng. He was shocked. That evil fire dragon was staring at Lin Feng coldly. It really seemed to be alive. Those strong cultivators from the Xiahua school had many ingenious ways to use their fire compared with Lin Feng. They could even use their souls to control it. They combined their soul power to control all of the flames and the fire dragon. Roar! The fire dragon abruptly flew through the air and rushed straight towards Lin Feng. It was extremely fast, like an illusion. It had already reached Lin Feng. Lin Feng sensed the change in the wind and retreated, but the dragon continued chasing him. It wouldn't let Lin Feng escape. The two silhouettes, the dragon and Lin Feng, flickered and moved through the sky at full speed. It was unimaginable. What a terrifying fire dragon! If I wasn't able to feel the movements of the wind, it would have killed me a long time ago, thought Lin Feng. Lin Feng could use his incredible soul power to sense the changes in the wind. He could clearly sense the movements of the dragon, but he couldn't escape. It was too fast. The leader of that group was staring at Lin Feng, following his movements closely. Lin Feng's speed was incredible. No wonder he was able to kill the third envoy. It was probably mostly due to his speed. It was probably the main reason why the third envoy wasn't able to compete with Lin Feng. "Since you are using your souls to control the flames, I will take care of them," thought Lin Feng. His eyes grew colder. He started to condense incredible amounts of pure qi which surrounded his body. A lotus flower suddenly appeared in his hand. It contained a faintly discernible black light. He then condensed it into his grim fire black lotus. Ha! The leader of the enemies looked at the black lotus which Lin Feng was condensing in his hand and was shocked. It seemed like it contained deadly qi. It felt as if it would explode at any moment. The fire dragon continued following Lin Feng closely. It wasn't going to let Lin Feng escape. However, at that moment, Lin Feng suddenly turned around and stopped moving. While turning around, he raised his hand. "Return!" shouted the middle-aged man, but the fire dragon and Lin Feng were moving too fast. At the moment when Lin Feng stopped, the fire dragon was already in front of Lin Feng and crashed into the black lotus. It was already night in the imperial city, so the lotus seemed extremely ordinary in the darkness of the night. It immediately crashed into the dragon's head and penetrated straight through. A terrifying yet subtle sound filled the air. The tiny black lotus released a terrifying deadly energy which started to rip apart the dragon. "Die!" shouted Lin Feng in a deep voice while moving back. The deadly energy of the black lotus was emitting whistling sounds in the air. It formed into a black hole which swallowed the entire dragon. It seemed like there was a hole torn in the atmosphere which was filled with deadly energy. Nobody could approach the terrifying vortex. All the people from the Xiahua school groaned as their faces turned deathly pale, blood splashed out from their mouths as their souls received tremendous damage. They were all using their souls to control the fire dragon, otherwise they wouldn't have been able to control such a powerful fire dragon. How terrifying! They all opened their eyes and fixedly stared at the black lotus which had formed a black hole. It completely swallowed their fire dragon. Lin Feng's grim flames were surprisingly still burning in the air. It was terrifying. Lin Feng rose higher into the sky and looked at the group of enemies with a cold light in his eyes. You all used your souls to control the fire dragon to attack, but it was destroyed. Now it's my turn to attack, said Lin Feng. He then raised his hand and the image of a banner appeared on it. Rise! Lin Feng opened his hand and in the blink of an eye, he was holding a gigantic banner which was fluttering in the wind. A banner! The opponents were stupefied and their pupils shrank. Lin Feng had something as precious as a banner. The banner had a sun pattern on the flag and it was engulfed with intense flames. This banner is my sun banner, this is the first time that I will be using it, said Lin Feng coldly, causing all those people to pull a long face. Lin Feng surprisingly had a sun banner. And its strength was incredible. A moment before, you were chasing me, now it's my turn, said Lin Feng while taking a step. The enemies didn't know what to do. In one step, Lin Feng had appeared in front of them, he appeared like the wind. Then his sun banner fell from above as its shadow covered their bodies. Back, quickly! Hollered the leader of the group furiously. The others all reacted quickly and started to retreat, but two of them were caught by the banner which started to burn with intense flames. They gave horrible shrieks as they were inside the banner, burning alive. At the same time, the banner was devouring their fire chi like a glutton. The others were fixedly staring at the banner and could only see the two silhouettes screaming inside. It was the two people who were caught earlier. They were still alive, but they were suffering in agony. They hadn't died because the banner was still absorbing their power by burning them alive in its flames. That banner was an extremely cruel weapon. The others who hadn't been caught were shaking from head to toe. That banner was an extremely rare and precious treasure, its power was shocking. Cultivators who were able to create a banner were extremely rare, only extraordinary cultivators had the ability to forge a banner. Banners were mysterious items which could trap enemies and absorb their power. Lin Feng's sun banner could absorb people in order to kill them. The banner only had to envelop them and it would grow more powerful. For those in control of such a banner, they would only obtain advantages from fighting. There were also spiritual banners which could absorb souls to grow stronger. How cruel and scary! Many people were as scared of such weapons as they were the stuff of nightmares. Lin Feng didn't think too much. After absorbing those two people, he continued to move at full speed, arriving in front of those who had just dodged his first attack. In the blink of an eye, another 3 people were absorbed into his banner. The fire ignited again and horrible shrieks resonated through the atmosphere as their power was being absorbed. Let's go, let's run, each of us should go in different directions, shouted the leader whose eyes were bloodshot. The black lotus which had swallowed their fire dragon was much less scary than that banner. When Lin Feng was at the banquet, he was extremely far from using his full strength. Lin Feng's strength was incredible. Cultivators at the 4th or the 5th Shin Shi layer wouldn't stand a chance against him, there was no exception. At that moment, they no longer cared about their orders to kill Lin Feng. They only wanted to escape. Even if only a few of them managed to escape and were executed, that would be much better than being caught inside that banner. They still had hope. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 508, to the Imperial Palace. Chapter 508, to the Imperial Palace. You want to escape? Lin Feng smiled coldly as he rushed forwards, his banner fluttered and horrible shrieks filled the air. 2 more had been caught in the banner and their pure chi was being absorbed. The leader of the group gnashed his teeth and blood splashed out from his mouth. He started to flee with all of his power. He wanted to escape at all costs. But at that moment, a cold wind appeared next to him which caused him to shiver. He suddenly looked glum. The banner was flying towards him with a ferocious wind. How dangerous! The middle-aged man was deathly pale. Immediately after, he noticed a silhouette had appeared in front of him. It was Lin Feng. Even if the others don't die, you have to die, said Lin Feng. These people had come here to kill him and someone had to bear the responsibility of their actions. The middle-aged man in the fire-red Changpao was the leader of the group, so he of course had to bear the responsibility. Feng Chen would also be held responsible. They came here with orders to kill Lin Feng. If they were strong enough, they would have taken Lin Feng's life without mercy. They deserved their deaths. I was forced to come, why be so cruel as to kill me? That middle-aged man was pulling a long face and his voice was trembling. He was still hoping that he still had a chance to live. No matter if you were forced or not, you attempted to kill me. If you were stronger than me, you would have already killed me even if you were forced to do it, said Lin Feng in an ice-cold way. That was his basic principles. If someone wanted to kill him, he would kill them. That was the only reason he needed. It was just like the Haiyu sect, the Ice and Snow Mountain Village, the holy courtyard of Shuiyu, and everyone who destroyed the Yunhai sect. Once Lin Feng was strong enough, he exterminated them for attempting to take his life. Everyone would be held responsible for the actions they took, even if they were forced. The middle-aged man remained silent and didn't push the issue. He understood Lin Feng would definitely kill him. If the situation was reversed, he wouldn't let anyone escape and would kill all of his attackers. If someone attempted to kill a person, but that person was stronger and allowed their enemies to live, they would be called a very kind-hearted individual and also, extremely stupid. Some pure chi emerged from the middle-aged man's hand. He groaned coldly and a huge fire started burning violently around him. Humph! Lin Feng groaned coldly. Without saying anything, he immediately took a step forwards and his sun banner moved to envelop his opponent. Burn! Shouted the middle-aged man furiously. Flames emerged from his hand, unceasingly. Break! The wind was whistling as the banner rushed through the atmosphere. The banner was approaching and the middle-aged man's fire that was bombarding the banner only to be absorbed inside. He could release as much fire as he wished, but the banner would only consume it as if it was a rare delicacy. The middle-aged pulled a long face and grew more pale. He knew that it was possible to burn the banner, even though it was a sun banner. However, it seemed like his strength wasn't able to bring any harm to the banner. His fire was only being absorbed. The flames in the banner were much stronger than his own fire. I should finish it now, said Lin Feng. His body rushed forward and his sun banner completely engulfed his opponent after absorbing all of the fire he released. The sound of a rampaging inferno filled the air. The middle-aged man was engulfed in flames inside the banner. His soul was being refined by the banner. All of his power was slowly being absorbed by the banner. The sun banner was surrounded by terrifying flames. The flames were growing more powerful with each passing moment, while the sun pattern on the banner started to fill up with the fire chi from his enemies. The banner had absorbed this power from all the enemies it burned alive. But Lin Feng didn't absorb that fire chi himself. Instead, he returned it to the sun banner. He needed the enemy's fire chi to be purified since it was different from his own. Absorbing such an impure fire would make his cultivation become unstable. If Lin Feng's cultivation became unstable, that would be a catastrophe for him. It wasn't a result that he desired. Lin Feng would never allow his cultivation to grow unstable for gaining a small amount of power. However, leaving the enemy's fire inside his sun banner wasn't a problem. At that moment, only Lin Feng remained. The others had escaped and were probably fleeing for their lives. Those who hadn't managed to escape were already dead. They had been absorbed into Lin Feng's banner. Lin Feng quickly retrieved his banner as an ice-cold light flashed through his eyes. Xiong Qi! Shouted Lin Feng in a deep voice. The winged tiger's silhouette flickered and beat its wings and immediately arrived next to Lin Feng. It then positioned itself to allow Lin Feng onto its back. The winged tiger was an ancient ferocious beast. Even though it was extremely cruel and bloodthirsty, it always obeyed Lin Feng, regardless of its temperament. Lin Feng jumped onto its back and they flew away. The sight of someone riding an ancient ferocious beast was incredibly majestic. To the Imperial Palace, said Lin Feng. Prince Fengchen of Tianfeng thought that he could do whatever he wanted, even if it was killing Lin Feng. He sent Mu Qing to kill him and then the people from the Xiahua school. They were all sent by Fengchen with the sole purpose of killing Lin Feng. Since he wanted to kill Lin Feng would find an opportunity to repay Fengchen and everyone from Tianfeng. Xiongqi beat its wings and shot through the sky. They passed by the lofty and tall buildings of the capital. Lin Feng was looking down at the buildings on the ground. They were all particularly beautiful and some were almost tall enough to reach the clouds. At that moment, inside the imperial city in a beautiful palace, Prince Duan Wuya of Shuiyu and Prince Fengchen of Tianfeng were walking next to the people of the Dragon Mountain Empire, Ruolan Shan, Jin Shan, and Yao Tianshu. Fengchen felt like there was someone glaring at him and sensed a cold wind blow onto him. It sent chills down on him. That cold wind had made him shiver. He then raised his head and gazed into the distance. He was trying to see through the clouds to see who was releasing such a cold glare. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 509, How could he not fight? Chapter 509, How could he not fight? Fengchen and the others all stopped walking and gazed into the distance. They only sensed a cold energy surrounding them, and the target was Feng Chen, the prince of Tianfeng. Apart from Feng Chen, the envoys from Tianfeng were also being targeted and were enveloped by the cold air. A small black dot appeared on the horizon and a whistling sound spread filled the air. In a flash, the small dot had crossed a distance of several kilometers. It was extremely quick. Lin Feng. Most of them, when they saw the person approaching, were stupefied. That black dot was Lin Feng on his winged tiger, and he was rushing towards them. He's not dead. Feng Chen was stupefied and his pupils shrank. It seemed like the people of the Xiahua school didn't manage to kill Lin Feng either. Besides, Lin Feng was so audacious that he had immediately rushed to the imperial palace. Was he planning to fight here? A terribly cold wind was rushed close, and the wings of the winged tiger batted quickly, causing the gravel to fly in every direction as it landed in front of those people. Lin Feng jumped off the back of the winged tiger and nodded towards the people of the Dragon Mountain Empire. Mr. Ruo, Mr. Yao. Those two people also nodded at Lin Feng, and Ruo Lanshan immediately asked, Lin Feng, you came here but you look as if you are furious. Why is that? I need settle some accounts, said Lin Feng. He then slowly turned around and looked at Feng Chen. A cold light flashed in Lin Feng's eyes. His entire body was releasing his qi that enveloped Feng Chen and the other people from Tianfeng. Feng Chen and the others were stupefied and coldly staring at Lin Feng as well. Both sides remained silent. They were only releasing their qi, which was colliding in the atmosphere. Ruo Lanshan looked startled and glanced at Lin Feng, then at Feng Chen, but he remained silent. He knew what was going on. Feng Chen had sent people to kill Lin Feng. Lin Feng, you are in the imperial palace, don't you think that you are exaggerating? Said Feng Chen immediately while accusing Lin Feng. He was saying that Lin Feng didn't respect Xueyu because he wanted to see how Duan Wuya would react. Lin Feng ignored him. He only waved his hand and a sack appeared, which he threw at Feng Chen. Feng Chen caught the sack and opened it. The sack was leaking with blood. When he saw what was inside, he was astonished and started to shake. Lin Feng was so cruel. Inside the sack was Mu Qing's head. You are the prince of Tianfeng. You came to Xueyu as a guest, yet each and every one of you attempted to humiliate Xueyu, over and over again. First it was the princess, then you send people to kill me. I am a respected member of Xueyu. Don't you think that you people from Tianfeng are humiliating my country a bit too much? Do you despise Xueyu? Said Lin Feng in an ice-cold tone. He then took a small step and released more of his energy. It was piercingly cold and it was moving towards Feng Chen. That extremely cold and sharp energy stupefied Feng Chen. He was staring at Lin Feng and said, What do you want? Lin Feng smiled coldly, but said nothing. He remained silent and was just coldly staring at Feng Chen and the others. At the same time, he continued releasing his oppressive and cold energy into the air. All the people from Tianfeng were surrounded by his energy. The atmosphere had become particularly cold. Everybody remained silent. Lin Feng was still releasing his energy, which enveloped the whole crowd, but not a word was said. Feng Chen was staring at Lin Feng with killing intent. Lin Feng was extremely audacious. He had surprisingly barged into the imperial palace and wanted to kill him. Besides, he had beheaded Mu Qing and delivered it in a sack to the prince. How cruel. Besides, Feng Chen felt that he was being humiliated. Lin Feng was acting as if he was a king as he looked down at the prince. Duan Wuya was only calmly looking at the scene. Nobody knew what he was thinking. He didn't plan on intervening. Feng Chen had implied that Lin Feng didn't respect Xueyu, but even if that was the case, Duan Wuya was willing to accept such behavior from Lin Feng. He had known Lin Feng for a long time and could understand his actions. Lin Feng was brave, audacious, courageous and talented. He was an extraordinary individual. Lin Feng had a flaw though. He was very impulsive and allowed his decisions to be affected by his emotions. He didn't care about the consequences of his actions when he was angry. If Lin Feng was furious, he cared about nothing. He didn't care who he killed and didn't care what consequences would occur. For example, he didn't hesitate to kill Shi Qiong or Duan Tianlang. They both had high statuses in Xueyu, but they had offended Lin Feng, so he slaughtered them without mercy. He also took his revenge by massacring the Haoyu sect and the Ice and Snow Mountain village, followed by the holy courtyard of Xueyu. In Lin Feng's mind, there was only one path for his enemies: death. The same thing happened at Shangjian Lake. No matter who or what stood in his way, he was determined to kill Shi Qiong. Therefore, Duan Wuya wasn't surprised by the fact that Lin Feng had charged into the imperial palace, and on top of that, he didn't care. However, Ruo Lanshan seemed irresolute. Lin Feng had high natural abilities and was very courageous. He admired him for that. However, Lin Feng wanted to kill the people from Tianfeng, and the question wasn't who would kill whom, but the result would be the death of talents. The most concerning thing was that Lin Feng might be injured. Ruo Lanshan didn't want to see that. Even though he still didn't know who would be joining the great competition if Shuiyu as a participant, and some geniuses might appear to occupy the vacant positions. At the very least, Lin Feng and the second envoy would occupy 2 of the vacant positions. Lin Feng, why are you so infuriated? Can't you forget about it for the time being? Asked Ruolan Shan in a calm way. He was a bit angry at Lin Feng's actions. However, Lin Feng shook his head. Forget about it for the time being? Impossible. Ruolan Shan frowned, but immediately calmed down. He then continued, you are all geniuses, I am an ambassador from the Dragon Mountain Empire, I don't want you to be harmed before the competition, I hope you can understand that. Lin Feng remained silent and grew tense. Lin Feng, you're really too arrogant, you even disrespect your elders. You're a disgrace. Shouted Feng Chen furiously. His face was filled with killing intent. Lin Feng was insufferably arrogant and audacious. He really wanted to kill them while they were inside the Imperial Palace. The second envoy had broken through to the 6th Xin-Shi layer. He didn't believe that Lin Feng could fight against him. The atmosphere was filled with a deathly silence and it was very oppressive. Lin Feng slowly turned around and looked at Ruolan Shan. He then said, Mr. Ruo, why are you in Shuiyu? To select the participants for the great competition of Shuiyu, obviously. Therefore, I hope that nothing will happen to any of the potential seeds. Replied Ruolan Shan. And the people who will participate in the great competition of Shuiyu, aren't they all geniuses? Asked Lin Feng again. Of course that there will be only powerful geniuses, from the 4 empires and the 13 countries of Shuiyu. That is unquestionable. Mr. Ruo, you are saying that the cultivators who will participate in the competition are the most incredible geniuses in the continent. However, I, Lin Feng, am only an insignificant cultivator. I am far from being as skilled as the geniuses who will participate in the competition. Besides, my skills are also lacking, I'm much too inferior to those geniuses, so why would I go to fight against them? Asked Lin Feng. When Ruolan Shan heard Lin Feng, he was stupefied. Then Lin Feng talked again. For someone like me, participating in the great competition of Shuiyu, wouldn't it be the same as courting death? Ruolan Shan was gobsmacked. What was Lin Feng trying to say? Was he saying that he didn't want to participate in the great competition of Shuiyu? Was he going to compete? Did he not dare to risk his life? Participating in the great competition of Shuiyu is an opportunity to see the most amazing geniuses of the 13 countries of Shuiyu. It is an opportunity to travel the continent, experiencing the great battles and improving through the dangers. However, the most important part is the overcoming of the dangerous situations, but that requires courage. If I have no courage, what would be the point of participating? We are currently in Shuiyu, my home. If I allow myself to be bullied and humiliated while in my own home without acting because you don't want me to be harmed, well then, doesn't that make me seem like a weak coward? If I am a coward, why would I leave Shuiyu? How could I dare to face the geniuses of the 13 countries? If I am that weak, why would I want to face them? Lin Feng's words astonished Ruolan Shan. Lin Feng had a point. The great competition of Shuiyu wasn't only about the geniuses from Tianfeng, there would be extremely strong cultivators from the other countries, and even people from the other empires, all of them would be incredible geniuses. If Lin Feng acted weak while in Shuiyu, his home, how could he leave Shuiyu to fight with the other geniuses? After remaining silent for a few seconds, Ruolan Shan's lips moved. He said, I will not get involved, this is none of my business. It is a matter between you and them. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 510, Thunder Spirit. Chapter 510, Thunder Spirit. Ruolan Shan moved aside and smiled. He didn't blame Lin Feng for his rude behavior at all. In fact, after hearing Lin Feng's words, he admired his actions. Lin Feng was courageous, tenacious and talented, but the most important part was that he had the heart of a conqueror. No matter how strong his enemies were, no matter what their status was, Lin Feng would kill them, out of self-respect, and for the sake of his cultivation. Lin Feng wasn't scared when facing the Prince of Tianfeng and the envoys. He was fearless. There was only killing intent in his heart. That kind of person could soar into the heavens. On the path of cultivation, they would continue to climb until they reached the peak. Therefore, Ruolan Shan didn't want to stop Lin Feng. Lin Feng could solve his issue with the people from Tianfeng now that Ruolan Shan had allowed him. Ruolan Shan would no longer get involved and neither would the people from the Cosmic Pavilion. It had nothing to do with them, therefore they moved aside as well. Duan Wuya smiled indifferently as he moved aside as well. He didn't care about such a thing. At that moment, the people from Tianfeng and Lin Feng were facing each other. Both parties were giving the other a murderous glare. Lin Feng despised them. He wanted to use them as a stepping stone on his path of cultivation to strengthen his own resolve. I am surprised that you would immediately come here to fight," said Feng Chen slowly while staring at Lin Feng. Lin Feng didn't reply. He took another step and released his astonishing qi. It seemed like he wanted to destroy the atmosphere with the power of his qi. Apart from Feng Chen and the second envoy, the others could also sense the killing intent in the qi, which made them shiver. Lin Feng's qi was incredibly cold. They felt like they were suddenly surrounded by ice. It was terrifying. If Lin Feng had the opportunity, he would kill them mercilessly. Lin Feng had the heart of a killer. "I am surprised too. I thought that you would run back to Tianfeng," said Lin Feng indifferently. He then released some deadly qi which into the air. It was as sharp as a sword. Lin Feng looked like he wanted to slaughter them all and remove their bodies from existence. Feng Chen pulled a long face. He was shocked. Lin Feng's intent was incredible. Lin Feng wasn't only talented, he was also extremely strong. In fact, Feng Chen admired him for his strength. Lin Feng was incredible. Such people were rare in Tianfeng. Unfortunately, Lin Feng was from Shuiyu, so they had become enemies. That couldn't be changed. They had a grudge which couldn't be settled until the other had died. "You're too arrogant and think too highly of yourself. I am not inferior to you, Lin Feng," said Feng Chen, whose clothes started fluttering as he released his power. He released an ice-cold energy which collided with Lin Feng's deadly energy that was filled with intent. Many people were stupefied but immediately calmed down. It was the first time that they witnessed Feng Chen's strength. He was extremely strong and had broken through to the 6th Xin Qi layer. But they weren't too surprised. Feng Chen had several armies under his control. His strength was never in question. If he wasn't strong, then people would have already killed him and claimed his position as their own. "Your Highness, let me fight," said the second envoy while taking a step forward. He was standing next to Feng Chen. His cultivation layer was exactly the same as Feng Chen's, the 6th Xin Qi layer. His level was much higher than that of Lin Feng. He didn't believe that a trivial person like Lin Feng would be able to defeat him. Feng Chen glanced at the second envoy and nodded. He then immediately moved back to let the second envoy fight. He wanted to see how Lin Feng would handle a cultivator of the 6th Xin Qi layer. The second envoy's spirit was monstrously brutal. Lin Feng was coldly staring at the second envoy. They were destined to be enemies. Suddenly, Lin Feng's eyes turned black, pitch black. His eyes were filled with an incredible coldness. His eyes were desolate and without emotion. The Lin Feng, at that moment, looked like another person completely. "What's this? A special power? Or a spirit?" When the second envoy saw Lin Feng stare at him with his pitch-black eyes, he felt like Lin Feng's eyes had become an endless abyss. He couldn't see the end of the darkness. "Let's fight. I already wanted to kill you after last time," said the second envoy. The night of the banquet, Lin Feng had challenged him to a battle. He had humiliated all of the envoys and even killed some of them. When Lin Feng challenged him, Ruolan Shan had unfortunately stopped him from killing Lin Feng. "It's not too late for you to kill me," said Lin Feng while releasing some more deadly energy. The second envoy took a step forwards and, in a flash, a dazzling purple light emerged from his eyes along with a thunderous sound that filled the air. The sound of muffled thunder invaded the atmosphere and Lin Feng's deadly energy immediately dispersed from the attack. The crowd was stupefied when they saw his attack. At that moment, the second envoy was surrounded by thunder. He looked like a thunder god. The second envoy's spirit was the very rare thunder spirit. His explosive power was monstrous and powerful. Thunder spirit. Lin Feng was stupefied. His eyes were twinkling. He released more deadly energy and raised both his hands. A sword condensed in his hands and started to lacerate the atmosphere. It seemed like it was leaving a black trail as it moved through the air. "Go!" The second envoy stretched his hand and an endless stream of thunder and lightning rushed towards Lin Feng's sword. Lin Feng's sword diffused a terrifying black light. Kacha. Lin Feng's sword could lacerate anything in its path, but the thunderous sounds were unceasing. Lin Feng's deadly sword descended from the sky and continuously destroyed the thunder and lightning. The deadly energy was moving straight towards the second envoy. The second envoy raised his hands and a purple and white light emerged from his palm. It looked dazzling. "Thunder light," said the second envoy and closed his eyes. He looked like he was praying to the thunder god. A purple thunder emerged from his hands and rose into the air. In a flash, that purple and white light immediately shot towards Lin Feng's sword. That purple thunder light contained an endless killing intent. CSSSH. There were no terrifying explosion sounds. There was only a battle between deadly energy and a dazzling purple light. The energies continued to crash against each other as they rippled through the air and spread out in all directions. The people watching started to move back. Only Lin Feng and the second envoy didn't move. Under the purple and black energy, Lin Feng was expressionless. He took a step and his astonishing deadly chi appeared again, with another deadly sword. Ultraviolet thunder! Shouted the second envoy in a deep voice. A multitude of thunder appeared which moved straight towards Lin Feng's sword light, but they were stopped by the deadly energy contained within Lin Feng's sword and were destroyed. Lin Feng's sword was cold and murderous, while the second envoy's thunder was incredibly dangerous. Their battle was starting to destroy the atmosphere. It seems like I won't be able to destroy his energy just by relying on my sword, thought Lin Feng. He then moved his left hand. On Lin Feng's left hand appeared a flag mark which immediately turned into a gigantic banner filled with rampaging flames. A banner, a spiritual banner. The crowd was astonished. Lin Feng had a precious and incredible treasure, a banner. Duan Wuya was stunned. He had never seen Lin Feng's banner. This was the first time. He hadn't thought that Lin Feng would surprisingly possess an incredible treasure like a banner. Besides, there was a sun pattern on the banner and it was releasing terrifying flames. It was obviously not the first time that Lin Feng had used the banner. It had already burnt people alive and absorbed their power. The banner contained a fire chi which belonged to other cultivators. The banner appeared but Lin Feng's sword didn't disappear. He had his sword in his right hand and the banner in his left. Lin Feng was controlling both powers at the same time. Lin Feng had used his black lotus in his left hand and his sword in his right hand in the past. This time, he had a banner in his left hand and a sword in his right hand. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 511, A Fist. Chapter 511, A Fist. The second envoy was stupefied as well. Not only did Lin Feng have a banner but he was also using a sword at the same time. That required an extremely strong soul. That's a real genius, thought Ruolan Shan when he saw Lin Feng. Many people already had difficulty controlling one skill. Those who had high natural abilities could master more skills, but it required practice to improve and control them. Lin Feng was the kind of genius who could learn and master skills quickly. Lin Feng didn't stop. He immediately ran towards the second envoy. His deadly energy was sharp and cold. His deadly sword was moving straight, aiming for the second envoy's life. Destroy! The second envoy attacked with both hands, shooting thunder which moved straight towards Lin Feng's sword, but Lin Feng continued running towards him. The second envoy narrowed his eyes. It was the first time that he met someone who was attempting to fight in close combat against a cultivator with a thunder spirit. Thunder spirits had a monstrous explosive power. In close combat, the enemy would be destroyed by the thunder and lightning surrounding him. Very few people dared to fight a close combat battle, let alone when their opponent had a thunder spirit. However, Lin Feng was one of the exceptions. Boom! 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 The second envoy waved his hands over and over again as thunder emerged and exploded towards Lin Feng. Ho! Lin Feng moved his left hand which was holding the sun banner and attacked the thunder. The banner and the thunder were locked in a battle of power. Explosive booms rang out, but the thunder was starting to burn. Thunder had the power to give birth to flames. Usually fire would be weak against thunder, but Lin Feng's sunfire could even engulf the power of thunder. Besides, he was using a banner which was extremely powerful and couldn't be damaged by thunder of this level. Lin Feng continued to move closer to the second envoy. Does Lin Feng want to fight in close combat against the second envoy? Thought the onlookers while staring at Lin Feng. They were extremely surprised. Lin Feng was surprisingly moving closer to the second envoy. Wasn't he scared of thunder and lightning? If the second envoy used the power of thunder with his fist, he would be able to bombard Lin Feng's body using his spirit and physical body. The second envoy smiled coldly. Lin Feng was approaching. He wasn't scared and wanted to fight in close combat. He was giving an advantage to the second envoy. Ultraviolet celestial thunder. The second envoy looked calm and solemn and started condensing thunder which were revolved around him. A dazzling purple light descended from the sky to envelop the second envoy's body inside clouds of thunder. At that moment, he was bathing in a sea of thunder. He looked like the reincarnation of a thunder god. Fengchen was watching the battle from a distance and could see the dazzling purple light that surrounded the second envoy, which made him smile coldly. Lin Feng wanted to fight in close combat. How would he resist the power of ultraviolet celestial thunder? At that moment, the second envoy wasn't even moving. He was waiting for Lin Feng to approach him. Lin Feng's eyes were growing darker and darker, as well as terrifying with each second. He looked gloomy and it was like he was staring through the second envoy. Since the second envoy wasn't attacking anymore and was just waiting, Lin Feng immediately retrieved his banner and only held his sword at that moment. Lin Feng held his sword with both hands and allowed it to absorb a tremendous quantity of deadly energy. His opponent's cultivation level was much higher than his. The thunder contained an incredible destructive power. If his sword didn't contain intent, it would have been destroyed a long time ago. "Lacerate," said Lin Feng in a sinister tone. The dark light of his sword was astonishing as it descended from the sky towards the second envoy. The second envoy raised his head and saw the sword moving towards him. His facial expression was calm. He raised his hands in the direction of Lin Feng's sword. In the blink of an eye, an endless purple light emerged from his hands. His hands weren't hands anymore, they looked like clouds of thunder and lightnings. Boom! A muffled explosion emerged in the air. The sword had landed on the second envoy's thunder, but Lin Feng's deadly sword was struggling to move forwards through the thunder. "Die!" shouted Lin Feng furiously. An incredibly brutal and violent deadly energy emerged as well as his pure qi. Lin Feng's deadly sword was growing more powerful. It started to lacerate the atmosphere ruthlessly. "You will not have a chance," said the second envoy coldly. His body was glowing with the purple light which emerged from his hands. It was his ultraviolet celestial thunder. He had started condensing it within his hands again. The thunder was unceasingly following Lin Feng's deadly sword and blocking its blade. It was extremely quick. Lin Feng's body was slowly being surrounded by the thunder. "It's over for Lin Feng," thought many people who were watching. At that moment, Lin Feng's sword, filled with intent, was surrounded by dazzling purple thunder, but his sword wasn't able to lacerate the thunder at all, which gave the second envoy every opportunity to attack. If Lin Feng was touched by the thunder, he would be severely injured. However, Lin Feng looked expressionless. Even though the ultraviolet celestial thunder could block his deadly sword and surrounded him with thunder, he wasn't planning on escaping. Is Lin Feng giving up? Is he submitting to death? Many people didn't understand what Lin Feng was doing. He wasn't escaping? Didn't he care about being surrounded by the thunder? They obviously didn't notice that Lin Feng's body, at that moment, was filled with incredible strength. It was moving through his body and bones to focus on his right hand. CRRRR. CRRR. Lin Feng's right sleeve was suddenly torn apart to expose his entire right arm. The crowd was shocked. It was over for him. Lin Feng was doomed. The purple light had already torn apart his right arm. But surprisingly, he was still holding his sword. The second envoy had a tyrannical smile on his face. Lin Feng had given up and was simply committing suicide. The thunder only needed a few more moments before it would start tearing apart Lin Feng's body. Even if Lin Feng didn't die after being bombarded by the thunder, he would definitely be severely injured. However, Ruolan was stupefied and fixedly stared at Lin Feng's arm. He could see that something black was flowing inside his veins. It looked like a terrifying physical strength was suddenly emerging from Lin Feng's body. However, it was difficult for him to see it clearly due to the thunder and deadly energy surrounding the two fighters. Finally, the thunder had almost destroyed the condensed sword, and at the moment when the crowd thought that Lin Feng was going to be exterminated by the thunder, he released the sword and disappeared. His body brushed past the thunder, but it didn't seem to stop him. It didn't influence Lin Feng at all. At the same time, Lin Feng moved with the wind and moved a few steps to the side. It was a short distance, but it was perfect. He had passed through the thunder and moved to the second envoy's side. The second envoy was stupefied. Lin Feng's speed was incredible, and on top of that he was using the opportunity to attack with his fist. Thunder! A terrifying thunder was released from the second envoy's body, but Lin Feng's fist quickly broke through the cloud of thunder. A terrifying thunder energy attacked his hand, but it didn't have any effect. It couldn't stop Lin Feng's attack. 3,000 rotation strength. Maximum power. Boom! Lin Feng's fist immediately crashed into the second envoy's head. It wasn't a surprise. With the strength of the 3,000 rotations, the second envoy's head exploded on impact into small chunks of flesh and bone. The purple thunder was still surrounding the second envoy's body, but the thunder was joined by a mist of blood. Everyone was speechless. He was dead? Lin Feng didn't even bother destroying the thunder. Instead, he received the thunder with his body and used his fist to crush the second envoy's head. That astonishing move made everyone speechless. There was no reaction for a few seconds. They felt like they were all seeing things. It was unimaginable. In an extremely dangerous situation, Lin Feng surprisingly accepted the attack with his body to attack his opponent. He had made the second envoy focus on the sword and then used his powerful fist when the envoy was focused on the sword. That fist was terrifying. Lin Feng ignored the attacks from the thunder and punched straight through. What an incredible physical strength! Thought the crowd. They were gasping in astonishment. Lin Feng had planned that attack from the beginning. He used his sword as a distraction. He only wanted to get close to the second envoy and attack him by using his physical strength. All the people from Feng were devastated. They were fixedly staring at the headless corpse which now laid on the ground. The body was giving its last life throes. He was dead. The second envoy who was at the 6th Xin layer had died. Lin Feng punched his head into a pulp. How powerful. Ruo Lanshan was smiling indifferently. That boy had many hidden tricks, and all of them were exceptional. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 512, Boiling Blood. Chapter 512, Boiling Blood. Lin Feng had used pure physical strength, no skill, no technique, just pure physical strength. Lin Feng had punched through the thunder to crush the second envoy's head, but what was that physical strength? What kind of physical strength did a body require to cross through thunder without being injured? There was a mysterious light that surrounded Lin Feng's body. It looked like a mystical aura. Feng Chen was fixedly staring at Lin Feng. His facial expression was sharp as a blade. Lin Feng had just proved to him that he could kill the second envoy, a cultivator of the 6th Xin layer. Lin Feng looked down on the 7 envoys at the banquet the other night as it was justified. Lin Feng was declaring that the envoys from Feng who had come to Shuiyu were not his match. None of them were. Lin Feng destroyed all of them, including the second envoy. At that moment, Feng Chen was their last chance to prove the opposite. Lin Feng slowly turned around and looked at Feng Chen. Feng Chen's eyes looked like blades and sharply pierced through the atmosphere towards Lin Feng. It's your turn. Lin Feng calmly said in a deep voice, however the sound of his voice made the atmosphere feel oppressive, especially for Feng Chen. Lin Feng, with only one sentence, was able to make Feng Chen shake from head to toe. After killing the second envoy, Lin Feng was finally looking at Feng Chen. He still wanted to fight against him. He was the prince of Feng, but at that moment, he was in Shuiyu. Phew. Feng Chen slightly closed his eyes and sighed deeply. A sharp breath flowed from his mouth. He looked like he was sighing, but actually, he was releasing his deadly qi while looking calm and solemn. At that moment, the crowd could sense Feng Chen's deadly energy. Feng Chen wanted to kill Lin Feng. He wanted Lin Feng's life and everybody knew it. Lin Feng also wanted to kill him, therefore, only one of them could live through the fight. Lin Feng's strength is incredible and he is courageous. He is already facing Feng Chen now, thought the people watching. Feng Chen wanted to kill Lin Feng and they could understand his reasons for sending people to attack Lin Feng. They had anticipated that it would happen. However, they hadn't expected that Lin Feng would charge into the imperial palace alone to settle accounts with Feng Chen. He was extremely audacious, daring, bold, and brave. They admired Lin Feng for his courage. Many people felt inferior to him. Besides, Lin Feng had even convinced the ambassador from the Dragon Mountain Empire, Ruo Lanshan, to allow the fight. Of course, what astonished them the most was Lin Feng's strength. Even though he had challenged all the envoys last time, they never thought that Lin Feng could actually compete with the second envoy. In fact, they were wrong. Lin Feng had slaughtered the second envoy in front of them and was even challenging Feng Chen. I am actually really surprised by your strength. Your strength has far exceeded the expectations I had about you, said Feng Chen. The atmosphere was filled with an oppressive and cold, deadly energy. But your strength doesn't allow you to act that wild and arrogant. You should never have humiliated Feng like you did. Since Mr. Ruo doesn't mind us fighting, I will show you my strength, said Feng Chen in a calm and solemn tone. Feng Chen raised his head and joined his hands together to produce 2 deep black pure chi lights on his shoulders. It was terrifying. Do you know where the name of my country, Feng, comes from? Asked Feng Chen, which surprised Lin Feng. The crowd was stupefied too. The name of each country had a particular meaning. Feng was no exception. However, very few people knew how or where those names originated. In fact, the people from Feng had no idea where it came from. Only those of Feng's imperial family knew the secret. Feng Chen didn't expect Lin Feng to answer, so he just continued. A few thousand years ago, Feng was a vast and wild area. There were terrifying and vicious, ferocious beasts. Humans were under constant threat of the beasts. Those beasts reigned over a territory of several thousands of kilometers. There was one ferocious beast in particular who led them. It was a celestial wind beast. It had advanced into a Zun-level being. Tian equals celestial/heaven, Feng equals wind. The crowd were stupefied and surprised. Feng was under the control of the wild beasts thousands of years ago. The celestial wind beast was terrifying and it could control the wind along with the thunder of the country. Nobody could resist the beast's rule. If anyone dared to resist the beast, they would be slaughtered by an endless army of beasts. That beast was tyrannical and the people were in constant danger. Everybody was extremely scared of that beast, said Feng Chen. Back then, there was a small village in which there was a young boy. When the boy was 8, he would dress in fur and sling a quiver on his back. He would always leave the village to practice his bow. One day, when he left the village, his parents and relatives were killed by the beast, and that was when the young boy chose his name, Tian Feng. When he was 12, he killed ferocious beasts in the jungle by using his arrows. He never stopped growing stronger. He killed the beasts mercilessly. When he was 15, he killed the head of a tribe with his arrow and took control of the territory. He gave that territory the name Tian Feng. When he was 18, he took the tribe on a campaign to invade the other tribes. His own tribe was in constant expansion. The Tian Feng people were killing ferocious beasts continuously for their leader. When he was 25, Tian Feng was able to kill a monumental amount of ferocious beasts. Finally, the extremely strong celestial wind beast grew furious and came to kill the boy. On that day, many people died. It was a bloodbath on both sides. And on that day, Tian Feng disappeared, but his name remained. Many people think that Tian Feng died during the attack of the ferocious beasts, so the people threw down their arms and were enslaved. They were enslaved by the ferocious beasts. However, they never forgot about Tian Feng. Even though he had disappeared, his people always remembered him with respect and admiration. He became their god. 18 years later, he wore the same fur coat he wore back in his small village when he was a child, but he had no arrows in his quiver. That year, Tian Feng resurfaced. He was 43, he would kill any beast in his path. He killed a monumental amount of beasts that day. One day he raised his arms and finally, the humans who were being oppressed by the beasts rose into action. They had faith in Tian Feng. Tian Feng had an incredible army which gathered in his name and they began to wipe out the beasts. The battle was an incomparable battle. Fengchen sounded extremely proud as all the glory of the country resided on his shoulders. No ferocious beasts could stop Tian Feng. Each time they encountered him, they were slaughtered. Finally, the celestial wind beast personally came. It wanted to kill Tian Feng for good. The battle was incredible and lasted from noon to evening. The people were exhausted and had no more chi to fight with. However, Tian Feng continued to fight and injured the celestial wind beast. He then ate the beast while it was alive and drank its blood. That blood mixed with Tian Feng's own blood and granted him the strength of the beast. It was a soul-stirring change. Tian Feng freed the enslaved and the country was unified beneath him. Tian Feng became the king and the name of the country was Tian Feng. Everybody was moved by Fengchen's story. The history of each country would always tell a story of a conqueror or incredible kings who reached the heavens. Tian Feng had become the king of Tian Feng when he was 43. He had become a Zun-level cultivator because consumed the Zun-level beast. He had encountered a great number of hardships and sufferings. The crowd would have never thought this was the origin of the name. Lin Feng didn't interrupt Fengchen either. He was calmly listening to the story. Lin Feng wanted to become an extremely strong cultivator. The path of cultivation, it wasn't limited to one country. The story of the Zun-level cultivator of Tian Feng made Lin Feng's determination grow firmer. He even grew more fearless. He had to move forward fearlessly if he wanted to soar into the heavens. Fengchen was proving how strong Tian Feng, the Zun-level cultivator, was. However, Fengchen was just cherishing the memory, but that wasn't a reason to be conceited and arrogant. Recalling the glory which he had no part in, it didn't give him that right. After Tian Feng drank the blood of the beast, it merged with his blood and transformed. Then it became a new type of blood, and that blood had always been passed down from generation to generation. That blood is flowing in my veins too, said Fengchen. A terrifying qi was emerging from his hands. The qi in his body was flowing in an insane way. It even started to boil. That beast blood was erupting. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 513, Blood Strength. Chapter 513, Blood Strength. Everyone was staring at Fengchen. They could clearly sense that his blood was boiling. It was insane. Kacha. A subtle sound emerged that made the people's pupils shrink. They only saw two black bones protrude out from Fengchen's shoulders. His qi was also growing more and more terrifying. Kacha. Boom. Immediately after, two wings emerged from Fengchen's shoulders. He raised his head and looked up towards the sky. His facial expression was cold and his jet black wings looked extremely evil. The edge of his wings were as sharp as swords and black lights flickered around the wings. After his wings appeared, a black light floated around Fengchen's body. His entire body was dyed black. His qi was frightening. He had the complexion of a black cloud. Between Fengchen's eyebrows, a pitch-black light was twinkling and penetrating his skin. Finally, a word appeared. Wind. After the word appeared, his qi grew evil. The corner of his eyes also became sharp, just like the eyes of a beast. The strength of his blood. As expected, it's a blood spirit, thought the crowd while shaking. In ancient times, cultivators were much stronger. The people who founded the countries were extremely terrifying. they were usually cultivators of the Zun Qi layer. The ancestors of Tian Feng were Zun-level cultivators who passed their blood on to the next generations. Fengchen was the same as the members of the imperial family of Shuiyu, they all had a powerful blood spirit. Fengchen was staring at the others, the crowd had the feeling that a beast was gazing threateningly at them. His eyes looked ferocious. Besides, in Fengchen's hand were terrifying flames, black flames. Flames were floating around his hand, they contained a deadly energy with incredible power. Then some light appeared inside the flame, thunder. It was thunderfire. In the past, the celestial wind beast could control wind, fire and thunder. Fengchen had the power of the beast's blood, so he was also able to control wind, fire and thunder. His wings were flapping in the wind and controlling its movements. His hands could be used to control fire and thunder. Both of his hands were enveloped in a deadly light. Fengchen is terrifying, thought the crowd while shivering. At that moment, Fengchen was giving them a dreadful impression, he looked bestial. It seemed like this battle was going to be very interesting. Both were incredible, they were rare geniuses. Besides, most of them knew that Lin Feng also had a strong blood spirit. However, it seemed like Lin Feng's blood spirit wasn't as strong as the one Fengchen used. Nobody could predict who was stronger. He's been hiding it quite well, thought Ruolan Shan stupefied while staring at Fengchen. Fengchen was hidden more deeply than what he had originally thought. He surprisingly looked like a beast, that usually ever-smiling young man looked extremely bestial now. Even though he had always known that Fengchen wasn't weak, he had never thought that he would be so strong. Besides, his blood spirit looked monstrously powerful. Geniuses like him were indeed extremely rare. No matter who died, it would be a pity. Raising geniuses such as Lin Feng and Fengchen was extremely difficult. But things couldn't be changed. Lin Feng and Fengchen were going to spare no effort to kill one another, only one of them will live. He had allowed them to fight a battle to the death. Ruolan Shan glanced at Duan Wuya. Duan Wuya and Fengchen were the same, both belonged to the imperial family of their respective countries and both had a blood spirit which had been passed down by a Zun-level cultivator since ancient times. Besides, they were both incredible geniuses. Ruolan Shan had never looked down on either of them. Even though Duan Wuya was only the fourth high official of Shuiyu, he didn't know what power Duan Wuya had in a real battle. Duan Wuya or Fengchen were both very mysterious. It was said that Duan Wu Dao, the first high official, was terrifying, but Ruolan Shan had never seen him. Duan Wu Dao wasn't giving him any face, but it perfectly corresponded with Duan Wu Dao's temperament. If someone didn't annoy him, then he was good to them, if someone offended him, then he killed them. Duan Wu Dao thought was arrogant, violent and unruly. Lin Feng was also staring at Fengchen in an ice-cold way. That thunderfire was much more powerful than the second envoy's thunder. Fengchen had grown wings, extremely dangerous wings. He wouldn't be easy to fight against. Lin Feng, what are you thinking of right now? Asked Fengchen with the thunderfire in hand while coldly staring at Lin Feng. A cold energy was emerging from his mouth as he spoke. What I am thinking of? Lin Feng was staring at Fengchen and said, "You're not the only one who has a blood spirit." Immediately after, Lin Feng's heavenly dragon spirit roared and appeared behind him. It had 7 heads, all of which were looking at the sky roaring. Purple lights were dancing around those heads, they looked like purple snakes. Lin Feng had released his purple spirit and his celestial Fang spirit at the same time as it danced to the dragon's roar. Astonishingly, in the middle of all those heads, there was a gloomy light. It was the shaman spirit which was swallowed by Lin Feng's spirit when he had killed Wu Jin. Ha! Fengchen frowned and looked at Lin Feng coldly. Lin Feng surprisingly had a dual spirit, and on top of that there was a gloomy face in the middle of all the dragon heads, it also looked like a spirit. If you had the same cultivation level as me, I would be in a very critical situation indeed, but you have only broken through to the 3rd Xin Qi layer, so your blood spirit is still weak. How could it be stronger than mine, when I have broken through to the 6th Xin Qi layer? Said Fengchen arrogantly. As he stepped forwards, a black light twinkled from his wings and he disappeared from his initial position. Lin Feng had the feeling that he was fighting against a crow beast. Fengchen's terrifying deadly energy then immediately surrounded his entire body. Lin Feng's silhouette flickered and he disappeared like the wind. Boom! A black thunderfire bombarded the atmosphere, causing it to shake intensely as energy waves swept outwards in every direction. Unfortunately, Lin Feng had already escaped, he had moved back before the attack landed. You want to escape? Do you think you can? Said Fengchen while smiling coldly. His oppressive qi invaded the atmosphere. Lin Feng's eyes were pitch black and his celestial spirit was empowering his eyes, it seemed like he could see through Fengchen. Feng Chen was similar to Chu Zhanping, they both gained speed using the wings of their spirit, but Feng Chen had inherited it from a celestial wind beast, it was his blood spirit. His wings didn't emit a sound when he moved, so he was much more agile than Chu Zhanping. Besides, Feng Chen's wings were as sharp as blades, he could easily slice his enemies using his wings. The thunderfire was also terrifying. There was a chance that Lin Feng would die if it touched him. Even his deadly sword wouldn't be able to block it. After all, there was a difference of 3 cultivation layers between Lin Feng and Feng Chen. Feng Chen had a monstrous strength, he was much stronger than ordinary cultivators of the 6th Xin Qi layer. If I use the strength of my 3,000 rotations to punch through that thunderfire, my body will be destroyed, thought Lin Feng. The strength of his 3,000 rotations was extremely powerful, but it wasn't enough, he would need 6,000 rotations to be able to deal with the thunderfire while only relying on physical strength, he would only need a single punch to kill him. Unfortunately, Lin Feng's physical strength could only complete 3,000 rotations. Lin Feng's celestial Fang spirit would try to swallow everything, ferocious beasts and spirits, however, his celestial Fang spirit was still too weak in comparison with the thunderfire. There was a difference of 3 cultivation layers between Lin Feng and Feng Chen. In order to defeat him, I have only one solution. I can only use my grim fire to condense a black lotus. Besides, I need to put all my pure chi into a single lotus. Otherwise, I will never have the power to kill him, thought Lin Feng while analyzing the situation. Feng Chen was incredibly powerful and he had a blood spirit along with a difference of 3 cultivation layers between them. Feng Chen was several times stronger than the second envoy, so it would be much more difficult to fight against him. Lin Feng had no doubts about his own fighting abilities, but to fight a blood spirit with the difference of 3 cultivation layers, it wouldn't be easy. Besides, he had to be extremely careful, never giving Feng Chen the opportunity to attack him. Lin Feng was thinking and moving at the same time. His heavenly dragon spirit was roaring and suddenly his purple spirit threw itself at Feng Chen. All the purple lights disappeared in the blink of an eye, they were destroyed by the thunderfire. Nothing of Lin Feng's purple spirit was remaining, which made Lin Feng grow even more cautious, but he was more determined than ever. Without his black lotus, he wouldn't have a chance of fighting back against Feng Chen. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 514, Deadly Encounter. Chapter 514, Deadly Encounter. A strong wind was blowing. Lin Feng suddenly disappeared from his position and Feng Chen's attack landed on the spot where Lin Feng was standing. Feng Chen's terrifying wings flapped once and he disappeared, he was following closely behind Lin Feng with tremendous speed. They were both moving extremely fast, much faster than Chu Zhanping. Lin Feng was far from being able to reach the same speed as Feng Chen. He could only rely on his extremely acute senses and his understanding of the wind. If he didn't, he would never be able to dodge Feng Chen's attack. Lin Feng was extremely quick when moving with the wind. Lin Feng's silhouette flickered again as he avoided Feng Chen's attack. The terrifying deadly energy within the thunderfire swept past Lin Feng's body and ripped his clothes. Lin Feng's silhouette continuously flickered and disappeared while Feng Chen was following and attacking him. At that moment, they were both moving at extreme speeds and neither of them paused for a moment. Lin Feng was well aware that he had no time to waste because Feng Chen would eventually catch him. Therefore, he released his purple spirit again, which turned into multiple purple snakes. Die! Feng Chen's silhouette flickered and he rushed towards Lin Feng again, but Lin Feng's purple snakes were already closing in on him. Feng Chen smiled coldly and raised his hand. His thunderfire destroyed Lin Feng's purple snakes in a flash, nothing remained. Besides, Feng Chen was not slowed at all. Subtle sounds filled the air. The light of Lin Feng's deadly sword started flashing around his body, it was gloomy and sinister. Gotcha! The thunderfire and Lin Feng's deadly sword collided, diffusing a dazzling light. Immediately after, the crowd saw Lin Feng's deadly sword disperse inside the thunderfire, it had completely disappeared without a trace. Lin Feng's deadly sword was unable to block Feng Chen's thunderfire. Feng Chen is much stronger than the second envoy. The second envoy's thunder was already extremely powerful, but Feng Chen's thunderfire is infinitely stronger. Besides, he is also much faster than the second envoy, thought the crowd. At that moment, they didn't think that Lin Feng had a chance anymore, the situation looked grim for him. He would eventually be killed by Feng Chen if this continued. But Lin Feng wasn't worried, he was still fixedly staring at Feng Chen with his pitch-black eyes. He didn't look alarmed. Feng Chen was stronger than him by 3 cultivation layers, that was a fact. Lin Feng couldn't afford to be careless, he could only rely on his battle energy. After Lin Feng's sword disappeared, Feng Chen stopped, he didn't rush to attack Lin Feng anymore, he only looked at him while smiling coldly. And now, how do you feel? asked Feng Chen in an evil way. Lin Feng had extremely high natural abilities, but he had only broken through to the 3rd Xin Qi layer. He couldn't fight against him, who had broken through to the 6th Xin Qi layer. You have broken through to the 6th Xin Qi layer, I have only broken through to the 3rd Xin Qi layer. I am like an infant compared to you. I really don't understand how you can act so proud. You're really shameless. The people from Tianfeng are all shameless, said Lin Feng indifferently. He released a terrifying battle energy filled with murderous intent. It seemed like it was ready to explode out. When the crowd sensed Lin Feng's battle energy, they shivered. Lin Feng was really an extraordinary person. He was both fearless and unyielding. No matter how strong his opponents were, Lin Feng remained fearless and battled until the end. Feng Chen was looking at Lin Feng with a cold glare. Even though he had a clear advantage and had broken through to the 6th Xin Qi, he was fighting against a cultivator of the 3rd Xin Qi layer and should have easily killed him. Indeed, he had no right to act proud. The battle wasn't a fair match from the beginning. However, he was feeling extremely proud of himself. It was because Lin Feng was extremely powerful, so Feng Chen had forgotten about Lin Feng's cultivation. He was regarding Lin Feng as an extremely strong cultivator, which caused him to feel proud. Get ready to die, said Feng Chen. He joined his hands with the thunderfire he was holding. A terrifying dark light then revolved through the air. It seemed like the ground was going to explode from the power of the sphere. Thunder was dancing inside the sphere. He was looking at Lin Feng in an extremely evil way, while condensing the terrifying sphere filled with deadly energy between his hands. His face was filled with killing intent. Feng Chen didn't intend to give Lin Feng a single opportunity to prolong the battle. He would continuously chase him and use his thunderfire to attack Lin Feng. If it touched Lin Feng, he would turn into a pile of ashes. Who would say that people from Tianfeng were shameless then? Wasn't Ruolan Shan also looking down on him? He had surprisingly allowed the battle. Ruolan Shan was acting extremely friendly to Lin Feng, which infuriated Feng Chen. It made him furious. Therefore, Feng Chen wasn't going to be merciful to Lin Feng, so he immediately started using his most powerful attack. He wanted to crush Lin Feng and show to Ruolan Shan how strong he was. Lin Feng was fixedly staring at that deadly sphere of thunderfire. Of course, Lin Feng could sense the incredible destructive power it contained. Ho! Lin Feng took a deep breath and released his pure qi, which filled the air. It transformed into flames which illuminated the surroundings. The terrifying flames changed into black flames and moved towards Lin Feng's hand to form a black lotus. Lin Feng wasn't going to restrain himself. He immediately released all his pure qi and formed it into a black lotus. It looked grim and deadly. The crowd was shaking. Lin Feng was also furious at Feng Chen. He surprisingly used all his pure qi to condense the black lotus. He was using everything he had to attack Feng Chen. Lin Feng's black lotus was the opposite of Feng Chen's sphere. It was dark, black, oppressive, and it wasn't dazzling like Feng Chen's sphere. Nobody had doubts when it came to the power of the black lotus though. Feng Chen also stared at Lin Feng's black lotus. At first he was surprised, but then smiled evilly. That's the best attack you have. Since that's the case, I will destroy it and then you can die while knowing you were never my match, said Feng Chen in an evil tone while smiling. Lin Feng's empowered black lotus was stronger than Feng Chen's normal thunderfire, but his cultivation was much higher than Lin Feng. Feng Chen started to empower his thunderfire with his pure qi. His pure qi would be stronger than what Lin Feng used. Die! Shouted Feng Chen furiously while throwing himself towards Lin Feng at full speed. His speed was inconceivable. Wind! Lin Feng's facial expression looked cold. He moved on the wind and rose into the air. He didn't attack Feng Chen and dodged instead. The crowd was astonished. Lin Feng still wasn't fighting. A banner appeared. It was Lin Feng's sun banner. Besides, that banner was absorbing sunlight hidden behind the dark sky. Lin Feng then raised the hand which contained the black lotus. His body shook and the fire from the banner abruptly rushed into the black lotus. Lin Feng was borrowing power from the sun banner. The sunlight was being absorbed into the sun pattern on the banner. The banner was filled with sunlight and was illuminating the dark sky. It seemed like Lin Feng's banner had become the sun. How terrifying! What kind of skills did Lin Feng learn? Astonishingly, he could borrow the strength of the sun. The crowd was surprised. Lin Feng wasn't retreating, he was stalling for time to unleash all of his strength. His black lotus could still become much stronger. Feng Chen raised his head and looked at Lin Feng in an evil way. The wind character between his eyebrows was shining in a peculiar way. Lin Feng, die! Shouted Feng Chen furiously. His speed increased and he dashed into the sky. Die! Lin Feng, this time, didn't dodge. He moved towards the incoming Feng Chen. His terrifying deadly energy filled the air, and his sword qi was lacerating the atmosphere as he moved. The entire atmosphere was filled with deadly energy. Boom! A loud explosion filled the sky which made people shiver. A dazzling light appeared in the sky. It was the result of the collision between the grim Black Lotus and the dazzling Thunderfire. A terrifying black light spread across the sky as far as the eyes could see. The black light was flashing and twinkling. Feng Chen and Lin Feng had disappeared for a few moments as the black light spread in every direction. Piercingly sharp sounds filled the air. Feng Chen's sphere and Lin Feng's Black Lotus were in a constant battle of power. They were both fighting to destroy the opposing power. Besides, a terrifying energy filled the skies. How terrifying! The Thunderfire and the Black Lotus were both extremely powerful. They wouldn't stop until the other was destroyed. Nobody could say which of the attacks would beat the other. They had destroyed everything in their path and their energy filled the sky. It created a dazzling light in the sky. The crowd had to move back unceasingly. They could only retreat into the distance to avoid the violent energy that was being released. The terrifying energy which resulted from those attacks even made a huge crevice appear beneath their point of collision. It was astonishing. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 515, Burn and Swallow. Chapter 515, Burn and Swallow. The deadly energy that was blowing against Lin Feng and Feng Chen's faces made them look particularly hideous. Dazzling lights filled the air around them. Besides, under that dazzling light, they were both attacking, one of them from above and the other from below. They were both staring at the other, trying to influence the battle with sheer determination. One of them would die, but neither would flinch. Lin Feng, today you are going to die, said Feng Chen coldly. He sounded extremely confident that Lin Feng would die by his hands. Me? Die? Lin Feng had a resplendent smile on his face and then said in an ice-cold tone, "You are too arrogant." "I am arrogant because I am strong enough to be arrogant. You used all your pure chi to condense the Black Lotus. How do you plan to fight against me now?" said Feng Chen, whose voice seemed to harmonize with the sound of energy ripping through the atmosphere. A terrifying energy was still entering the air. At that moment, Feng Chen raised his left hand and more Thunderfire twinkled. It was terrifying. Feng Chen will be merciless and Lin Feng has already used all his strength. The onlookers were shaking. This time, Lin Feng was in a critical situation. Lin Feng was smiling. He seemingly found the situation very amusing. His heavenly dragon roared and merged with Lin Feng's purple spirit. The gigantic dragon was staring at Feng Chen. Poof! Feng Chen groaned coldly and spread his bestial wings once again. He then started to beat his wings slowly. They would be able to easily block Lin Feng's spirit. Shaman spirit, thought Lin Feng, and a gloomy white light emerged from the shaman head. It was trying to influence Feng Chen, which caused him to shiver. A soul attack? Feng Chen was surprised at first and then immediately said, "Do you think that you can influence me with such little strength? I cannot be influenced with such petty tricks. Give up." Feng Chen abruptly moved while his Thunderfire sphere continuously attacked the Black Lotus. It was in an unceasing battle for dominance. Feng Chen thought that he only needed to stop Lin Feng's Black Lotus and then attack when Lin Feng had no more pure chi left to defend himself. "Oh, is that so?" said Lin Feng mockingly. An endless ocean of surplus souls poured out of his body and entered the shaman spirit. A terrifying soul strength emerged from the shaman spirit and attacked Feng Chen's soul, which made him shiver. The wind character written between his eyebrows suddenly grew much weaker. Feng Chen's soul was being attacked. It started fluctuating in an insane way. His thoughts were growing blurry. It was even affecting the Thunderfire sphere in his hand. "Die!" shouted Lin Feng while unleashing a small chi sword he condensed with a small amount of chi he had saved. It was incredibly sharp and deadly. "Ha!" The crowd was stupefied and their pupils shrank. Lin Feng had the advantage at that moment and was counterattacking. In the blur which was Feng Chen's mind, he could feel a sharp pure chi which made Feng Chen gnash his teeth. Without hesitation, he immediately unleashed more Thunderfire which bombarded the atmosphere, creating explosion sounds as it crashed in every direction. The pure chi Lin Feng had just unleashed was instantly destroyed, but Lin Feng still had a smile on the corner of his mouth. He looked like he was going to burst into laughter at any moment. Because Feng Chen was affected by the shaman spirit and his thoughts were blurry, he had countered Lin Feng's pure chi with a monstrously terrifying Thunderfire. How stupid! "Die!" shouted Lin Feng furiously. His long hair was fluttering in the wind. While floating in the air, he started to release his terrifying deadly energy. Lin Feng moved back. His Black Lotus was still fighting for dominance, but at the same time, his heavenly dragon roared and threw itself at Feng Chen. Feng Chen abruptly bit his lips as the pain made him regain consciousness a little. Then his terrifying Thunderfire started twinkling and flashing around his body again as he then released everything towards Lin Feng's heavenly dragon. Boom! An explosion filled the air and Lin Feng's body was immediately oppressed. The Black Lotus disappeared under the energy of the Thunderfire sphere. However, Lin Feng didn't stop at all. He continued moving. He had filled his arms with 3,000 rotations of physical strength. Boom! Explosion sounds filled the air. Lin Feng's heavenly dragon was crazily fighting against the Thunderfire. Besides, while Fengshen was busy blocking the dragon, he didn't have time to pay attention to Lin Feng, who quickly unleashed punch after punch onto Fengshen's chest unceasingly. Fengshen's entire body was shaking insanely. It seemed like his chest was going to explode. Each punch left him with broken bones and internal injuries. Lin Feng's physical strength was incredible. It was the exact same strength that he had used a moment before to crush the head of the second envoy, but it could only injure Fengshen. Blood started gushing from Fengshen's mouth as he stared at Lin Feng's blurry image. His wings started flapping as he moved to escape. "You want to escape?" shouted Lin Feng in an ice-cold tone. His heavenly dragon roared furiously and arrived in front of Fengshen. It immediately constricted his body, which stopped him from escaping Lin Feng's onslaught. "Die!" shouted Lin Feng furiously again. Lin Feng immediately started punching him and bombarding his body with incredible strength. Fengshen's body was being projected back by Lin Feng's fists. Boom! Gotcha! Boom! Gotcha! Boom! Gotcha! Terrifying impact sounds filled the air, followed by the sound of bones breaking. Fengshen's body was tightly wrapped up. He couldn't even move his wings anymore, and each time Lin Feng punched him, more bones would break. His body was bestial and powerful, but he couldn't bear such an intense onslaught. "Ah!" Fengshen howled loudly and painfully. A terrifying jet-black light emerged from his body and burst into the skies. His blood seemed like it was boiling. He suddenly looked even more ferocious and bestial. "Get lost!" Lin Feng continued punching him over and over. Fengshen kept trying to flap his wings to move, but couldn't. "Banner!" shouted Lin Feng furiously. His banner appeared in his hand, and at the same time he ran forwards and attacked Fengshen with his banner's flames. At that moment, Fengshen's chi started violently boiling in his body. He was already half dead. His body was soaked with blood and he seemed to be driven into madness. The strength of his blood was boiling chaotically and merging with his soul. A dazzling light appeared around his body. He felt like he was being burnt alive. He raised his head and saw Lin Feng above him. It was the flames from Lin Feng's banner. "You cherished the memory of your ancestor, but his glory isn't yours. Back then, Tian Feng was able to drink the blood of that beast, but you cannot even use your blood spirit properly. What gives you the right to cherish that memory? Since you cannot use your blood spirit, then give it to me," said Lin Feng slowly. His body moved along with his banner filled with flames, then it immediately enveloped Fengshen's entire body. Fengshen was imprisoned inside the banner in a flash. A terrifying inferno emerged and began to burn his body. Fengshen gave a horrible shriek. He wanted to leave the banner, but he couldn't because the strength of the banner was too powerful. With his current strength, he couldn't escape it. He could only remain in that scorching inferno while his power was slowly absorbed. Roar! Lin Feng dragon spirit roared and moved towards the banner. It then immediately sucked the blood spirit from the banner and swallowed it. The banner was absorbing his body and chi while the dragon was swallowing his blood spirit. Besides, Lin Feng's soul was slowly driving Fengshen's soul insane. He couldn't do anything anymore. The only thing he could do was to die. "Since you cannot use your blood spirit, then give it to me." Those words resonated in everyone's mind. How unbelievable. At that moment, it was too shocking. They were stunned. Not only did Lin Feng want to win the battle, but he also wanted to absorb Fengshen's blood spirit. He was burning Fengshen's body alive and swallowing his blood spirit. It was so cruel. Lin Feng's spirit could immediately swallow Fengshen's blood spirit. The banner had already neutralized his Thunderfire. Lin Feng's actions were extremely cruel. He had only broken through to the third Xin Qi layer, but what about the future? After breaking through to the Tian Qi layer, he would become a frightening existence. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 516, The End of Tian Feng. Likey's note, I made a mistake on the previous chapters where it says Great Competition of Shuiyu. It was supposed to be Great Competition of Shuiyu. Shuiyu is the city where Lin Feng is at and Shuiyu is the bigger continent. Chapter 516, The End of Tian Feng. The crowd remained motionless, looking at Fengshen's body being engulfed by flames inside the banner. Nobody said anything, but their hearts were pounding. He was dead. The prince of Tian Feng had died. Soon, nothing would remain of him, his corporeal body was being engulfed in flames and his blood spirit was swallowed. The other people from Feng were astonished, their hearts were racing, their prince had died. Almost all of the strongest cultivators brought from Feng were dead. And they had all been killed by one person, Feng. After a short period, the screams stopped, Feng recalled his spirit and the banner began to shrink until it disappeared. Feng looked exhausted, he was completely drained of energy. On the ground, the people from Feng glanced at each other and immediately started moving back, they wanted to leave. Their prince was dead, the second head envoy had died, even the third envoy had died. Their strongest cultivators had already lost their lives. They had no reason to stay anymore, it wasn't worth it. They had to leave as soon as possible, otherwise they might die too. Feng coldly glanced at them. Where are you going? Don't you think that it's a bit late to think of leaving? Feng immediately as he started running towards the people who were leaving. The 9 Haruka skill made 3,000 rotations through his body, Feng immediately struck one of the escaping cultivators. It was the 4th envoy of Feng. With his strength, he could have fought against Feng in his exhausted state, but he didn't feel like fighting after watching the previous battles, he just wanted to escape with his life, but Feng immediately attacked him and crushed his skull, what a miserable death. When the others saw that the 4th envoy had died, they had felt even more dispirited, they only wanted to escape. However, at that moment, many people who were hiding rushed out, as if everything was planned from the beginning. These people were all wearing black cloaks and holding spears in their hands. Their deadly energies were all extremely brutal. Without hesitation, they immediately attacked. A terrifying chi invaded the atmosphere, it was deadly chi. Those cultivators in black cloaks were attacking together, very quickly, the people from Feng all collapsed and the palace was filled with blood. Feng stopped moving. Since other people were attacking, he just let them do the work. All those people from Feng would die there. Feng glanced at Duan Wuya, he looked calm and serene. He was looking at the cultivators in the black cloaks as they fought. He didn't prevent them from attacking and did nothing but watch. Feng obviously understood that those assassins were Duan Wuya's servants. If Duan Wuya hadn't given them the order, they wouldn't have made a move. Duan Wuya wanted all the people from Feng to die in Xueyu. The ambassadors from the Dragon Mountain Empire also glanced at Duan Wuya in a deep and meaningful way. The second prince of Xueyu was mysterious and cruel. When he saw that Feng Chen was dead, he just gave his faction the order to massacre everyone from Feng. He was extremely cruel. He didn't want any of them to return to Feng. How miserable. Almost all of the geniuses from Feng had come with the ambassadors from the Dragon Mountain Empire, they hadn't thought that they would all die in Xueyu. This time, the result was catastrophic for Feng. The envoys were the most outstanding young cultivators of Feng and 6 of the 7 had died. The incredibly strong Prince Feng Chen had also died. Put their bodies away and clean everything, leave no trace. I don't want the bloody landscape to affect Mr. Ruo's mood. After all the people from Feng died, Duan Wuya gave his servants the order to clean and tidy the location. In a flash, the corpses disappeared and the ground was cleaned as if nothing had occurred. After they disappeared, Duan Wuya looked at Ruo Lanshan in a respectful way while smiling. Ruo Lanshan remained silent, he didn't say anything, instead he was looking at Feng. At that moment, Feng's eyes were closed. His chest was pounding and his chi was fluctuating violently. It seemed like he was trying to recover his strength. A moment before, he had used all his pure chi to unleash his Black Lotus in final attacks. After that, he had had to use his spirits and his physical strength to kill Feng Chen, everything happened in a matter of moments. He had remained fearless while fighting, but he didn't have the power to continue fighting if he did not succeed. A moment after, Feng's chi started to stabilize again and his breath grew steady. He then opened his eyes and looked around. Duan Wuya walked towards Feng, smiling in a warm and friendly way. He then asked, Feng, are you alright? I just used a lot of energy, it's nothing serious. Said Feng in a low and deep voice while nodding. Go to Xianyaz and have a good rest there. Tonight, we will eat at my palace. Said Duan Wuya with a particular smile. Feng's eyes flashed and he immediately nodded, alright, I am going to Xianyaz. Feng needed time to rest. He had too many enemies in the city and had no more pure chi remaining to fight them. He was weak and only had his bodily strength, so he couldn't go outside, coming across his enemies would be a catastrophe for him. He needed to recover, so going to Xianyaz was a perfect idea. Alright. Said Duan Wuya while smiling and nodding. Feng turned around and said to Ruo Lanshan, please excuse me, Mr. Ruo. Go, young man, have a good rest. I will be waiting for you to recover," replied Ruolan Shan while smiling at Lin Feng in a respectful way. It wasn't just that he needed Lin Feng to participate in the great competition of Shuiyu, he could see a great future ahead. If Lin Feng didn't die, he would surpass Ruolan Shan and would become a shining star. He had to keep walking down the path of cultivation and become stronger. Ruolan Shan was from Dragon Mountain, he had lots of things on mind. When he attached importance to a genius, he was never wrong. In his life, Ruolan Shan had seen many geniuses who eventually surpassed him. He respected those geniuses who could soar past him. In the continent of the Nine Clouds, it was very normal to be surpassed by others. In the continent of the Nine Clouds, people didn't necessarily respect elders, what they respected were strong cultivators. After that, Lin Feng left and went to Duan Xinye's residence. She was playing the zither, and when she saw Lin Feng arrive, she was extremely happy. She immediately put her zither aside and ran towards Lin Feng, but quickly noticed that he looked deathly pale and tired. She frowned with worry. "Lin Feng, what's wrong? What happened?" asked Duan Xinye while grabbing Lin Feng's hand. She was very worried. "Nothing. I just killed Feng Chen and used too much energy to do so," said Lin Feng while smiling and shaking his head. He then started caressing Duan Xinye's cheeks, which made a certain warmth invade his body. It felt very pleasant. In the continent of the Nine Clouds, because women were cultivators, their skin was magnificent and pure. Women in the previous world were far from being able to compete with female cultivators who had purified their body with qi. They looked exquisite and delicate. It was actually the case for all cultivators, even men, but particularly women. Duan Xinye looked delicate and beautiful. Lin Feng, while caressing Duan Xinye's cheeks, couldn't help but pinch her cheek, which made her lower her head timidly. She remained silent. When Lin Feng saw that Duan Xinye looked timid, he smiled in an even more magnificent way. Duan Xinye's beautiful eyes and smile were more resplendent than the sun. She could easily calm Lin Feng. Not only was her beauty out of the ordinary, but her heart was pure too. She was extremely enchanting, bewitching and fascinating. "You killed the prince of Tianfeng, Feng Chen?" suddenly asked Duan Xinye while raising her head. She was just realizing what Lin Feng had just said. "Indeed, he sent people to kill me, so I couldn't let him off." "What did my brother and the people from Dragon Mountain say?" "Your brother killed the others and the people from Dragon Mountain didn't say anything," said Lin Feng while smiling, which relieved Duan Xinye. When she saw that Lin Feng was covered with sweat and that his clothes were dirty, she couldn't help but say, "Lin Feng, go to my private hot spring and have a bath. You need to rest." "All right," said Lin Feng, whose eyes were twinkling. He was looking directly at Duan Xinye, which made her lower her head again. She didn't dare meet his eyes. That hot spring was the place where she bathed daily. She was a woman, it was an unwritten rule that women and men would not share bathing areas, but she was telling Lin Feng to bathe there. It meant that she felt closer to Lin Feng than before. But Duan Xinye's heart was Lin Feng's already. She didn't mind, even if she was shy. For Lin Feng, she was ready to give up her status of a princess. She grabbed Lin Feng's arm and snuggled up to him. Duan Xinye was caressing Lin Feng's arm. At that moment, the dignified Princess Duan Xinye was acting like a little bird. She looked cute and helpless, and her smile was resplendent. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 517, Obscenities. Chapter 517, Obscenities. Lin Feng was lying in the hot spring as the hot water caressed his body, making it feel extremely pleasant. There were many purity stones around the spring. The qi continuously penetrated into Lin Feng's body, which quickly filled his qi reserves. At that moment, Lin Feng's eyes were tightly closed. His cosmos-burning sun was surrounding his brightly reddened body. His body was diffusing a red light that was refracting on the water of the hot spring. It looked like a dreamland. What Lin Feng didn't know was that on his body, there was an extremely eye-catching sun pattern, and it was reflecting itself onto the water. At the same time, Lin Feng's incredible physical strength was also revolving through his body. Besides, apart from the physical strength, there was a scorching heat which was causing the water to evaporate unceasingly. The physical strength and the boiling water caused the air surrounding him to grow more turbulent. Time was passing slowly, and a terrifying physical strength continued flowing into Lin Feng's body. Something extremely strange was flowing within Lin Feng's veins and arteries. It seemed like the blood in his body was boiling. At the same time, a peculiar light started rotating in cycles. It was the 9 Haruka's skill rotating inside Lin Feng's body. The red lights quickly surrounded Lin Feng's body, and the 9 Haruka's rotations merged together. It was extremely strange. The water around him started boiling more rapidly. The entire atmosphere was filled with steam which contained a red light within. Duan Xin, who was in her room, could sense the heat flowing from the hot spring. She was stupefied and felt the temperature drastically rise. It seemed like the air temperature had increased in an instant. Her beautiful and limpid eyes revealed a shocked expression. Wasn't Lin Feng in the hot spring? Why was it so hot? Her beautiful eyes wavered as she slowly walked towards the room where the hot spring was. She was slightly hesitant, but in the end she still entered the room. Duan Xin entered the room and was stupefied. Was Lin Feng really in the water? At that moment, there was so much steam, but she could see a faintly discernible sun pattern. On Lin Feng's body and reflected on the water, there was the sun pattern which seemed to be spinning. There were two extremely powerful strengths which were rotating through Lin Feng's body. Duan Xin was astonished and cried out in surprise. What kind of skill was Lin Feng practicing? What could cause him to look so strange? It seemed like he was practicing cultivation, but with the strength of several people at the same time. Duan Xin calmly crouched on the edge of the hot spring and fixedly stared at Lin Feng. She was looking towards him the same way a woman would look at her husband. She wished that Lin Feng could always stay by her side. She would let him cultivate in peace and would be happy to be with him. How wonderful would that be? But Lin Feng was absorbing all the qi inside the purity stones like a glutton, and they were slowly disappearing. The physical strength in Lin Feng's body gradually started rotating at a slower pace until Lin Feng finally opened his eyes. Sharp dazzling lights were twinkling in his eyes. A portion of the strength from that blood spirit was absorbed by my celestial Fang spirit while the other portion was injected into my body. But that blood spirit is not compatible with my blood, so I cannot use it. However, it was still very useful. It helped me rotate the 9 Haruka skill. With its help I gained the strength of 3,800 rotations, thought Lin Feng while clenching his fist and emitting a cracking sound. Another 200 rotations and Lin Feng would have the strength of 4,000 rotations. He would easily be able to defeat cultivators of the 5th Shin Chi layer using his physical body. Lin Feng raised his head and saw Duan Xin. He then smiled and said, "You're peeping on me?" I just sensed that it was extremely hot here, so I came to check." "I wasn't peeping on you," said Duan Xin, whose cheeks had turned bright red. She would have lost face if she admitted that she was peeping on Lin Feng while he was bathing, but she realized that she had been peeping unconsciously. She never even considered that she was peeping on him. "You are calmly crouching there, so you've been here for a while, watching me. If that's not peeping, what it is?" When Lin Feng saw that Duan Xin was blushing, he couldn't help but tease her while laughing. Duan Xin's cheeks were even redder at that moment. She didn't know what to say. "Xin, don't you want to come and bathe with me?" said Lin Feng in a trembling voice. Duan Xin blinked and stared at Lin Feng with wide eyes. She immediately turned her head and ran away, her chest pounding violently. Lin Feng was so indecent. When Lin Feng saw Duan Xin ran away, he smiled. He stood up and his body felt very comfortable. Lin Feng climbed out of the hot spring, put some clothes on and headed to Duan Xin's room. At that moment, Duan Xin's face was still bright red. She looked cute and bewitching. Lin Feng noticed that Duan Xin didn't dare look him in the eyes. She obviously understood that Lin Feng was just making obscene jokes, but those kind of dirty jokes didn't make her unhappy. It was actually the opposite. She was delighted. She was even slightly tempted. "Xin, is it already evening?" asked Lin Feng. Duan Xin shook her head and said, "No, I still have time for a bath too. Then we can leave together towards Duanwu Mountain." "You're also going to bathe?" said Lin Feng while staring at Duan Xin and winking. Duan Xin was stupefied. That guy really enjoyed teasing her. "So what? Who said I can't?" said Duan Xin. "Of course you can, but a moment ago you were peeping on me, so I should also get to peep on you while you have a bath," said Lin Feng while smiling, which stupefied Duan Xin even more. Duan Xin was speechless. How come she had never noticed that Lin Feng was a pervert? "Well, wouldn't it be fair? Then you won't owe me anything for peeping on me," said Lin Feng while bursting into laughter. Duan Xin was stunned and her cheeks were burning. She then immediately ran away. Lin Feng was too much of a tease. When Lin Feng saw that Duan Xin felt uneasy, he smiled and shouted, "Xin, I'm waiting for you here." Duan Xin went into the hot water of the hot spring and didn't reply to Lin Feng. She didn't dare. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 518, Who will have her? Chapter 518, Who will have her? At the top of the Duanwu mountain chain, in a magnificent pavilion under the stars, Duan Wuya was with the people from the Dragon Mountain Empire. Shockingly, they were also joined by Yu Tianming and Yu Tianchen. Lin Feng and Duan Xinyi quickly arrived arm in arm. When Yu Tianming saw that the two of them were so close, he looked surprised and upset. Yu Tianchen, on the other hand, looked furious. He was glaring at Lin Feng with overwhelming aggression. It looked like he wanted to attack Lin Feng where he stood. When Lin Feng arrived at the pavilion, he quickly noticed that Yu Tianchen was glaring at him. He only spared him a single glance, which made Yu Tianchen gnash his teeth in anger. Back at the Lovesick Forest, Yu Tianchen was introduced to Lin Feng as a young master, and Lin Feng was just a nobody at the Ling Qi layer with a little talent. Yu Tianchen used to despise him. It was also the first time that Lin Feng met Duan Xinyi. Yu Tianchen had always thought that nothing would ever happen between Lin Feng and Duan Xinyi because Lin Feng was a nobody and the princess was far above him. He didn't believe that Lin Feng had what it took to be with the princess. However, now, Lin Feng had broken through to the Xian Qi layer, killed Chu Zhanpang, destroyed the Haiyu sect and the Ice and Snow Mountain village. He had even annihilated the holy courtyard of Shuiyu. Even more shocking was that Lin Feng was the son of Yu Tianchen's aunt, Yu Mengyi. In such a short time, Lin Feng had easily surpassed Yu Tianchen in cultivation and status. Lin Feng only needed to send a quick glacé at Yu Tianchen to silence him. He didn't even dare to look Lin Feng in the eyes. That's life. Sometimes fate has cruel tricks in store for people. Things could change very quickly. Yu Tianchen had never thought that such a day would come. Lin Feng glanced at Yu Tianchen for 1 second, which immediately made him lower his head. Then, Lin Feng glanced at Yu Tianming. Yu Tianming was the second high official of Shuiyu. He was undoubtedly strong and had the blood spirit of the Yu clan. It was possible to consider him as Lin Feng's cousin. He could be seen as his senior. Yu Tianming had nothing against Lin Feng before, but at that moment, he wasn't looking at Lin Feng in a friendly way. Instead, he was looking at him with cold eyes, and he was also glancing at Duan Xinyi. After having a bath, Duan Xinyi had put on a long ceremonial cheongsam which was trailing across the ground. Her beautiful hair was floating on her shoulders. Even though she hadn't put any jewelry on, she still looked extremely beautiful. People didn't even dare look directly at her. She looked like a goddess. Yu Tianming wasn't the only one who was looking at Duan Xinyi. The people from Dragon Mountain were also looking at her. Some people looked at Duan Xinyi with admiration in their eyes, while some others had a strange expression on their face. Of course, they only glanced at her for a second, otherwise it would seem impolite. Besides, infuriating Lin Feng wouldn't be a good idea. Lin Feng, Xinyi, we were waiting for you. Hurry up and sit down, said Duan Wuya. Ruolan Shan and his friends were sitting at the main seats like last time. This time, the seat opposite of Duan Wuya was empty. It was for Duan Xinyi and Lin Feng. Lin Feng sat down on a seat that was the same as Duan Xinyi's. Duan Xinyi was a princess, so it was normal for her to sit on one of the most important seats as well. Besides, Lin Feng had come with Duan Xinyi. If he had sat on a seat lower than hers, it would have meant that the two of them were not equal. Lin Feng would, of course, never do that. Instead, he sat down on the same seat as the princess. Alright, Mr. Ruo, Lin Feng and Xinyi are here too now, let's start, said Duan Wuya while smiling. Ruolan Shan slightly nodded, and some servants immediately brought food and placed it on the redwood tables while bowing respectfully in front of each guest. Mr. Ruo, these days I haven't been a good host. Please forgive me. Let's forget about everything that happened and toast, said Duan Wuya politely while raising his glass. What are you talking about, Duan Wuya? You've been a great host, replied Ruolan Shan politely while toasting with him and downing his glass. He surprisingly adopted a carefree and unrestrained countenance. Alright, everybody, we're all together, which is rare, let's toast, said Ruolan Shan while smiling and raising his glass. Immediately after, he looked at Duan Xinyi and Lin Feng and said, Lin Feng, you are extremely talented. Xinyi, you're as beautiful as a goddess. You are a perfect match, let's toast. Thank you, Mr. Ruo, replied Lin Feng politely. Lin Feng and everybody else then raised their glasses while looking at Ruolan Shan. After downing their glasses, everybody put their glasses on the tables, however. Somebody interrupted, which surprised everybody. They turned their heads and saw the one making the strange sound, Yu Tianchen. Yu Tianchen was staring at Lin Feng furiously. He also looked extremely jealous. Lin Feng is just a shitty beggar. How could he be a good match for Duan Xinyi? My big brother Yu Tianming is the second high official, and on top of that there is a marriage agreement between the Yu clan and the Duan clan. My brother should be with her, not Lin Feng, said Yu Tianchen in an ice-cold tone. Actually, he was the one who liked Duan Xinyi and had always hoped to be with her, but after Yu Tianming returned, he threw away those dreams. The Yu clan wanted Yu Tianming to marry Duan Xinyi instead of him. But he had never thought that Lin Feng would cause trouble and engage in an intimate relationship with Duan Xinyi. He wouldn't have thought that Duan Xinyi would ever accept Lin Feng. Of course, Yu Tianchen was furious. He couldn't get her, so how could he allow Lin Feng to have her? Ruolan Shan was stupefied and looked at Yu Tianchen. Yu Tianchen was being rude. Immediately after, Ruolan Shan looked at Duan Wuya again, but Duan Wuya lowered his head and sipped his drink while remaining silent. He surprisingly said nothing. Ruolan Shan suddenly looked particularly interested. Was there a marriage agreement between Yu Tianming and Duan Xinyi? Lin Feng turned to Yu Tianchen and looked at him with piercing eyes. His eyes seemed as sharp as swords, which made Yu Tianchen gulp. A marriage agreement? Who decided on that? Said Lin Feng. Since he was with Duan Xinyi, how could he let other people tarnish her image? No matter what, Duan Xinyi belonged to Lin Feng. Even if there was a marriage agreement, Lin Feng didn't care. It is an agreement between my clan, the Yu clan, and the Duan clan. Our ancestors agreed on that marriage contract in order to keep our blood spirit pure and strengthen future generations. Besides, her status is extremely high. How could you be her match? Yu Tianchen's voice was cold. He wasn't lying though, everything he said was true. The Yu clan and the Duan clan had agreed on a marriage contract for their descendants. This caused Yu Menghe and Lin Hai a lot of problems, because the Duan clan wanted one of their clan to marry Yu Menghe. They were infuriated by the fact that she wanted to marry Lin Hai. That was also why the Duan clan tried everything to kill Lin Hai. The ancestors of the two clans had agreed on a marriage contract, in order to keep their bloodline pure. Also, the offspring with a mixture of two blood spirits would be even stronger than the past generations. Do you want to compare our blood and see whose is purer? Do you want to see which one of us has the stronger blood spirit? Said Lin Feng in cold tone. Yu Tianchen was stupefied. Indeed, Lin Feng also had the heavenly dragon spirit. He inherited it from Yu Menghe. In terms of bloodline and blood spirit, Lin Feng was much stronger than Yu Tianchen. Yu Tianchen couldn't compete with Lin Feng in any way. You're not a member of the Yu clan, said Yu Tianchen while pulling a long face. Lin Feng groaned coldly and said, I never said that I was a member of the Yu clan. You just said that the marriage contract was about keeping both bloodlines pure. Since that was the agreement, whether I am a member of the Yu clan or not has nothing to do with the marriage agreement. I have the purest blood in this generation of the Yu clan. If I am not a good match for Duan Xinyi, then who in the Yu clan is? Said Lin Feng aggressively. Who in the Yu clan could be a better match for Duan Xinyi? At that moment, Lin Feng had to struggle. If he didn't fight for himself and Duan Xinyi, everybody would think that Lin Feng was a loser, and it would be a humiliation for her. Therefore, Lin Feng had to act aggressively. At that moment, Yu Tianchen didn't know what to say and didn't even dare look at Lin Feng. What a joke. How could a marriage contract be more important than Xinyi's wish? Besides, if all the people in the Yu clan are weak-willed like you, then what? Because of the marriage contract, Xinyi should marry a loser? Is that what you mean? Added Lin Feng. His words were like swords. Yu Tianchen raised his hand and stared at Lin Feng. He then pointed at Lin Feng and said, Stop that. Yu Tianchen hadn't even finished when Lin Feng shouted furiously while releasing a monstrous deadly energy which crashed into Yu Tianchen's arm. He was shaking from head to toe. His arm was projected backwards and he felt like he was suffocating. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 519, Fighting Over a Woman. Chapter 519, Fighting Over a Woman. Yu Tianchen looked glum. He was pulling a long face and fixedly staring at Lin Feng. Lin Feng had just shouted 2 words and Yu Tianchen was scared to death. His arm had even been propelled backwards. He had just lost a great deal of face. Lin Feng calmed himself and recalled his deadly energy back into his body. He then looked at Yu Tianchen in a mocking way. I said that you were a weakling. I don't think that I'm wrong. You are trash, said Lin Feng while smiling coldly. Yu Tianchen's face looked more and more hideous. He couldn't refute Lin Feng's words. He was scared to death. How could he deny Lin Feng's words? Lin Feng, stop bullying Yu Tianchen, said Yu Tianming while glancing at Lin Feng. You know perfectly who started this. I am bullying him because he tried to bully me first, said Lin Feng coldly. He then continued, he's older than me and he's not as courageous as me. He's a waste of space. He calls me a beggar. Isn't that a humiliation to me? What is he even doing here? He shouldn't even be allowed to sit with us. He's a disgrace to the Yu clan," said Lin Feng, whose words were as sharp as needles. Yu Tianming and Yu Tianchen glanced at each other while remaining silent. Yu Tianchen was, indeed, older than Lin Feng, but he was lacking in every way. Lin Feng's cultivation was much higher, but surprisingly Yu Tianchen dared to insult and provoke Lin Feng. "Since it's that way, let me tell you something, there is really a marriage contract between Duan Xinyi and me. You two are too close. It's not good. You're tarnishing her image," said Yu Tianming, which stupefied Lin Feng. Lin Feng pulled a long face and said, "Who decided that you were going to marry Xinyi? Xinyi herself? Or your clan, the Yu clan? Tonight, I came here to propose her," said Yu Tianming while fixedly staring at Lin Feng. He had come to propose Duan Xinyi. Lin Feng looked ice cold and said, "Oh, is that so, and whom are you going to ask for Xinyi's hand?" "Of course, I cannot decide alone." Those days, the king never showed himself, the crown prince didn't care about what happened outside either. The second prince and Xinyi are siblings, so he is the one who has the authority when the king is not here. I came here to ask the second prince for Xinyi's hand. My grandfather, the head of the Yu clan, will come to ask as well. He will come tonight on the same behalf," said Yu Tianming slowly, which made Lin Feng's pupils shrink. He looked puzzled and then looked at Duan Wuya. It seemed like Duan Wuya had asked Lin Feng to bring Duan Xinyi along with him for some reason, and it was precisely to find a solution to his problems, to find a husband for Duan Xinyi. Could Duan Wuya accept their marriage contract? If Xinyi doesn't agree, who else could? Said Lin Feng in an ice-cold tone. I will never accept that marriage contract. My brother won't either, said Duan Xinyi while looking at Duan Wuya and hoping that he would support her. She, of course, knew of the marriage agreement between the Yu clan and the Duan clan, but she only had Lin Feng in her heart. No matter what, she would never want to marry Yu Tianming. Even if the Duan clan accepted the marriage, she wouldn't. Princess, why talk so hastily? Yu Tianming is a genius, he is an experienced and talented cultivator. He's the second high official, he is a perfect match for you, unlike the other one. Said a loud voice at that moment. It came from far away in the distance, but that person was approaching. Immediately after, at the foot of the Duanwu mountain, a silhouette appeared and was slowly approaching. His hair was extremely white. It was the head of the Yu clan, Yu Qingshan. Yu Qingshan then arrived in front of the pavilion. He nodded at Ruolan Shan and said, Ruolan Shan, Your Excellency, I am disturbing your celebration, please don't be offended. There is absolutely no problem, these are your personal matters, said Ruolan Shan. He wasn't offended, his voice sounded calm. Yu Qingshan slightly nodded and immediately looked at Duan Wuya. Second Prince, Your Highness, there is a marriage contract between Yu Tianming and Duan Xinyi. Our ancestors decided on it, you know better than anyone else. Besides, I have personally come here to propose the marriage alliance. Your Highness also knows that Yu Tianming is my grandson and he has inherited our blood spirit. He has extremely high natural abilities and cultivates diligently. He is 23, which is a perfect age to marry the princess. Besides, the princess is now a grown woman as well. She is beautiful and Yu Tianming loves her, so I came here to propose a marriage. I hope that you will not blame me. I also hope that you will respect our ancestors' agreement and accept the proposal of Yu Tianming and Duan Xinyi's union, said Yu Qingshan with assurance and composure. With those reasons, Duan Wuya had no reason to refuse the marriage. Duan Wuya raised his head and glanced at Lin Feng. He then slightly smiled and said, Yu Qingshan, please sit down first, let's take our time with such matters. No, it's not necessary. Yu Qingshan, just want to respect our ancestors' agreement. You only need to say yes and I'll be satisfied. I will then immediately leave and prepare for the wedding ceremony, said Yu Qingshan while forcing Duan Wuya to give his answer. It seemed like there was no choice. If Duan Wuya didn't reply, it would be the same as violating their ancestors' agreement. It would mean that Duan Wuya didn't respect their ancestors. All the people involved were of high status and everybody could understand what Yu Qingshan meant, so they were all looking at Duan Wuya and were curious to see his reply. Yu Qingshan, I, of course, have no objections, but I only want my sister to accept. If she does, you can go and prepare the wedding ceremony, said Duan Wuya while smiling. He immediately refused the responsibility and shifted it over to Duan Xinyi. The crowd was stupefied. Duan Wuya was really smart. Yu Tianming had first come to put pressure on him. He couldn't refuse, but if he had accepted, it would have come down to considering Duan Xinyi as an object for trade. What about Lin Feng? So Duan Wuya was giving Duan Xinyi the chance to decide for herself. Actually, Duan Xin didn't even need to say anything, everybody knew that she wouldn't accept. As expected, after Duan Wuya spoke, Yu Qingshan continued, Princess, Your Highness, you are young, getting married is a very important event in your life, of course, your marriage has to be decided by your elders, and Duan Wuya is your brother so he can substitute your father and decide to honor the agreement by himself. I cannot decide all by myself, it's too important of a matter. If my sister agrees, I will have no objection, as I just said. Said Duan Wuya trying to evade again. He didn't directly agree and was remaining neutral. Wuya, why are you wasting time? Said Yu Qingshan, he couldn't miss this chance. Besides, by looking at Duan Xin sitting with Lin Feng, he knew that if he asked her, she wouldn't accept. Even if he asked her, Duan Wuya would have escaped all responsibility. He's refusing, could it be that you don't understand? Said Lin Feng at that moment while putting his glass on the table with a heavy clout. He was looking at Yu Qingshan with cold eyes. Yu Qingshan was his grandfather, by blood. Yu Qingshan was also Yu Tianming's grandfather, by blood. But at that moment, he was helping Yu Tianming, his grandson, to steal Lin Feng's, his other grandson's woman. It sounded insane, but it was really happening. Yu Qingshan frowned and glanced at Lin Feng. He looked upset. He then said, When did we ask you for your opinion? You're talking about my future wife. I, of course, have the right to express myself. You came here to propose a marriage alliance. I can also ask my mother to come and propose a marriage alliance. At that moment, what will you do? Said Lin Feng in an ice-cold tone. If Yu Mengyi came to propose a marriage alliance, the situation would become chaotic. It would make Yu Qingshan lose face. When Duan Xin heard how aggressive Lin Feng was being, she smiled. Besides, he was already admitting that she was his future wife. You really want trouble. Sending your grandson here to fight for her is useless. Said Lin Feng in the tone of a joke while insisting on the word grandson. All right. All right. You really have the same character as Yu Mengyi, like mother like son. Said Yu Qingshan. He didn't look angry at all. He then looked at Duan Wuya and said, Wuya, Yu Qingshan, want to hear one sentence? Wuya, would you tell me if you are going to honor our ancestors' agreement or not? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 520, Poison. Chapter 520, Poison. Wuya, tell me if you are going to honor our ancestors' agreement or not. Said Yu Qingshan firmly. Duan Wuya smiled wryly and said, Yu Qingshan, I have a great deal of esteem for you and hold you in admiration. Yu Tianming is the second high official and I admire him too, but my sister's wedding is such an important matter that I cannot speak hastily. That is why I ask you to sit down and let me think, and then let me talk to her. What do you think? No need. Since it's that way, I will just stand here and wait for your answer. I just want to say that I hope you will remember our ancestors' words. Said Yu Qingshan. He wasn't giving Duan Wuya any margin to think, he was just waiting for a direct and immediate answer, but it was impossible. Yu Qingshan, of course, was convinced that Duan Wuya wouldn't refuse because when he was mentioning their ancestors' agreement, Duan Wuya never shook his head or denied it. Therefore, Yu Qingshan wasn't worried. He had just been putting pressure on Duan Wuya, but knew it would go his way. Now, he just wanted to see what Duan Wuya would say to Duan Xin, and was expecting to hear a positive answer. Duan Wuya smiled and looked at Duan Xin. Sister, you understand what Yu Qingshan said. Tianming is his grandson, he is talented and extremely strong, he is the second high official. What do you think about the marriage alliance? Asked Duan Wuya to Duan Xin. Everybody was speechless. At that moment, Duan Xin was sitting with Lin Feng. Asking her was an exaggeration. How could she accept? Duan Xin's lips were shaking. She wanted to say something, but Duan Wuya interrupted her again. Lin Feng, since my sister isn't saying anything, which I can understand, I want to ask you, what do you think about this? The guests were stupefied and looked at Lin Feng. Lin Feng was the crucial element at that moment. After all, he was with her. Besides, Yu Qingshan was his grandfather. Lin Feng was related to all parties. At that moment, Duan Xin, just like everybody else, was looking at Lin Feng. She wanted to hear what Lin Feng would say to Duan Wuya. Lin Feng remained silent for a few seconds and replied, while glancing at Yu Qingshan, Xin is mine. Lin Feng's voice sounded cold. Of course, Lin Feng had to prove that he was determined. He couldn't afford to be hesitant and irresolute. He had to show that he was ready to do anything to keep her. Since he had accepted her, he had to fight. He couldn't tolerate the fact that someone else was trying to steal his woman. He didn't need to talk too much though, Lin Feng's opinion was clear enough. Duan Xinyi was his woman, so that immediately made an alliance between Yu Tianming and Duan Xinyi impossible. Lin Feng's tone of speech was firm and everyone felt their hearts race. Lin Feng was so aggressive and brave. In front of the second prince, in front of Yu Qingshan, he dared say that Duan Xinyi was his woman. That sentence was filled with courage. It wasn't that easy to say something like that, especially under such a heavy pressure. When Duan Xinyi heard Lin Feng's simple sentence, she was filled with tenacity, as a happy and resplendent smile appeared. She then moved closer to Lin Feng and grabbed his arm, so that everybody could see. Lin Feng didn't care about them, so Duan Xinyi cared even less about them. Besides, Lin Feng couldn't be the one to take all the pressure. Many people felt envious and jealous when they saw how close Lin Feng and Duan Xinyi were, especially Yu Tianshan. His face was particularly glum. Yu Tianming was also pulling a long face. Duan Xinyi knew about the marriage agreement but was still so close to Lin Feng. Besides, in front of everyone, she was humiliating Yu Tianming. Yu Qingshan was staring at Lin Feng, his grandson. He sighed. He wasn't enjoying this situation. He was trying to steal a woman from his grandson to give it to his other grandson, but it was for the Yu clan, so he had no choice. Everybody was silent, including Duan Wuya. Everybody remained silent for a long time until suddenly Duan Wuya broke that silence. Xinyi, are you alright? The crowd was astonished and looked at Duan Xinyi. At that moment, her face was turning red, including her forehead. She looked sick. Huh? What's going on? Many people were astonished. Duan Xinyi looked perfectly well a moment before, there had been no oddity at all, but suddenly she looked extremely red and sick. It was very unusual. Xinyi, what's wrong with you? Asked Lin Feng when he noticed Duan Xinyi's redness. Cultivators had a very strong body, especially as their cultivation level increased. After breaking through to the Ling Qi layer, getting sick was almost impossible, especially for no reason. Even though Duan Xinyi's cultivation level wasn't that high, she had still broken through to the Ling Qi layer a long time ago. Nothing could happen to her naturally. There were only two reasons: someone had poisoned her or she had accidentally poisoned herself. Because of that, Lin Feng was also feeling a bit nervous. It's alright, I just feel hot and dry, I need to rest for a while and I'll be fine, said Duan Xinyi while forcing a smile and trying to control herself to look normal as her face turned redder and redder. It seemed like the blood in her veins was boiling and drying up. Lin Feng touched Duan Xinyi's forehead to check her temperature. He started shaking from head to toe. She had an extremely high fever. Her forehead was burning, she was as hot as burning flames. Something is wrong, Xinyi, what's wrong? Are you sure you're not feeling unwell? Said Lin Feng while looking extremely anxious. Cultivators never had health problems. If they did, it was usually extremely serious. Duan Xinyi remained silent for a while and then said to Lin Feng in a low voice, Lin Feng, I am too hot. Hot? Lin Feng was surprised. Immediately after, Duan Wuya came to check Duan Xinyi as well. He put his hand on her wrist and checked her pulse. He was astonished. Her pulse was insane. Lin Feng, what did you do to Xinyi? Shouted Duan Wuya furiously, which astonished Lin Feng. What had he done to Duan Xinyi? How could he ever do anything to her? The crowd was astonished too. They had never expected Duan Wuya to suddenly grow furious at Lin Feng. There had never been a problem between them, they had always been on friendly terms. Even when Lin Feng was weak, Duan Wuya protected him and even conferred him the title of Marquis, and he was even the one who had given him the fief of Yangzhou. You should rather say, what's wrong with her, why is she sick? Said Lin Feng in a cold dismissal. He was upset. Xinyi, she. Duan Wuya couldn't even talk anymore, he was stuttering. He then added in an ice-cold tone, she's been with you all day, and after Yu Qingshan arrived, she suddenly became ill. You gave her something, you must tell me the truth. Gave her something? The crowd was astonished. At that moment, Duan Xinyi was firmly holding Lin Feng's arm. Her face was extremely red and her vision was blurry. People were shaking from head to toe and some were actually aroused by Duan Xinyi's face. They had obscene ideas. Gave her something? Duan Wuya dared say that. The crowd was shaking and suddenly thought of the only possibility. Someone had secretly given Duan Xinyi a pill. Besides, it was an extremely poisonous one. That was such an evil plot though, that person had probably calculated everything clearly, so the effects of the pill would start after Yu Qingshan's arrival. No wonder Duan Wuya was furious at Lin Feng. Lin Feng, my body is so hot, said Duan Xinyi while climbing onto Lin Feng. Her voice was seductive. When Lin Feng heard Duan Wuya, he obviously understood what was going on. Lin Feng's face, in a flash, turned ice-cold. Surprisingly, someone had done such an evil and obscene thing to Duan Xinyi. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 521, Get Lost. Chapter 521, Get Lost. Lin Feng was furious, his face was ice-cold and he was staring at the crowd. Duan Xinyi had been with him all the time, including the banquet. No wonder Duan Wuya thought that it was Lin Feng. If somebody had given a pill to Duan Xinyi, then it was during the banquet, and that person had done it very discreetly, without being noticed. Lin Feng, who was next to Duan Xinyi and hadn't even noticed it. Lin Feng, you're really shameless! Shouted Yu Tianming furiously while standing up and staring at Lin Feng. You surprisingly use such methods to obtain the princess. How shameless! I've never seen such a shameless person in my entire life. Everybody was astonished and staring at Lin Feng. Lin Feng was most likely the suspect. The first reason was that Duan Xinyi had been with Lin Feng the entire day and Duan Xinyi would never poison herself. The second reason was that Yu Qingshan had come to propose a marriage alliance between Yu Tianming and Duan Xinyi, so that would ruin Lin Feng and Duan Xinyi's romance. So, Lin Feng, infuriated, had probably secretly given her an aphrodisiac to keep her. Everything was pointing to Lin Feng. Everybody was looking at Lin Feng, which made his facial expression grow even colder. Yu Qingshan had come to propose a marriage alliance between Duan Xinyi and Yu Tianming. And this was happening. Lin Feng hadn't been vigilant enough. He glanced at the crowd in an ice-cold way but couldn't figure out a suspect. It seemed like nobody had a reason to do such a horrible thing. However, there was no doubt that Duan Xinyi had taken an aphrodisiac poison. Your Highness, the most pressing matter of the moment is to save Xinyi. We need to find a solution. Said Lin Feng. He wasn't giving him face either. Saving Duan Xinyi was the most important thing, but Duan Wuya was blaming him. You think that I don't know that Xinyi's blood vessels are burning? You better save her, Lin Feng. If you're the one who poisoned her, it's the end for you. Said Duan Wuya. He didn't sound as warm and friendly as before. He looked extremely malicious and was staring at Lin Feng with an evil glare. Lin Feng was stupefied. He also touched Duan Xinyi, sending his soul into her body. As expected, there was a terrifying qi burning Duan Xinyi's body and internal organs. A fire was burning in her body. At that moment, Duan Xinyi was in a state of delirium, and her vision was blurry. She was just firmly holding Lin Feng and blowing a warm air into Lin Feng's ear. Lin Feng, save me. Lin Feng shivered and his body started shaking. Save her? There was only one solution for the poison: to have intercourse. Lin Feng looked puzzled and ferocious at the same time. He didn't feel like taking her under such circumstances. Besides, everybody thought that he was the one who had given her the poison. But if he didn't save Duan Xinyi, there would be two possibilities. She would die, burnt by the internal fire. Or somebody else would save her. In both cases, he would lose Duan Xinyi. He couldn't let Duan Xinyi die and he didn't want anyone else to save Duan Xinyi. I'm leaving with Xinyi, said Lin Feng while gnashing his teeth. He then carried her and stood up. He looked resolute. There was no other solution. He had to save her. He was convinced that Duan Xinyi would forgive him. When the crowd heard Lin Feng, they were gobsmacked. Lin Feng wanted to leave? Who knew what Lin Feng would do if he left? Many people looked extremely upset. Did Lin Feng think that he was going to take Duan Xinyi if she was left like that? Put her down, said Yu Tianming in an ice-cold tone. His silhouette flickered and he immediately landed in front of Lin Feng. His facial expression was ice-cold and he was releasing an ice-cold energy. He was obstructing Lin Feng's path. Lin Feng raised his hand and looked at Yu Tianming evilly. Lin Feng, I can't stand it anymore, said Duan Xinyi in a soft voice which made Lin Feng feel even more nervous. Boom! Lin Feng took a step forwards and released a monstrous deadly energy. It was ice-cold as well. Get lost! Boom! Lin Feng took another step and wanted to leave the pavilion. Duan Xinyi couldn't wait anymore. He couldn't let anything happen to her. A terrifying deadly sword energy moved towards Yu Tianming and made his robes flutter violently. However, Yu Tianming didn't move. Like a mountain, he remained motionless. How could he let Lin Feng leave? Even though he didn't care about fame and glory, Lin Feng was leaving with the woman whom he had a marriage contract with. Besides, Lin Feng was leaving to have sex with Duan Xinyi. How could he accept such a humiliation? Maybe Duan Xin would become his wife in the future. If such a thing happened, Duan Xin and Yu Tianming would be humiliated. Lin Feng's poison was really sly, vicious, and malicious. "Put the princess down," said Yu Tianming in a firm tone. He then releasing a piercingly cold qi. Boom! Another rumbling sound filled the air. Lin Feng jumped up in the air and the ceiling of the pavilion immediately broke and huge blocks of stone flew in every direction. Everybody under the pavilion started moving too. "Where are you going?" said Yu Qingshan in an ice-cold tone. He then transformed into a light beam and arrived in front of Lin Feng, obstructing the way. His white hair was fluttering in the wind. Immediately after, Yu Tianming also arrived and blocked the way while shouting, "Put the princess down." He couldn't let Lin Feng leave with the princess. Lin Feng looked at them. They were stronger than him, especially Yu Qingshan. Even if he used all his strength, he wouldn't be able to escape. "You really want to prevent me from leaving?" said Lin Feng while looking at Yu Qingshan coldly. Yu Qingshan's facial muscles twitched, and he then nodded frenetically. "Put the princess down." "And after that?" said Lin Feng in an angry tone. "Let Tianming go with her. Tianming and the princess have a marriage agreement. After that, everything will be fine. She will become Yu Tianming's wife and the marriage contract will be honored." "Grandpa?" suddenly shouted Lin Feng, which made Yu Qingshan shake. He looked puzzled and stunned, but immediately after he looked firm and determined again. "Ha ha 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 ha." Lin Feng suddenly started laughing like a madman. His grandfather wanted to steal his woman and give it to his cousin. How ridiculous. The people on the ground raised their heads and looked at the four silhouettes. What was going on? Yu Qingshan and Yu Tianming were blocking the way. Lin Feng would be forced to put Duan Xin down. He couldn't leave with her. Duan Xin would become Yu Tianming's wife, and it was thanks to Lin Feng's poison. Duan Xin and Yu Tianming would then live happily ever after. Lin Feng lowered his head and looked at Duan Xin's red face. The fire was still burning inside her body. But Lin Feng was holding her in his arms and had the feeling that he needed to protect her. Duan Xin couldn't wait. "Get lost!" shouted Lin Feng in an evil way which stupefied Yu Qingshan. Lin Feng was telling him to get lost? No matter what, he was Lin Feng's grandfather. Lin Feng's mother was his daughter, and even she had never dared to say such a thing. But immediately after, Yu Qingshan and Yu Tianming saw Lin Feng's eyes, which looked demonic and evil. His two dark eyes were filled with an evil energy. He was absolutely emotionless and expressionless. When Yu Qingshan and Yu Tianming saw those eyes, they couldn't help but shake. His eyes were too terrifying, too cold. Their spirits were shaking. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 522, Intercourse. Chapter 522, Intercourse. Lin Feng's eyes were emotionless, as if he was looking down on everyone. Yu Qingshan and Yu Tianming were staring at those eyes and their hearts started racing, but they couldn't help but to stare deeper into the void. They were still obstructing Lin Feng's path. Lin Feng couldn't leave with Duan Xin, he couldn't. Their lips were twitching when they heard Lin Feng say something. "Get lost! Get lost! Get lost!" Lin Feng had just shouted and his voice was echoed in the atmosphere. It seemed like an evil energy was brushing across their bodies. Yu Qingshan was still fixedly staring at Lin Feng, but at that moment, he could sense an evil qi emerging out from Lin Feng's body, a terrifying evil qi. In Lin Feng's eyes, there was a terrifying evil energy. At that moment, it seemed like a sword, an evil sword, was unsheathing itself inside Lin Feng's eyes. If anyone blocked his path any longer, he would slaughter them. The crowd was looking at Lin Feng and noticed how infuriated he seemed. How scary. At that moment, Lin Feng looked like he was determined to leave. Nobody could stop him. He looked like a demon. He would massacre anyone who tried to stop him. When Yu Tianming saw that terrifying evil energy, he couldn't help but feel terrified. Indeed, no one was surprised. Lin Feng was terrifying. That evil qi was filled with a demonic intent. Nobody could prevent Lin Feng from leaving. That terrifying evil energy was penetrating deeper into Lin Feng's heart. At that moment, Yu Tianming felt ridiculous. He knew that if he kept obstructing Lin Feng's way, Lin Feng would kill him. Yu Tianming wasn't the only one who had that feeling. Yu Qingshan felt the same. If they kept preventing him from leaving, Lin Feng would slaughter them mercilessly. That sensation was astonishing and terrifying. "It's him, it's definitely him," whispered Yu Qingshan. He could see his own evil shape in Lin Feng's eyes. How terrifying, that person now resided in Lin Feng. Yu Qingshan was shaking from head to toe and his thoughts grew chaotic. He was in Lin Feng's body. This is terrible, a catastrophe, thought Yu Shan while looking at the sky. He had failed with Yu Menghe, and at this moment he would fail with Lin Feng as well. Lin Feng would leave with Duan Xan Yi. The same thing was happening again. Nobody could stop Lin Feng anymore. Lin Feng had become an insane demon. One more push and he would allow the demon to invade his heart, then he would bathe the world in blood. Tianming, let him leave, said Yu Shan while sighing and dragging Yu Tianming's arm. He didn't want to prevent Lin Feng from leaving any longer. This time it would be different. The evil swords, that's the chi from the evil swords, said Yu Shan. He could see the evil swords in Lin Feng's eyes. He knew that Lin Feng was there when the evil swords were released at Mount Sword. He had actually been the first one to discover it. It made perfect sense. Initially, the 9 sword mountains exploded and the seal was broken because the evil swords were attracted by Lin Feng. They hadn't left for other vessels, they had all surprisingly chose Lin Feng's body. They could emerge from his body at any time. If Yu Tianming and Yu Shan kept obstructing his path, Lin Feng would be merciless and heartless. Lin Feng would let the evil swords take control of his body and slaughter everybody. Because he wanted to save Duan Xan Yi, the pure and precious princess, there was no telling how far Lin Feng he would go when he was really infuriated. Yu Tianming's heart was pounding violently. Yu Shan was pulling his arm. Let him go? He was surprisingly opening the way. Lin Feng was going to leave with the princess. The princess with whom Yu Tianming had a marriage agreement. And Lin Feng would have intercourse with her. When Yu Tianming thought about it, his eyes suddenly grew particularly cold. In fact, from Lin Feng, he could also sense the terrifying evil energy emerging from him. But seeing Lin Feng leave with the princess was like 1,000 blades stabbing his chest. It was extremely painful. Yu Tianming felt like his heart was shattered into 1,000 pieces. The crowd was also looking at them and they were stupefied. Lin Feng was demonic at that moment. They weren't near to him but they could still sense his terrifying evil qi. They knew that if Yu Tianming and Yu Shan remained in Lin Feng's way, the evil energy would take over and he would attack to kill his cousin and his grandfather. Lin Feng glanced at Yu Shan and Yu Tianming and said in an ice-cold tone, "If you disturb me while I save Xan Yi, I will kill you. I don't give a damn who you are." After that, Lin Feng left at full speed. In a flash, he disappeared from their field of vision. Phew! Everybody took a deep breath. The pressure had finally disappeared. When Lin Feng was there, they all felt like they were suffocating. Duan Wuya, Yu Shan, Yu Tianming and the others were all looking at Lin Feng as he disappeared into the horizon. Their eyes were all revealing different feelings and emotions. After Lin Feng left with Duan Xan Yi, he moved at an inconceivable speed. At that moment, her body was scorching hot, just like a bare flame. The ambient temperature was terrifying. Besides, at that moment, Duan Xan Yi seemed like she had gone insane. She was firmly holding onto Lin Feng with her legs wrapped around Lin Feng's waist as she was panting lightly. She looked intoxicated. She looked like she was possessed, but she was extremely seductive. We have arrived. Lin Feng saw Duan Xan Yi's residence in the forest. He dashed through the air and moved down to the ground. The women who usually guarded the entrance didn't obstruct him, so Lin Feng immediately entered her residence. At that moment, many silhouettes appeared. It was the women who guarded the entrance of Duan Xan Yi's palace. They noticed that something had happened. Don't let anyone come within even of a half step of this location. It's a matter of life and death, said Lin Feng, whose voice filled the air. The women were stupefied. They glanced at each other and nodded. Their silhouettes flickered and disappeared. That voice was Lin Feng's voice, and those women knew how important Lin Feng was to the princess. Since Lin Feng was talking with such urgency, it meant that the princess might be in danger. They obviously obeyed his commands. Lin Feng closed the door of the palace and rushed into Duan Xan Yi's bedroom. Lin Feng put Duan Xan Yi on the bed. Her eyes looked bewitching. Her body was entirely red and she kept grabbing at her clothes and removing them slowly. Her eyes were filled with endless heat. The fire in her body was getting more intense. Her red face seemed like it was going to explode. Lin Feng, I can't stand it anymore, I need you, said Duan Xan Yi while sliding her dress down her body. Lin Feng looked at her slim and beautiful arms. Her skin was so delicate. She was extremely beautiful and she was seducing Lin Feng. While talking, her bewitching fragrance filled the air. Lin Feng felt like temptation was everywhere. Lin Feng wasn't a monk, he was an ordinary man and he was still a virgin. A beautiful woman such as the princess was half naked in front of him. She was touching his neck with her hands and whispering that she needed him. How could Lin Feng remain indifferent? He wasn't a stone without emotions and desires. Lin Feng's breathing was rapid. He could see one of her hands on his neck and another one on her body. She was still removing her clothes. Her beautiful breasts were slowly revealed and Lin Feng felt himself bewitched. Lin Feng, hurry. Duan Xanye's voice made Lin Feng feel like he was in a fantasy. He leant towards Duan Xanye. His head felt like it was going to explode, he was flushed red, he felt like he was going to lose consciousness. Lin Feng lowered his head and put his hand on Duan Xanye's soft skin, he then started kissing her slowly, her lips, her shoulders, each and every part of her body. Finally, after the flames of passion were ignited, Lin Feng groaned violently as Duan Xanye moaned gently. Their bodies had become one. They were both intoxicated with passion. Their bodies were in perfect fusion, and as the bed started to move, Duan Xanye's room had become a den of lust. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 523, Situation. Chapter 523, Situation. After the surge of passion, Lin Feng and Duan Xanye were laying on the bed and remaining silent. The fire in Duan Xanye's body wasn't harmful anymore, instead, flames of passion were burning in her heart. Drops of sweat covered her body, one glance at her would have sufficed to arouse any man. Lin Feng was caressing Duan Xanye's skin with his fingers. The flames of desire were still burning in his heart. They had tasted the forbidden fruit. Duan Xanye, because of the extremely strong effects of the poison, had required a long session of passionate lovemaking. Because Lin Feng had broken through to the Xin Qi layer and had an extremely strong body, he was able to nullify the poison. Duan Xanye had experienced a pleasure which had gone beyond expectations. At that moment, Duan Xanye moved her head and placed it on Lin Feng's chest. She was acting extremely shy, she couldn't even look at Lin Feng anymore. Lin Feng hugged Duan Xanye, his eyes were filled with endless warmth and affection. Xanye, are you angry at me? Asked Lin Feng suddenly. After all of this had happened, not because Duan Xanye and Lin Feng wanted it, they had been forced into the situation. It was unexpected. Duan Xanye was rubbing her head against Lin Feng's chest and shaking her head. How could she be angry at Lin Feng? It had been unexpected indeed, but she had been Lin Feng's woman for a while. Besides, Lin Feng did it to save her. If Lin Feng hadn't been there, she would have been forced to marry Yu Tianming and would have slept with him. She didn't even want to think about that. They all think that I'm the one who gave you the poison, do you think so too? Asked Lin Feng in a low voice. Duan Xanye raised her head and looked at Lin Feng. Her face was still red, but she still looked gorgeous. I'm not saying that it's impossible that you did, but even if you did, I was willing, said Duan Xanye as a soft voice. Her eyes were filled with a deep and meaningful look. Lin Feng sighed and held her tightly in his arms. With such a woman, he would only be happy. If Meng Qing didn't exist, maybe Lin Feng would have only loved Duan Xanye. She was so delicate, subtle, and had a high social status. She also wasn't conceited. She was so pure and innocent. Lin Feng, will you marry me? Asked Duan Xanye, her voice was charming. Lin Feng was stupefied, he now had to bear a huge responsibility. I'm sorry, I shouldn't have asked you, said Duan Xanye when she saw that Lin Feng remained silent. Her voice was trembling and it looked like tears were about to appear in her eyes. Lin Feng's heart was extremely painful when he heard her. He had already been with Duan Xanye and her love for him was still unconditional to the extent that she was even apologizing for asking. Duan Xanye was a princess. And on top of that, everybody would know what had happened soon. If he didn't marry Duan Xanye, what would people think of her? I will, said Lin Feng while tightly hugging her. He looked nervous. How could Lin Feng let her down? Duan Xanye had sacrificed everything for him. Lin Feng got up and sat while making Duan Xanye sit up. Then Lin Feng stood up and carried her to the hot spring. This made her blush. She was going to have a bath with Lin Feng, she was even more embarrassed. Early in the morning, the sun was shining upon the valley and the streams. In the forest, many silhouettes appeared. Some looked glum and others looked furious. There were Duan Wuya, Yu Tianming, and some guards wearing black cloaks. They were all staring at the valley. They all knew what had happened in Duan Xanye's palace during the night. They all knew the details, but they wished they didn't know. Knowing about it gave them the feeling that insects were nibbling their face from the inside. They couldn't bear that thought, especially Yu Tianming. He had a marriage agreement with her, he didn't want his future wife to have a fling with another man. How could he be happy about it? He looked extremely glum. In a distant place in the forest, there were also many silhouettes, they all looked furious. They were all the young men who had fallen in love with the princess, they were infuriated. They all knew that Lin Feng had sullied the princess, they were enraged, but also jealous and envious. Lin Feng was really abominable, he had done everything in his power to obtain the princess. Get lost! Shouted Duan Wuye in an ice-cold way. Those young men saw Duan Wuye turn and glare at them, they kept quiet out of fear. They could sense Duan Wuye's deadly energy. Many people started running and immediately left the scene. They didn't dare stay. At that moment, Duan Wuye was furious. Everybody knew that the princess wasn't a virgin anymore, that was a humiliation for the imperial family and for Duan Xinyi. How could Duan Wuye tolerate such a thing? After all of those people left, the forest was calm again. There was only the sound of the rustling leaves and of the pitter-patter of water in the streams. It felt calm and serene, but Duan Wuye and Yu Tianming didn't feel like enjoying the landscape, they were only staring at Duan Xinyi's residence. They didn't go and enter by force, they also didn't shout angrily. After all, Lin Feng wasn't alone inside, Duan Xinyi was also in there. After a short while, they heard some steps which made them feel even more tense. They looked at the residence and saw two silhouettes slowly emerge. Lin Feng and Duan Xinyi. At that moment, they had already changed into new clothes. Lin Feng was wearing a new set of clothes and Duan Xinyi seemed to have returned to normal, she had completely recovered. She was wearing a beautiful changpao and her face looked different, one could see she had become a real woman. She looked even more attractive. Lin Feng looked full of vitality. He looked particularly handsome at that moment. That made Yu Tianming's face look even more glum, he was gnashing his teeth. When he saw that the two were holding hands, he felt like his anger was about to burst out. "Brother!" shouted Duan Xinyi at Duan Wuye in a soft and timid voice. "Xinyi, go back inside. I need to talk to him," said Duan Wuye while coldly staring at Lin Feng. "Don't, brother, don't blame him. It's not his fault, Lin Feng is innocent." "It's my fault," said Duan Xinyi while defending Lin Feng. If Duan Wuye accused Lin Feng of giving her the poison and taking advantage of the princess, it would be a huge problem. "Go back inside," repeated Duan Wuye, which made Duan Xinyi look tense. Lin Feng firmly squeezed on Duan Xinyi's hand, smiled and said, "Xinyi, go back it. There won't be any problems." Duan Xinyi looked at Lin Feng and nodded, then she looked at Duan Wuye and said, "Brother, don't make things difficult for Lin Feng." Then she went back into her residence. Duan Wuye was staring at Lin Feng, he didn't say anything but released an extremely oppressive qi. Apart from Duan Wuye, those strong cultivators in black clothes and Yu Tianming were also releasing their deadly energies which enveloped Lin Feng's body. Lin Feng had the feeling that there was a mountain on his shoulders. They were all extremely strong, there wasn't a single weak link amongst them. "Lin Feng, you're very smart, you stole my sister, you're the only one she will care about for now," said Duan Wuye in an ice-cold tone. "Your Majesty, could it be that you still think that I'm the one who gave her that poison?" said Lin Feng, ignoring Duan Wuye's cold tone. "You know better than anyone else if you did it or not. Besides, you're the one who benefited from all the advantageous aspects of that situation, you got what you wanted. Even if we don't talk about that poison, now you stole my sister's innocence. Besides, everybody knows about it, it is a humiliation for the imperial family and for my sister." Duan Wuye was shouting furiously. The fact that everybody knew that Duan Xinyi wasn't a virgin anymore was a catastrophic humiliation for Duan Xinyi and the imperial family. For them, face was an extremely important thing. It could be said that causing them to lose face was enough of a reason to kill Lin Feng. It didn't matter if Lin Feng was the one who gave the poison, he had humiliated and polluted Duan Xinyi, or more precisely, this was the rumor which would be spread. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 524, Heartless Conditions. Chapter 524, Heartless Conditions. Lin Feng was coldly staring at Duan Wuye. It was all about face, the Imperial City clan only cared about their own prestige, they didn't care about Xinyi. "I would like to ask you, if I hadn't saved Xinyi, what would have happened?" asked Lin Feng in an ice-cold tone which surprised Duan Wuye. "She would have died, or even if somebody else had saved her, the humiliation would have been the same, they would either lose face or lose the princess. Shouldn't you go and find out who really gave the poison to her instead of groundlessly accusing me? Besides, attaching importance to a concept such as face is useless, you can't change what happened. Do you think that if you kill me, you will regain the prestige you lost? Have you thought about Xinyi?" shouted Lin Feng furiously. Duan Wuye couldn't refute Lin Feng's words. "What you mean is that we should let you off that easily?" said Yu Tianming. "Shut the hell up!" shouted Lin Feng. He then added, "You have nothing to say here. Nobody gives a shit about your crappy marriage agreement. I've already told you, Xin Yi is mine. Even if the incident of yesterday evening had never happened, she would have still remained mine and only mine. Yu Tianming pulled a long face. He hated Lin Feng, he hated him so much. And Lin Feng wasn't even giving him face. Besides, for Yu Tianming, it was more embarrassing that his own grandfather, Yu Qingshan, had told him to stop blocking Lin Feng. He didn't want him to directly oppose Lin Feng. His grandfather, by doing that, had implied that Yu Tianming wasn't a match for Lin Feng. When Duan Wuya heard Lin Feng's aggressive tone of speech, he remained silent for a long time and then said, "How do you want to solve the problem then? What do you think? Do you have any ideas?" asked Lin Feng. Duan Wuya probably already had an idea. "I want you to marry Xin Yi immediately and tell everyone. That is the only solution which will regain our prestige," said Duan Wuya, looking firm. Yu Tianming was astonished. He wanted Lin Feng to immediately marry Duan Xin Yi? What about the marriage contract? Lin Feng looked stupefied for less than a second but immediately returned to normal. That solution was probably the best. Killing Lin Feng gave no advantages, it would only cause more damage. "Let me think," replied Lin Feng. He was, of course, going to marry Duan Xin Yi, but time was a problem. "Think? You need to think? My sister's reputation has been tarnished. Everybody knows about what happened. And you're still thinking of a way to flee from your responsibility? Lin Feng, give me your answer immediately," said Duan Wuya, looked firm and tenacious. "I will marry Xin Yi," said Lin Feng, completely certain. He, of course, had to bear that responsibility for his actions. Duan Xin Yi was a princess and he had taken away her virginity. Besides, everybody already knew about it. Duan Xin Yi would be considered an easy woman if he didn't marry her. He had to marry her for her reputation. "You must marry her, but also quickly," said Duan Wuya while staring at Lin Feng. "Besides, you have to show to everyone that you are determined. Everybody must know that you are going to marry her." Duan Wuya continued, "Everybody knows that my sister is not a virgin anymore. If you don't marry her right away, she will never regain her reputation. Everything is now in your hands. The only solution is for you to show to everybody that you are determined to be with her and quickly. That is the only way for my sister to regain her reputation." Lin Feng felt tense and nervous, but Duan Wuya was absolutely right. If he didn't marry Duan Xin Yi quickly enough, she wouldn't regain her reputation. Lin Feng had to prove to everybody that he wanted to be with Duan Xin Yi, but also that he was the perfect man for her. He had to impress everyone and show them that he had what it took to marry a princess. However, how could he do that? How could he prove that he had what was required to marry her? "Brother, you are so mean to Lin Feng. I don't care if he doesn't want to marry me, it doesn't matter," said Duan Xin Yi while running out of her residence. If Lin Feng was willing to marry her, that was already enough. She would be happy to share everything with him. Initially, she didn't even want to be his first wife, she just wanted to stay by his side. She didn't care about prestige or reputation. "Xin Yi, you have nothing to say here. We're not talking to you," said Duan Wuya aggressively. Considering Duan Wuya's behavior and statements, it seemed like he had planned everything from the beginning. Lin Feng then asked, "Your Highness, tell me how I can prove it to everyone then. I want you to participate in the great competition of Shuiyu and become the glory of Shuiyu. You must show everyone the power of our country. Then you must return and marry my sister," said Duan Wuya slowly. Then he added, "You, Lin Feng, must participate in the great competition of Shuiyu and place amongst the top 10 participants, but not at the bottom of the list, only 9th place or above. Otherwise, it would be better for you to die in the competition. There would be no need to return. My sister can't marry someone who is not worthy." "Brother, you're asking too much. That's too exaggerated," shouted Duan Xin Yi. It would be extremely difficult to finish in the top 9. Lin Feng was from Shuiyu and it was just a small and normal country amongst the 13 countries of Shuiyu. There were 4 empires and 9 countries, and they all had extremely strong cultivators participating. Those chosen to participate in the great competition of Shuiyu were all the strongest cultivators from those countries. If all those countries had chosen only their strongest cultivator, there would have been 13 powerhouses. In that case, Lin Feng would have to beat several powerhouses to reach the top 9. In other words, Lin Feng had to defeat several cultivators, who might be stronger than the Crown Prince of Shuiyu. Finishing in the top 9 would be extremely difficult. Besides, Duan Wuya was saying that if Lin Feng failed, he should die abroad, during the great competition of Shuiyu. "I'm not done talking," said Duan Wuya indifferently, which made Duan Xin Yi feel even more tense. He wasn't done? Wasn't all of this enough already? The one who wants to marry my sister must be the strongest cultivator in Shuiyu. After finishing amongst the 9 best cultivators of Shuiyu, I want you to return and become the first high official of Shuiyu. That is the only way for you to prove to everyone that you are worthy, and for people to respect and admire you. Then, you will be able to marry my sister, then we will regain our prestige and nobody will be able to say a word in retort. Duan Wuya's words made everybody shiver. His requirements were extremely high. Duan Wuya's requirements were extremely difficult and cruel. The great competition of Shuiyu was a true competition between geniuses. Lin Feng was only 18 years old, finishing in the top 9 would be difficult. Besides, that wasn't enough. Duan Wuya wanted him to become the first high official of Shuiyu, which meant that Duan Wuya was asking him to defeat Duan Wu Dao, the crown prince. Nobody in Shuiyu was allowed to be stronger than Lin Feng, that was the requirement. Nobody could imagine such things from a young man like Lin Feng, but Duan Wuya was saying that Lin Feng had to achieve them. Yu Tianming was also scared by Duan Wuya's requests. He also thought that finishing amongst the top 9 cultivators of the great competition of Shuiyu was extremely difficult. Duan Wu Dao, the crown prince, killed anyone who offends him, but he is good to those who don't. He had been the first high official of Shuiyu for a long time. Nobody had ever surpassed him. Yu Tianming was also aware that he would be unable to match Duan Wu Dao. Duan Wuya wanted him to defeat Duan Wu Dao and become the first high official. That was almost impossible. "Brother, how can you be that cruel to Lin Feng?" said Duan Xin. She was extremely worried. Duan Wuya's requests were almost impossible. "If he can't do those things, why should he be allowed to marry you?" said Duan Wuya while shaking his head and staring at Lin Feng. At that moment, Lin Feng looked puzzled. What did Duan Wuya mean with those requirements? What was his goal? If he finished amongst the top cultivators in the great competition of Shuiyu, he would definitely return to Shuiyu as a glorious hero. Defeating Duan Wu Dao, however, was extremely complicated, but if he managed to do that, nobody would dare disrespect him. "Is there a time limit for the second request?" asked Lin Feng. "You have 1 year to marry my sister," said Duan Wuya. Lin Feng had only 1 year to do it. The great competition of Shuiyu would start soon, so it would, of course, not require 1 year to complete. However, Lin Feng also had to become the first high official in the same year. One could also understand, from Duan Wuya's tone of speech and behavior, that becoming the first high official of Shuiyu was even more difficult than finishing in the top 9 of the great competition. What Duan Wuya seemed to think was that Duan Wu Dao, his brother, was even stronger than the people who finished in the top 9 of the great competition of Shuiyu. At least, Duan Wuya thought so. He had faith in his brother. Even if Lin Feng finished in the top 9, he would still be very far from being able to compete with Duan Wu Dao. "I have no choice, right?" said Lin Feng. "Indeed, no choice," said Duan Wuya while shaking his head. Lin Feng remained silent for a moment and then grabbed Duan Xin's hand. He then said, "I'm going somewhere with Duan Xin for a few days." "Where?" "The lovesick forest," replied Lin Feng calmly. Duan Wuya nodded and said, "No problem, bring her back in a few days' time. I don't want the same things, which happened in the past, to happen again." Lin Feng remained silent. He obviously understood that Duan Wuya was talking about the fact that Yu Menghe and Lin Hai left Shuiyu, but the result was Lin Hai's cultivation was sealed and he was unable to enter the imperial city. Because of what had happened 18 years before, Lin Hai had to hide in the lovesick forest. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 525, The Story. Chapter 525, The Story. Duan Wuya didn't try to prevent Lin Feng from leaving. Everything Duan Wuya was doing was for Duan Xin. He was asking Lin Feng to come back as a glorious hero, to astonish the entire country and marry her. But Lin Feng didn't feel good about it. Actually, he felt horrible. He had the feeling that he was being manipulated. Even if Duan Wuya hadn't told him to finish amongst the best cultivators in the great competition of Shuiyu, Lin Feng would have done his best regardless. He would continue to improve his cultivation without added ultimatums. Becoming stronger and stronger was always part of his plan. Lin Feng already intended to confront Duan Wu Dao sooner or later. Lin Feng had already decided these things by himself. But Duan Wuya was asking him to do it with little margin for error. If he failed, then Lin Feng should just die. Besides, he only had 1 year to defeat Duan Wu Dao and become the first high official. Both things were extremely difficult. It was heartless, but Lin Feng had no choice. Maybe it was a means to challenge himself, to make him even more motivated to quickly surpass his current level and become stronger. Lin Feng was holding Duan Xin's hand and walking forward. They passed by Duan Wuya and Yu Tianming. Yu Tianming looked glum. Duan Wuya hadn't killed Lin Feng, he had only set 2 challenges, but in the end, he let Duan Xinyi leave with Lin Feng. Gotcha! A subtle sound filled the air. Yu Tianming had clenched his fists so hard and released his energy into the air. He would do his best to prevent Lin Feng from finishing in the top cultivators of the great competition of Shuiyu. Even if Yu Qingshan didn't allow him to fight against Lin Feng, he would still do it. In the forbidden area of the lovesick forest, in front of a tree with some cabin lodges, there were 2 tables and chairs. 2 people were sitting looking carefree and at home. Those 2 people were women. They were both extremely beautiful and looked like angels. They were just sitting there, but anyone who saw them would feel a peaceful atmosphere fall over them. How should the eyebrows be? Thick or thin? A pure and holy-looking woman raised her head. She didn't need anything to become more beautiful, she only had to stand there and it would make the world seem colorless in comparison. The other woman raised her head as well. Even though she wasn't young anymore, she didn't have many wrinkles on her face. She just had a deep and profound look in her eyes. She looked natural, warm and friendly. She was smiling and looked gorgeous. "Let the brush move with your heart," said the beautiful Yu Menghe while looking at her future daughter-in-law. She was very satisfied. Meng Qing was extremely beautiful. She wasn't any less beautiful than Yu Menghe when she was at that age. If Meng Qing were to be proclaimed as the most beautiful woman of Shuiyu, Yu Menghe would definitely agree. Lin Feng had a good eye for women. Even though she hadn't been with Meng Qing for a long time, Yu Menghe couldn't find anything bad about Meng Qing. She was extremely happy to have her as a future daughter-in-law. "Move with my heart," whispered Meng Qing. With the firm expression on her face, one could see that she didn't entirely understand what Yu Menghe was telling her, but she closed her eyes and continued. She was sketching the contours of a portrait. When she opened her eyes and saw her portrait, she had a resplendent smile on her face. Even though she wasn't good at painting, she wanted Yu Menghe to teach her. She wanted to nourish her soul and heart. She also found it to be extremely relaxing. In the distance, Lin Hai was still carving. He would occasionally raise his head and smile at them. If Lin Feng had been there, then the 4 of them could have shared this lovely moment. That would have been wonderful. "Father, Mother, Meng Qing." At that moment, a voice sounded which pleasantly surprised the 3 of them. It was Lin Feng's voice. But when they raised their head, they were surprised. There were 2 silhouettes. Apart from Lin Feng, there was also a young woman. She was beautiful. Meng Qing was stupefied. She could, of course, recognize Duan Xinyi. She had already seen her. In Duanren City in Umo, Lin Feng had saved Duan Xinyi. Then, he left the forbidden area of the Z government with Duan Xinyi. Meng Qing knew exactly who she was. She also knew that Duan Xinyi was in love with Lin Feng. Meng Qing was a woman who had a sharp intuition. By glancing once at Duan Xinyi's eyes, she could easily see that she liked Lin Feng. Besides, at that moment, Duan Xinyi was lowering her head. She looked extremely shy. When Meng Qing saw that, she immediately felt something. Yu Menghe could also feel something. She couldn't help but glance at Lin Hai with a deep and meaningful look. Lin Hai was stupefied. He couldn't help but lower his head and smile secretly. His son was even more skilled with women than himself. A short moment after, Lin Feng arrived in front of Yu Menghe and Meng Qing. Meng Qing could sense something, so she immediately put the painting away. When Yu Menghe saw that, she remained silent and sighed. Meng Qing's love for Lin Feng was extremely deep. She could feel that something was wrong, but she still took the time to hide her painting. She was extremely scared of Lin Feng having a negative opinion, because the portrait Meng Qing had been painting was of Lin Feng. Lin Feng glanced at Yu Menghe and then at Meng Qing. He opened his mouth, wanting to say something, but words wouldn't come out. He couldn't say anything. At the same time, Lin Feng looked strange. He looked remorseful and felt like a weight had fallen on his heart. Yu Menghe and Meng Qing obviously understood what had happened. Yu Menghe shook her head. She didn't know what to say either. But at that moment, Meng Qing stood up, which surprised Lin Feng. He just looked over to her and waited to see what she was going to do. Meng Qing stood up and walked towards Duan Xinyi, who then lowered her head even more. She looked like a little girl who had done something wrong. Her heart started pounding to the extent that she could hear her own heartbeat. "I'm sorry," said Duan Xinyi in a low voice. Even though she was a princess, she knew perfectly well that Meng Qing and Lin Feng's love was extremely deep. She was well aware of it, but she had also fallen in love with Lin Feng, and she had involved herself in their relationship. She was a princess, but in front of Meng Qing, she never acted arrogantly. Meng Qing's chi seemed to be that of an ice goddess. Men felt oppressed in front of her, but so did women. A sudden sound broke the silence, which surprised Duan Xinyi. She raised her head and saw Meng Qing smile at her. Meng Qing was surprisingly smiling at her. Xinyi couldn't believe it, but she could actually see a smile on Meng Qing's beautiful face. She wasn't angry. Duan Xinyi wasn't the only one astonished, but Lin Feng was too. Yu Meng was shocked as well and fixedly stared at Meng Qing's smile. Xinyi, you're a princess, you probably know how to paint, you can teach me, said Meng Qing while taking Duan Xinyi's hand. Lin Feng was holding her hand on one side, and Meng Qing was holding her hand on the other side. She was gobsmacked and just stared at Meng Qing with rounded eyes. Come quickly, sit down, said Meng Qing while pulling Duan Xinyi to a chair. Immediately after, she took a brush and a paper roll. She was preparing everything for her. She didn't look cold at all, she only had a magnificent and warm smile on her face. Meng Qing, whispered Lin Feng. Meng Qing glanced at him and then ignored him. She was only talking to Duan Xinyi. Yu Menghe walked towards Lin Feng and hugged him. Then she walked into the distance. Lin Feng obviously understood what Yu Menghe meant. He then followed her and arrived next to Lin Hai. Father, said Lin Feng as he approached. He didn't know what to say to either of his parents. Yu Menghe looked at Lin Feng. She wasn't angry at him, she was just smiling and said, Little Feng, what is going on between you and the princess? Lin Feng smiled wryly and explained everything. He didn't even hide the fact that they had slept together. He told his parents of the events. Even though that world was full of coldness and cruelty, for Lin Feng, family and friends were the most important people in his life. He really cherished them, so how could he hide things from his parents? When Yu Menghe heard Lin Feng, she sighed, looked at him and wrinkled her brow. She then said, I don't know how you lived before, but Xinyi has given up everything for you. If you don't cherish Meng Qing, I will never let you off. There is no need to consider other things, just look at Meng Qing and how deeply she cares for you. She loves you, no matter what happens in the future, you must cherish her, you cannot lose her. Yu Menghe was talking in a strict and firm tone. Lin Feng was a bit surprised but nodded in a serious way. How could he forget about Meng Qing? She was the woman he loved the most in the world. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 526, Painting with the Heart. Chapter 526, Painting with the Heart. Yu Menghe surprised Lin Feng. He looked at his mother. She had already completely adopted Meng Qing, to the extent that she was taking her side against Lin Feng. Lin Feng smiled. Meng Qing and his mother got along very well. He was, of course, really happy about that. Lin Feng raised his head and looked at Meng Qing and Duan Xinyi together in the distance. He could see that they were talking. Duan Xinyi seemed more relaxed at that moment and she was smiling in a resplendent way. Lin Feng felt like a heavy weight had been lifted from his heart. He had two amazing women, he could only be happy. He didn't need his mother to tell him that, he was perfectly aware, he deeply loved and cherished them. He thought about all the things Meng Qing and Duan Xinyi had told him in the past and started laughing. Without having to talk about who would be the main wife or not, everything was flowing without any trouble. Meng Qing had already told him she didn't mind him having several women on his side and Duan Xinyi had told him she didn't care about having the status of main wife in the past, she would just be happy to stay with him. Lucky boy, said Lin Hai while sighing and smiling. His son was so lucky in love, he had two incredibly beautiful girls. As a father, he could only be happy. What? Do you mean that you are not happy? Said Yu Menghe while looking at Lin Hai, which surprised him. A trembling smile appeared on his face and he said, Of course not, I'm happy too. Then he lowered his head and continued carving. That sweet moment made Lin Feng smile even more. His lips started shaking and he said to his father, I now understand what you were scared of, father. Foul-mouthed little boy, what's your language? Said Lin Hai looking upset. Lin Feng immediately started shaking his head hastily and walked away as if nothing had ever happened. Go my son, be a good man to Xinyi and Meng Qing, said Yu Menghe while looking at Duan Xinyi and Meng Qing who were not too far from them. Lin Feng nodded and slowly walked towards them. At that moment, Meng Qing also took a brush and a piece of paper and started learning from Duan Xinyi. She then started outlining the contours of her painting. They were ignoring Lin Feng, they were lost in that moment of happiness. Lin Feng was excluded from that joyful moment. Everything was unexpected for Lin Feng, but he felt gratified. Duan Xinyi stayed in the lovesick forest for 2 days and stayed with Meng Qing for 2 days. She taught her how to paint. Once in a while, they would chat and laugh together too. The poor Lin Feng was alone, excluded. For 2 days the girls ignored him. He felt sad, he didn't know whom he had offended. On the 3rd day, Duan Wuya sent some people to the lovesick forest to pick up Duan Xinyi, and at the same time, report a message to Lin Feng. Ruolan Shan wanted Lin Feng to go to and wait in front of the Imperial Palace 3 days later. They were going to leave for the Dragon Mountain Empire. That news had excited the entire country. The great competition of Shuiyu was finally going to start, but they still didn't know how many people were going to participate. Lin Feng guessed that Ruolan Shan hadn't really selected fighters, he was just considering the dates. 3 days was fine though, the great competition of Shuiyu would happen sooner or later, leaving earlier would be a good opportunity to meet some geniuses of the empire. Duan Wu Dao, Duan Wu Ya, Yu Tianming and the others will all go there, thought Lin Feng, but at that moment, he was sitting in the bamboo forest and there was a huge straw mat on which there were many papers. Lin Feng was painting, his hand was moving over the paper like many shooting stars. In front of Lin Feng, Meng Qing was sat about 3 meters away. She looked calm and serene, apart from her eyes and Lin Feng's hands, it seemed like nothing else was moving in the world. The silhouette of a woman gradually appeared under Lin Feng's painting brush. She looked affectionate, soft and delicate, pure and holy like a celestial being. She also looked natural and carefree. However, in that painting, that girl didn't look as beautiful as in reality. No, it's not good, thought Lin Feng while slowly shaking his head. He wasn't satisfied. He tore the paper apart and flames appeared in his hand, he burnt the paper into ashes. Lin Feng, do you still need a long time? Asked Meng Qing in a low voice. She had been sitting there for too long and Lin Feng had tried many times but he had failed each time. Each time, he had burnt the paper. Meng Qing was upset. Initially, Duan Xinyi had been teaching her how to paint, after that, Lin Feng had started trying to paint Meng Qing's portrait, without any interruption. Besides, he didn't allow Meng Qing to leave, he wanted her in front of him. You must wait until I'm done, said Lin Feng while laughing, he knew that he was being annoying. Meng Qing remained silent and seated. She looked pure and free from vulgarity, she perfectly matched with the beautiful scenery. The sound of Lin Feng's brush on the paper continued spreading through the air. Another portrait appeared, another Meng Qing, she looked very similar. Lin Feng had managed to make her face seem extremely beautiful, but it lacked vitality. No, said Lin Feng in a low voice again. He tore the paper apart and burnt it slowly. Lin Feng had burnt another piece of paper. Lin Feng put another piece of paper in front of him and started again. In Lin Feng's eyes, there was only Meng Qing at that moment, nothing else. His paintbrush danced over the paper, a portrait appeared again, the sounds of the brush on the paper and of the rustling leaves were merging together in the air, it was very romantic. No. 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 Lin Feng managed to paint her face beautifully each time, she looked very similar but there was something lacking, it was vitality, that vitality which gave people the impression that the 10,000 things of creation were colorless when they saw Meng Qing. Lin Feng didn't even know how many sheets he had burnt already but Meng Qing was still sitting there and watching the beautiful bamboo forest. When she saw Lin Feng frown in anguish, she didn't look impatient at all, her heart was filled with sweet feelings. Lin Feng was watching her carefully and she was also looking at Lin Feng. They weren't talking at all but most of the time, only a glance sufficed for them to guess their mutual thoughts. Time was passing slowly and the sky was growing dark, day and night were merging at that moment, time was really passing slowly. However, Lin Feng was still silent, from morning to evening, he had remained silent, and then from evening to morning, until the sunrise appeared and the flowers bloomed. They had the feeling they were witnessing the awakening of the world, the creation of the planet. Finally, on the third day, Lin Feng raised his brush in the air. He looked at Meng Qing, a gentle breeze brushed his body which made his hair flutter gently. Immediately after, he closed his eyes, slowly. He stopped looking at Meng Qing, he just closed his eyes and finally his hand started floating above the paper again. The sound of the brush on the paper started spreading in the air again but this time, there was nothing messy at all, Lin Feng was painting in a free and unrestrained way, as if guided by the heavens. Lin Feng's eyes were closed, his hand continued dancing over the paper, smoothly and skillfully. He did everything in one go without stopping once, he had been struggling for 3 days but at that moment, he had won. Phew. Lin Feng sighed and opened his eyes, he then looked at his painting, finally, he smiled in a resplendent way, he couldn't stop smiling. Finally, he raised his painting and looked at it, it looked alive. It was filled with vitality. Besides, it didn't just look good, it was magnificent. Meng Qing raised her head and looked at Lin Feng, he had been looking at her for 3 days and had used up a lot of energy. Meng Qing gave a magnificent smile. That portrait was incredibly beautiful, just like a celestial being, like a flower blossoming. I finally managed to do it, said Lin Feng in a low voice with a smile of satisfaction on his face. Lin Feng, since you closed your eyes, why did you need me here? But because I need to feel your presence, if you're next to me, I can picture you in my mind and in my heart, said Lin Feng in a soft and tender voice while smiling. When I'm on the road and miss you too much, at least, I can look at this portrait of you. And when I painted you, I had to close my eyes, because I needed to use my heart to see you. My eyes are not efficient enough. Meng Qing felt embarrassed and stroked her hair. She looked incredibly beautiful. Lin Feng had closed his eyes to paint her, and painted with his heart. Besides, that painting wasn't only Meng Qing's portrait, it was Meng Qing's love. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 527, Departure. Chapter 527, Departure. This time, Lin Feng was going to go to the Dragon Mountain Empire. There would probably be many dangers during that journey. Lin Feng was obviously not going to bring Meng Qing with him. She would stay in the lovesick forest while Lin Feng would go alone with his winged tiger. Before leaving, Lin Feng went to Duan Xianya's residence, but shockingly, he found out that she didn't live there anymore. Her female protectors weren't there anymore either. Lin Feng was extremely upset. Duan Wuya was cruel. Surprisingly, he had brought Duan Xianye to another place so Lin Feng couldn't see her. Lin Feng had no other solution. He could only give up. He didn't know where she was. Lin Feng jumped onto his winged tiger and they flew to the foot of Duanwu Mountain, where they were supposed to meet. At that moment, there were many people there already. Apart from the people from the Dragon Mountain Empire, there were also some geniuses from Shuiyu. Lin Feng glanced at them. They were 9 people in total. There was Lin Feng, Duan Wuya, Yu Tianming, Wu Qing, Yu Qin, Yu Jin, Yin Fei Yang, and 2 people whom Lin Feng didn't know. They were wearing black clothes and were releasing a cold and oppressive qi. They looked extremely firm and tenacious and absolutely expressionless. Besides, nobody was standing next to those 2 people. They were calmly standing together, away from the rest of the group. Apart from Duan Wu Dao, the high officials were all present. Maybe those 2 people were actually the 2 newest high officials. Indeed, before that, 2 people had disappeared from the rankings since they had died. Besides, they looked ice cold and terrifyingly strong. Lin Feng could feel it. "Where is the Crown Prince Wu Dao?" said Ruolan Shan while looking at those 9 people. He was asking Duan Wuya. Duan Wu Dao was most likely the one Ruolan Shan wanted to see the most at the great competition of Shuiyu. He had already heard about him. He didn't need to see him to know that he was extremely strong. Duan Wu Dao couldn't miss the great competition of Shuiyu at all costs. "Mr. Ruo, my brother will travel alone. He doesn't like being with other people. He told me to tell you that. At the moment of the great competition of Shuiyu, he will of course show himself." Duan Wuya was smiling while talking, which made Ruolan Shan frown. Duan Wu Dao wasn't going to travel with them? But after a short moment, he nodded. Duan Wu Dao was unruly and aggressive. He was also extremely strong. For those kinds of people, traveling alone was normal. Besides, Duan Wu Dao would participate in the great competition of Shuiyu. He was so aggressive and violent that such a competition could only be an exciting event for him. Even though everybody knew that he was unruly, violent, and aggressive, everybody knew that all he cared about was cultivation. He didn't offend those who didn't offend him, but he killed those who did. "Alright, let's go then," said Ruolan Shan while nodding. He didn't say anything else. "Mr. Ruo, there is something else I must apologize for," said Duan Wuya, which surprised Ruolan Shan. "Wuya, what is it this time?" "My father doesn't really pay attention to what is happening in Shuiyu these days, and my brother is too busy practicing cultivation, so this time, I do not have enough time to come and participate in the great competition of Shuiyu. Please forgive me," said Duan Wuya while bowing in front of Ruolan Shan. He looked sincerely apologetic. Everybody was astonished. The 4th high official wasn't going to participate to the competition? They didn't even know how strong Duan Wuya was, but he was giving up. He wanted to stay in Shuiyu. Shuiyu was under the jurisdiction of the Dragon Mountain Empire, so Duan Wuya also represented the empire in a way. Ruolan Shan hoped that he would participate, and that his strength would contribute to the strength of the empire at the competition. But at that moment, Duan Wuya was saying that he wasn't going to participate. Ruolan Shan was speechless. Duan Wuya was extremely smart and he kept becoming stronger. Even though they hadn't known each other for a long time, Ruolan Shan knew that Duan Wuya was an expert at hiding things, especially about himself. He was extremely clever. "Wuya, you are so strong. It is such a pity to hear that, but if it's unavoidable," said Ruolan Shan, trying to calm down. "Mr. Ruo, all those people are the most outstanding cultivators of Shuiyu. They are not weaker than me. Besides, there is also my brother. He is monstrously strong. In any case, since they are here, if I don't participate, it will not have any significant repercussions on the results. I really can't go anyway. There are too many things to do in Shuiyu. Please forgive me." "I hope you can understand," said Duan Wuya politely. Ruolan Shan pulled a long face and then nodded. He knew that Duan Wuya had some ulterior motives and was extremely strong-willed, making him change his mind would be impossible. "Since it's that way and it's unavoidable, I forgive you," said Ruolan Shan while sighing. Immediately after, he turned to the others and said, "Alright, Wuya is not coming, so we're ready to leave. Let's go." Then, Ruolan Shan whistled extremely loudly and in a flash, some black hawks descended from the sky and crouched down in front of the crowd. The Dragon Mountain Empire was extremely far from Shuiyu. Ruolan Shan and the others were obviously not going to walk, and flying in the sky was impossible too. It would have required too much pure chi and vitality. Riding beasts was the best way to travel. The Black Hawks were actually Black Wind Hawks, Xian-level beasts. They were extremely quick, people flying in the sky could never catch up with them. There were 6 Black Hawks and one of them could accommodate 3 people at once. Ruolan Shan, who was sharing his Black Hawk with Jian Shen, said to the others, 3 people can ride the same Black Wind Hawk, let's go. The crowd nodded. Small groups were formed and were jumping on the back of the hawks. But Lin Feng didn't ride those hawks, he had his winged tiger. It was also extremely quick, and it wasn't slower than those black hawks. Lin Feng made a step and jumped onto his winged tiger which spread its fire-red wings. It looked extraordinarily majestic. It only glanced at those black hawks for a few seconds but it was sufficient to scare them. Ancient ferocious beasts were extremely terrifying. "Lin Feng, can I come with you?" asked Yun Fei Yang at that moment. "Of course, no problem, come on," said Lin Feng indifferently. Yun Fei Yang had helped him in the past, Lin Feng couldn't refuse. Shhhh. A silhouette flickered in front of Lin Feng which stupefied him. There was a hurricane around that silhouette. That silhouette flickered and landed on the winged tiger's back. Incredibly, it was Lan Jiao from the Cosmic Pavilion. Lan Jiao didn't stay with the people from the Cosmic Pavilion, she had decided to travel with Lin Feng on his winged tiger. "Why didn't you ask me to come with you?" asked Lan Jiao while glancing at Lin Feng. Did Lin Feng need to ask her? She couldn't come onto the winged tiger without asking herself, she was always like that. Lin Feng smiled and shook his head. He didn't mind Lan Jiao riding his winged tiger with him. He looked at her and said, "If you want to travel with me, I, of course, have no objection, you're welcome, but since when are you so polite?" asked Lan Jiao while raising her head and glancing at Lin Feng in an indifferent way, which made Lin Feng shake his head and smile wryly. He didn't add anything else though. "You've never been to the Dragon Mountain Empire, the trip will maybe last for a few days. Maybe you don't want to stay with me that long, maybe you don't want me to show you around Dragon Mountain?" said Lan Jiao when she saw that Lin Feng remained silent. Lin Feng remained silent for a moment. Actually, he had really never been to Dragon Empire. Now, he had to go there. Besides, he needed a few things which he couldn't find in Shuiyu, so he was hoping to find them in Dragon Empire. "When we are in Dragon Empire, I will definitely need your help with a few things," said Lin Feng while looking at Lan Jiao, which made a grin appear on the corner of her mouth. Lin Feng also needed her sometimes, apparently. When Lin Feng saw Lan Jiao's facial expression, he shook her head. "What you want from him?" Yun Fei Yang remained silent and inwardly laughed. That girl from Dragon Empire surprisingly seemed interested in Lin Feng. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 528, Practicing Cultivation in the Sky. Chapter 528, Practicing Cultivation in the Sky. In the air, the Black Hawks were clapping their wings and flying at full speed. The strong winds that were created blew on everyone's bodies while the sounds of fluttering wings were heard. Lin Feng, Yun Fei Yang and Lan Jiao were riding the winged tiger. Lan Jiao was sitting near the middle of the wings, Yun Fei Yang was sitting on the back of the beast, and Lin Feng was standing on it near the head. Lin Feng was looking down at the landscape. There were clouds, fog, and huge roads. There were some mountain chains and deep forests, which made Lin Feng gasp in amazement. Finally, he was leaving Shuiyu. Lin Feng couldn't help but sigh with emotion. Since Lin Feng had been in the continent of the 9 clouds, he had practiced cultivation very hard. He wanted to reach the clouds and become one of the strongest cultivators in the world. At that moment, he was wondering what it was like outside of the continent of the 9 clouds. He longed for the day when he would be strong enough to bring his beloved with him out of the continent. They would travel millions of kilometers together, see huge mountains, lakes, and rivers. Participating in the great competition of Shuiyu was a first step for Lin Feng. It wouldn't be his final achievement. These would just be his first steps out of Shuiyu. His ultimate goal was neither Shuiyu nor the Dragon Mountain Empire, nor was it Shuiyu. Instead, he wanted to travel very far and see the corners and edges of the continent of the 9 clouds. People in his previous life used to wishfully think about becoming heroes or being extremely strong, but in this world of cultivation, it was possible. Lin Feng would someday break through to those mysterious cultivation layers which would enable him to destroy mountains and oceans. He would have incredible powers. Before, Lin Feng used to look at the sky wishing he could fly through it, now he could soar above the clouds. Lin Feng wondered what it was like to have broken through to the highest cultivation layers. What was it like to be monstrously strong? To break through to the Tianqi layer and become an everlasting cultivation god? Lan Jiao raised her head and looked at Lin Feng, who was standing still. He didn't look fat at all, he actually looked quite thin. Besides, he was as straight as a sword. His back wasn't crooked. It was a sign of his firm and indomitable willpower. "How far can Lin Feng see?" whispered Lan Jiao. She had spent some time with Lin Feng. Sometimes, he was cynical, frivolous, and had no respect for societal conventions. At other times he was aggressive and violent. He was also extremely stubborn. He didn't care about the consequences when he did things, even if they could be dangerous. No one dared infuriate him, but if they did, he'd kill them. But even though he looked like a death god at times, who knew how lonely and desolate he actually felt? He had come to this world, and what had happened? His uncles and cousins had wanted to kill him. Then he had been expelled from his own clan. Back then Lin Feng had nobody apart from his father. He had been alone in the world, he had only been able to rely on himself. He always had to kill people, otherwise they would kill him. Protector Kong and Protector Bei had given him affection. Even though he and Protector Kong hadn't talked much, Lin Feng had always respected him, but what had the result been? The Yunhai sect had been destroyed and Protector Kong sacrificed himself for him. Then Protector Bei helped him escape only to commit suicide after. All those hardships had shaped Lin Feng's personality. He had become a death god. He had immediately told Yan Yuping Sheng that without hesitation. He had opened his heart to him and had told him he wanted to be a selfless killer. Even if he was hated by all and they only wanted to kill him, Lin Feng didn't care. For the few people he loved, he was ready to become a monstrous murderer and kill them. "Let's speed up. We will arrive soon. Pay attention," said Ruolan Shan, whose voice spread in the air. The Black Hawk started to accelerate. The airstream was even more violent at that moment. With strong winds blowing upon everyone's faces, it was almost painful. The Winged Tiger accelerated as well, just like the Black Hawks. Lin Feng continued to stand still at the front of the Winged Tiger, gazing off into the distance. Despite the wind, he looked absolutely normal and expressionless. His clothes were emitting extremely loud fluttering sounds. It seemed like they were going to be torn apart by the wind. Ruolan Shan was sitting on the back of a Black Hawk, looking at the crowd. He was surprised. Some people were using pure qi to attenuate the effects of the wind while others were dodging the gusts of wind. Nobody had any problem resisting the wind, apart from Lin Feng, who was standing there normally. The strong winds were blowing on his body violently. His skin and clothes seemed like they were going to be ripped apart. The Winged Tiger was extremely fast. The faster it was, the stronger its countercurrents were. At incredible speeds, the wind could become as sharp as a blade. During battles, cultivators couldn't really feel it. But in the sky, while flying at full speed, the wind could be lethal. Lin Feng closed his eyes and sat down cross-legged. He was immobile like a mountain. He looked like a Haruka. He let the wind pound on his body. In Lin Feng's brain appeared the Haruka statue. It seemed like it had come from remote ages, and it had adopted a particularly evil countenance. In Lin Feng's body, an incredible stream started flowing. The extremely sharp wind in the sky couldn't damage Lin Feng's skin. His skin was as solid as steel. CRRR. CRRR. An extremely sharp qi was flowing in his body and emitting sharp sounds. The crowd only saw Lin Feng's clothes getting ripped apart to be blown away along with the wind. Lin Feng's barebacked body appeared in the crowd's field of vision and they could see many veins appear. They could see strength flow through his body. It seemed like that strength was flowing in every part of Lin Feng's body. It was extremely strange. Ha! Many people were stupefied, their pupils were shrinking. What was going on? Lin Feng was practicing cultivation under such circumstances? An extremely strong strength was flowing in Lin Feng's veins. On top of that, it wasn't a pure qi, it was physical strength. Apart from pure qi, Lin Feng was also developing another kind of physical strength. And it seemed extremely powerful. Ruolan Shan admired Lin Feng's power of understanding and determination. In such circumstances, he was still practicing cultivation. Behind the Winged Tiger on a Black Hawk, a silhouette stood up and released ice-cold qi which moved towards Lin Feng. That person was looking at Lin Feng and was about to unsheath their sword. That person looked like a murderer. That person looked elegant, handsome, and delicate. He looked like a hero. He was the last of the high officials, Yu Jian. He was a sword cultivator. At that moment, his eyes looked as sharp as sword and he was looking at Lin Feng's back. Suddenly, Yu Jian saw Yun Fei Yang raise his head and look at him. He had a resplendent smile on his face which stupefied Yu Jian. Even though he was smiling, Yun Fei Yang looked like he could see through Yu Jian's heart. Yu Jian fixedly stared at Yun Fei Yang, who didn't stop smiling at him for even a second. "Yu Jian!" shouted Yu Qin. Yu Jian stopped holding his sword and slowly turned around and sat down again, as if nothing had happened. Yun Fei Yang also lowered his head again as if nothing had happened either. That move didn't draw anyone's attention, but Yu Jian kept looking at Lin Feng. However, Ruo Lanshan noticed that, even if the others didn't. He grinned while he observed. Yu Tianming and some other geniuses from Shuiyu hated Lin Feng. He knew about that. The Yu clan hated Lin Feng more than anything else. They all wanted him to die. A moment before, Yu Jian wanted to attack Lin Feng by surprise while he was practicing cultivation, but Yun Fei Yang helped Lin Feng and protected him. If Yun Fei Yang hadn't been there, would he have attacked Lin Feng by surprise? Nobody could have seen that coming, but Ruo Lanshan knew it isn't that easy to attack Lin Feng by surprise. Otherwise he wouldn't have practiced cultivation in such circumstances. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 529, The Dragon Mountain Empire. Chapter 529, The Dragon Mountain Empire. The winged tiger and the black hawks were flying. After 3 days no one knew how far they had traveled, but they were very far from Shuiyu. They looked down at the landscape. There were tall and lofty buildings that were much higher and more spectacular than those in Shuiyu. They were also snow-white. Looking at the buildings made incredible feelings arise in people's hearts. They felt mighty. "We have arrived in Celestial Dragon," said Ruo Lanshan at that moment. Everyone's eyes started twinkling. Celestial Dragon City was the imperial city of Dragon Mountain. No wonder it looked so majestic and spectacular. Some people looked excited while others looked nervous. They had left Shuiyu and were about to arrive in Celestial Dragon City, the imperial city of Dragon Mountain Empire. "Let's get ready to land," said Ruo Lanshan. Everybody nodded except for Lin Feng, whose eyes were still closed. He was in his own world. It seemed like he didn't know what was going on around him. Lan Jiao made a step and arrived next to Lin Feng. Her beautiful eyes were twinkling. That guy was obviously not practicing cultivation anymore. Why wasn't he waking up? She opened her mouth, but a sharp chi emerged, so she didn't talk. Immediately after she saw Lin Feng open his eyes looked resplendent and sharp. A moment before she had sensed that sharp chi, it had actually come out of Lin Feng's eyes. The Dragon Mountain Empire. Lin Feng glanced around at the vast and boundless city under him. He looked extremely excited. He had been in that world for a few years and he had finally left Shuiyu. That was his first step in the continent of the Nine Clouds. "Let's land now," said Ruo Lanshan. In a flash, the Black Hawks started nosediving. Lin Feng told his winged tiger to land using telepathy. In a flash, they were on the ground. The place where they landed was extremely broad and vast. It looked like a huge field designed to practice cultivation. Once in a while some curious people would stare at them, wondering who the strange visitors were. "Welcome to Celestial Dragon City, the imperial city of Dragon Mountain Empire," said Ruo Lanshan while turning his head around and smiling. Even though he was an ambassador and had gone to Tianfeng and Shuiyu, Dragon Empire was still his own country. In other countries he didn't feel at ease. He felt much better to be back in his own country, as if a huge burden had disappeared from his heart. He didn't need to be overcautious in his own country. Lin Feng looked at the environment. At that moment they were on a gigantic public square. To the north of the public square there was a gigantic arched door with a few words written on it, Virtuous Dragon Residence. "Let me tell you a few things. You are now in the Dragon Empire. Here you can stay in the Virtuous Dragon Residence for a few days. I already sent a letter to Tianfeng to tell them to send some geniuses. When they arrive, there will be you and 16 geniuses from Dragon Mountain. You will participate in the great competition of Shuiyu together," said Ruo Lanshan slowly. Each empire had to choose 36 geniuses in total. Dragon Empire had to choose candidates from their own empire as well as candidates from Shuiyu and Tianfeng to display their strength. Tianfeng and Shuiyu each had 10 people chosen, and 16 had been chosen from the empire. Everybody nodded. They weren't surprised. After all, the geniuses in Dragon Mountain were stronger and more numerous, so them having more candidates was normal. The empire was, after all, an empire. Cultivation facilities were much better in the empire and geniuses were more numerous. An empire could only be stronger than a country. The virtuous dragon residents have many cultivation facilities. If you want to practice, you can find a place you like and practice cultivation. The virtuous dragon residence was a sort of hotel where foreigners from Shuiyu and Tianfeng could go. An empire remains an empire, thought Lin Feng. The Dragon Mountain Empire controlled by Shuiyu. When people from Dragon Mountain were in Shuiyu, they stayed in the imperial palace of Shuiyu and the prince or the king had to receive and entertain them. They had to be extremely respectful to them as well. However, when people from Shuiyu were in Dragon Mountain, it wasn't that way. Their group were going to stay in some sort of hotel for foreigners, not in the imperial palace of Dragon Mountain. But their respective powers were imbalanced. One was a country under the jurisdiction of the other. People from Shuiyu were not surprised, unable to stay in the imperial palace of Dragon Empire. Everybody just nodded. Besides, cultivators didn't really care about where they were going to stay. That was just a practical matter, nothing more. Although they care about face, being received as extremely distinguished guests didn't really matter to them. Alright, you must all be tired from the journey, go and have a rest. I will not bother you anymore. If you need anything, you can tell the people of the virtuous dragon residence to contact me. I need to tell you something else. You are here, in my empire, the Dragon Mountain Empire. I hope that you will not cause trouble here because I don't want anything to happen to you. You cannot die before the great competition of Shuiyu. You may fight, but no battles to the death, said Ruolan Shan with sharp lights twinkling in his eyes while glancing at the crowd, especially Yu Jian. During the flight, Yu Jian had thought about attacking Lin Feng. Now, they were in Dragon Mountain. Some of them wanted to kill Lin Feng. They were going to live together in the same residence, so there were probably going to be tensions, and the situation could explode at any moment. Everybody slightly nodded. They understood that if they did something wrong, Ruolan Shan would tell them to leave. Everybody glanced at each other and then gazed into the distance. They had arrived in the empire. They, of course, wanted to go for a walk. Briefly, a few people went to the residence while others went for a walk in the city. Lan Jiao looked at Lin Feng as if she were waiting for him to say something. Lin Feng looked at Lan Jiao, smiled, and shook his head when he saw how she was behaving. Let's go and find a room, then you can show me around, alright? Asked Lin Feng. Are you giving me an order? Asked Lan Jiao while crossing her arms before her chest. She was looking at him in a seductive way. Lin Feng looked at Lan Jiao. He was puzzled. He then decided to immediately turn around and walk towards the virtuous dragon residence with the winged tiger following him. You? Said Lan Jiao. She was stupefied. She then started walking as well. That bastard. But she followed him anyway. The virtuous dragon residence was also a huge snowy white building. It was clean and beautiful. It looked like a very nice place. From outside, one could see there were some courtyards inside. The long corridors looked like dragons. There were ponds and a beautiful courtyard. Of course, they had to go through the main gate to see more. From outside they could only see a part of it. It seemed that every courtyard in the residence were different. Let's go there, said Lin Feng while pointing at a courtyard. He then immediately entered the courtyard. He was only going to stay there for a few days. Besides, Lin Feng thought that courtyard looked extremely sumptuous. Lin Feng left his winged tiger there and then left with Lan Jiao. The winged tiger was an ancient ferocious animal. It would draw people's attention if he took it with him into the city and might attract trouble. Celestial Dragon was much bigger than the imperial city of Shuiyu. The streets were wider, people had more beautiful changpaos, they looked extremely elegant. People from Dragon Mountain Empire seemed to particularly like snowy white clothes. Where do you want to go? Asked Lan Jiao. Lin Feng immediately replied, I don't know what there is here, so no need to ask me. Alright, I will bring you to a nice place. I will show you where some geniuses go. If you're lucky, you might meet a gorgeous woman too, said Lan Jiao while smiling. Surprised, Lin Feng asked, what place? The best restaurant in the city, the Celestial Palace Restaurant, which belongs to the Tang clan. Replied Lan Jiao. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 530, The Alcohol of the Best Restaurant. Chapter 530, The Alcohol of the Best Restaurant. Tang clan? Celestial Palace? Lin Feng was curious. It was a restaurant and it was surprisingly called the Celestial Palace Restaurant. What a powerful and aggressive name. When you see it, you will understand why it is called Celestial Palace, said Lan Jiao while smiling. She then led the way, walking on a big road. They walked for about half an hour before they arrived in front of a gigantic white fortress. That white fortress had 9 floors. It was shaped like a pyramid where each floor was more narrow than the one under. Of course, the ground floor was incredible. It supported such a huge building. "It's really a palace," whispered Lin Feng. "That domineering palace couldn't have been called a restaurant, or else it would have been an euphemism. The Tang clan is the most powerful family in the Dragon Mountain Empire. It is also one of the oldest clans. This palace is one of their emblems, that's why it looks so incredible. I can tell you that those who enter the palace are extremely strong. You have to be of the 5th Ling Qi layer or higher to enter. On top of that, you cannot be older than 30 years old, unless you're a member of the Tang clan," said Lan Jiao while smiling, which surprised Lin Feng. The Tang clan was the most powerful and influential clan of the Dragon Mountain Empire. They were much stronger than the Yu clan or the Yu clan in Shuiyu. They had founded that palace and only people who were above the 5th Ling Qi layer could enter. "Besides, the alcohol in this restaurant is extremely expensive," said Lan Jiao while smiling even more. Lin Feng really wanted to see what kind of alcohol they had in the restaurant. Why was it so expensive? Was it special? "Let's go inside," said Lin Feng in a low voice, and then immediately walked towards the restaurant. When Lan Jiao saw Lin Feng walk towards the restaurant, she smiled in a sly way and followed him. The ground floor was gigantic, and there were many people. They all looked extremely young, but the atmosphere was extremely calm. People were just whispering in order not to disturb others. Besides, they were mainly focusing on their drinks and enjoying the taste. Lin Feng glanced at them. As expected, none of them were weak. "Don't look at them, they think they're great. They put on some nice clothes and come here, but they actually only mingle with the Kanashenti. They're worthless," said Lan Jiao while smiling. She was talking in a very untactful way and everybody started staring at them. They looked extremely upset. Lin Feng glanced at Lan Jiao. Was she trying to cause trouble? "What a rude girl," said someone when he heard her. Some people even stood up. They looked furious. "You see? They're tiny little people and are easily provoked," said Lan Jiao while giggling. Lin Feng shook his head when he saw those people come towards them. He started releasing some qi and force. In a flash, those people stopped walking. Immediately after, they went back to their seats. Even though they were furious, they just lowered their heads and started drinking again. Strength was the most important thing. "Let's go, we're heading to the 5th floor," said Lan Jiao while holding Lin Feng's arm, and then arm in arm, they started walking towards the flight of stairs. The people were astonished when they heard her. 5th floor. That floor is reserved for those of Xian Qi layer at least. They were stunned. Lan Jiao and Lin Feng were so young but had already broken through to the Xian Qi layer. That was incredible. No wonder that Lan Jiao hadn't been scared of them. Lin Feng followed Lan Jiao. As they went up the building, the qi was getting stronger and stronger. Like Lan Jiao had said, the higher the floor, the stronger the cultivators. On the 5th floor, there were only people of the Xian Qi layer. On the 6th floor, cultivators had to be at least of the 2nd Xian Qi layer. On the 7th floor, they were at least of the 3rd Xian Qi layer. On the top floor, cultivators had to be at least of the 4th Xian Qi layer. People under the age of 30 who had broken through to the Xian Qi layer were already extremely rare. Therefore, people who came to the Celestial Palace restaurant were all under the 30 were actually, for the great majority, about 20. People who were about 20 and who could go to the top floor could also be considered as the most outstanding cultivators of Celestial Dragon. When they arrived on the 5th floor, they noticed that there were very few people. In the vast hall, only 8 tables were occupied. Nobody was talking, they were all very calm. "Lin Feng, let's drink something here, okay?" said Lan Jiao while smiling. Lin Feng nodded. He hadn't tasted the alcohol on the ground floor, so he had to try the alcohol on the 5th one. They both moved to a table and sat down. There was a carving on the table. It was a dragon. In the middle there was a cleft that Lin Feng didn't know what it was for. "Lin Feng, put a purity stone of a higher quality in here," said Lan Jiao while pointing at the cleft. Lin Feng was stunned. A purity stone of higher quality? Even though he felt reluctant, he still took one out and put it in the cleft. CRRR. CRRR, a light sound spread in the air and the purity stone disappeared inside. Lin Feng was stupefied. That was like a vending machine. Very quickly, another sound spread in the air and in front of Lin Feng appeared a small bottle. "Ha!" Lin Feng was astonished. That table was really incredible. You could get drinks by putting purity stones inside. The alcohol of the 5th floor is like that. For 1 purity stone of higher quality you can buy a small bottle. "Have a try," said Lan Jiao while pouring some alcohol in a small glass before giving it to Lin Feng. Then, she also grabbed a glass for herself. The glasses were made of jade. Lin Feng was extremely curious. That alcohol was so expensive, but what did it taste like? Lin Feng raised the glass to his nose and smelt it. There wasn't any smell, so he just drained the glass in one gulp. Eee. Lin Feng sensed the alcohol going down his digestive system. His stomach started burning. Achoo! Lan Jiao smiled at Lin Feng and said, "It's the first time I see someone down a glass of hot unit liquor, you silly boy." Lin Feng's face turned red. He felt like he was burning. He looked at Lan Jiao and saw that she was only sipping it. Lin Feng was a bit upset. "That liquor is so strong!" exclaimed Lin Feng. He had the feeling his blood and internal organs were turning upside down, as if his blood was burning. The pure qi in his body seemed like it was burning. It contained some scorching hot qi which was burning his blood vessels. Everybody was looking at Lin Feng in a strange way. That liquor was strong. Where is that moron from? Said some in a despising way while looking at Lin Feng's red face. That person really despised Lin Feng at that moment. "Yeah, he's absolutely a moron. He wants to kill himself," said another one while laughing, which stupefied Lin Feng. He then coldly glanced at them. Lan Jiao was laughing though. She found Lin Feng's facial expression extremely funny. That hot unit liquor can burn people's pure qi and make it flow faster. It makes your veins and bloodstream stronger. It's extremely good for cultivators, but you must drink it slowly. It's even more effective than practicing cultivation. The problem is you downed it. Luckily your cultivation level is high, otherwise you would have burnt your veins and internal organs, explained Lan Jiao while laughing. Lin Feng was surprised but remained silent. What a strange liquor. Surprisingly, it could help improve one's cultivation level. No wonder it cost one purity stone of higher quality. It seemed like the Celestial Palace restaurant really deserved its reputation and name. Lin Feng's pure qi and strength of the Haruka kept flowing together, making the heat flow. It was slowly rotating in his body. Lin Feng was gradually starting to feel better. It actually felt very pleasant. At that moment, he could sense how good that liquor was. Lan Jiao could see that Lin Feng was feeling good and said, "It's only the 5th floor, on the other floors, liquors are even better." Better liquors? Lin Feng looked impatient to try them. He really wanted to try them and see what they were like. "But some people just humiliated you, they called you a moron, they said you wanted to die," said Lan Jiao while laughing. She was voluntarily trying to make Lin Feng angry. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 531, Rushing to the Top Floor. Chapter 531, Rushing to the Top Floor. Lin Feng glared at Lan Jiao. She really liked to cause him trouble. When the two people who had just humiliated Lin Feng heard Lan Jiao, they laughed in a mocking way and said, "Someone who downs a glass of extremely strong liquor like water is a moron, there are no other words. He didn't die because he's lucky." "Lin Feng, you heard them clearly, they're insulting you again," said Lan Jiao while smiling. Lin Feng shook his head, poured some more liquor in his glass, and immediately downed it without hesitation. Some bubbling sounds emerged from his stomach. His internal organs felt like they were burning. By drinking the liquor like that, Lin Feng was making his physical strength flow at full speed and it made him satisfied. "So pleasant," said Lin Feng while exhaling some burning qi. His strength was flowing through his body, it felt extremely pleasant. His body was becoming stronger. The stronger the liquor, the better for his body. Lan Jiao was speechless when she saw Lin Feng. As expected, he wasn't an ordinary man. Lin Feng looked at the glass made of jade, it was empty. He then immediately poured some more. Lan Jiao was stunned. He then immediately downed it again. Burp, burp. Lin Feng burped and his face turned even redder. His cheeks, ears, nose, his entire face was red. Besides, the pure qi and the Haruka's strength were boiling in his body, they were flowing at full speed. Lin Feng had the impression he was going to start burning. "Oh my god, so good!" exclaimed Lin Feng. Lan Jiao could sense the scorching hot qi flowing out of his mouth while he was talking. That qi even hurt her face. He's insane. Lan Jiao was speechless. Everybody was also blankly staring at him. That guy was scary. Those who had just insulted Lin Feng were also stunned. They didn't dare say anything anymore. If they had drunk like Lin Feng, they would have died. Their internal organs and blood vessels would have burnt and caused their deaths. However, Lin Feng felt good and loved it. There was a problem though, they could now understand that Lin Feng's cultivation level was higher than theirs, much higher. Those two people stood up, they wanted to leave. They lightly stepped on the floor in order not to draw Lin Feng's attention. Cough, cough. Someone coughed, which made those two sneaking suddenly feel tense and nervous. "Stop," said Lin Feng in an ice-cold voice. Their heartbeats suddenly accelerated. "Go back to your seats," Lin Feng demanded. Those two people looked even more nervous. They didn't leave, they went back to the table where they had been sitting a moment before. "You want to leave without apologizing?" said Lin Feng while slowly turning to them and looking at them in an ice-cold way. If they had insulted him only once, Lin Feng wouldn't have said anything. He didn't like conflict, so he wouldn't care. But after Lan Zhao had talked, they had insulted him again. There were limits to his patience. "We are ignorant, Your Excellency. We didn't offend you on purpose. We just wanted to remind Your Excellency to be careful when drinking that liquor that way," said one of them, trying to make Lin Feng believe that he hadn't meant to offend him. Lin Feng was just smiling coldly though. He couldn't believe some people were so shameless. "Oh, very good, so you can give me some tips now," said Lin Feng coldly. "We would never dare, Your Excellency. The way you drink it is the right way. We made a mistake, we were wrong," said that person. "Indeed," nodded Lin Feng. "Since you didn't know, you too, down a glass of that liquor, just like I did." Those people were speechless. Drink it like Lin Feng? They pulled a long face. They were scared and trapped. What could they do? "Quickly, I don't have time to waste," exclaimed Lin Feng in an ice-cold way while releasing some terrifying ice-cold killer chi which enveloped their bodies. They had the impression that they had landed in hell when they sensed that terrifying chi. What a terrifying energy. Lin Feng was a lot stronger than them. He could kill them in the blink of an eye if he wished. Other people also sensed his energy. They were happy that they had said nothing when Lin Feng had drunk his glasses in one gulp. That guy was clearly extremely strong. He could have even gone to higher floors. But they had never seen him before. It was probably his first time in the restaurant. Finally, under Lin Feng's oppressive chi, those people just put a purity stone of higher quality in the cleft and some hot unit liquor appeared. They grabbed it, but their hands were shaking. "Drink!" shouted Lin Feng in an ice-cold way. Then, those two people drank the alcohol in one gulp. Aha! One of them put his hand on his chest. His body was burning. He was going to burn. Achoo! Blood immediately splashed out of the other's head, and his face was entirely red. Lin Feng looked at them in an ice-cold way, but he was actually surprised. That alcohol was really strong. It was dangerous for cultivators of the first Qian Qi layer. "Lin Feng, let's go to the 8th floor. There is some amazing liquor there," said Lan Zhao while smiling at Lin Feng. Lin Feng glanced at her. The 8th floor was reserved for cultivators of the 4th Qian Qi layer at least. He had only broken through to the 3rd Qian Qi layer. They are not that rigid. If you show the guards that you are strong enough, more precisely your fighting abilities, you will be able to get in," explained Lan Zhao while smiling. Immediately after she started running, she looked like she was floating over the ground. She was running but looked like a flying butterfly. Besides, she was extremely quick. "Come!" shouted Lan Zhao. Lin Feng followed her to the flight of stairs. "Stop!" shouted a voice. Someone was running after Lan Zhao on the flight of stairs, and Lin Feng could see them from behind. He was astonished. That girl, Lin Feng, was speechless. Lan Zhao had just broken through to the 1st Qian Qi layer, and it hadn't been a long time. She could only stay on that floor. But surprisingly, she was running towards the 8th floor. Lin Feng made a step and chased after them too. Very quickly, he disappeared from the people's field of vision. "8th floor," whispered the people on the 5th floor. They were astonished. When they heard Lan Zhao, they understood that young man with whom she was had the fighting abilities to go to the 8th floor. They were astonished. How scary. In the flight of stairs, silhouettes were flickered. Lan Zhao passed by the 6th floor but didn't stop. She continued running, passed by the 7th floor. Immediately a guard came out to attack her but missed her. "Lin Feng, hurry up!" shouted Lan Zhao. She then arrived on the 8th floor and finally stopped. She was stuck at the top of the building. When Lan Zhao arrived at the top, there was an old man, the guard of the top floor. Besides, on Lan Zhao's other side there were two silhouettes, the guards of the 6th and 7th floor. They were angry at Lan Zhao. That girl was too audacious. She had surprisingly forced her way to the top floor. "Go back!" shouted the guard of the 8th floor furiously. He immediately raised his hand which bombarded Lan Zhao's body. Lan Zhao tried to dodge but failed and blood splashed out of her mouth. The guard of the top floor had broken through to the 4th Qian Qi layer. Having broken through to the 4th Qian Qi layer or defeating him were the two only ways to get in. Lan Zhao was obviously unable to get in. What a stupid bitch, she surprisingly dares rush to the top floor. Shouted that person furiously while getting closer and closer to Lan Zhao. She was encircled. You're not coming to help, said Lan Zhao when she saw that Lin Feng was walking so slowly. When the three guards heard Lan Zhao, they turned around and looked at Lin Feng. They were stupefied. A cultivator of the third Qian layer. What makes you think you can come to the top floor? Bawled the guard of the top floor furiously. Lin Feng was stupefied. That person could surprisingly determine his cultivation level at first glance. In Dragon Mountain, many people practice the celestial eyes technique. They can thus immediately determine someone's cultivation level at first glance, said Lan Zhao, who knew why Lin Feng looked surprised. Then she said something surprising. Bastard, some people are humiliating and beating your wife and you're not doing anything. Lin Feng was astonished. His wife. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 532, The Beauty of the Tang Clan. Chapter 532, The Beauty of the Tang Clan. Lin Feng was speechless. Lan Zhao liked to cause problems. Besides, she had said that people from Dragon Mountain could see other people's cultivation level with a glance. That was incredible. They could immediately know if they could compete with others or not. Unfortunately, that technique was unknown in Xueyu. Those three guards glared at Lin Feng. One could see that they despised Lin Feng. Lin Feng wasn't from Dragon Mountain and he didn't even know what the celestial eyes technique was. They didn't need to be scared of him. Since you are together, I will first take care of the girl and then I will come take care of you. The Celestial Palace is not a place where you can come to cause trouble, shouted the guard of the 8th floor. Immediately after, he looked at Lan Zhao again and his hand started moving at full speed, creating a hurricane around it. Get down from here, shouted the old man at Lan Zhao. His hand was about to reach her, but instead of moving, she remained motionless and closed her eyes. She looked like she was waiting to die. You're crazy, shouted Lin Feng at Lan Zhao. He transformed into a beam of light and in a flash, arrived next to them. Stop, shouted the two other guards when they saw Lin Feng arrive. They immediately released some physical strength and moved towards Lin Feng. Get lost, shouted Lin Feng while releasing some monstrously deadly qi which immediately enveloped their bodies. Their facial expressions drastically changed in the blink of an eye. How strong! That deadly energy was scary. Bzzz. A buzzing sound emerged in front of them. They were stupefied. Lin Feng passed by them at the speed of light. They didn't have any time to react. Bzzz. Another buzzing sound spread in the air. The two guards turned around and saw that Lin Feng had blocked the old man, whose hand was in Lin Feng's palm and had stopped moving. He was only one step away from Lan Zhao but couldn't move forwards anymore. A strong wind was making Lan Zhao's hair float in the air. The guard of the 8th floor was stupefied and blankly staring at his own fist in Lin Feng's palm. The young man in front of him had only broken through to the third Qian layer and could stop his punch with the palm of his hand only? How? Get lost, shouted the old man furiously. He couldn't believe his eyes. He then released a monstrous pure qi out of his hand. A strong wind was blowing all around. Lin Feng looked at him in an ice-cold way and said, Get lost. Then, Lin Feng released some monstrous physical strength in his fist. Crackling sound spread in the air and the guard of the 8th floor sensed a terrible pain in his hand. His bones were cracking and that physical strength spread into his body. He couldn't block it and his body immediately flew away. He crashed onto the wall. Cough, cough. He coughed violently and blood splashed out of his mouth. There was even more blood than a moment before when Lan Zhao coughed blood. He was fixedly staring at Lin Feng. What a terrifying physical strength. Lin Feng hadn't even used pure qi strength but had managed to make him fly away. Was he really of the third Qian layer? The two other guards were also stupefied. Lin Feng was very strong. They didn't know that Lin Feng's attack was heartless. Before arriving in Dragon Mountain, Lin Feng had practiced his rotation of the Haruka strength skill. He had made his body even more resistant and powerful. His strength could now make even more rotations, 4,000. He could easily crush cultivators of the 4th Qian layer. Lin Feng hadn't even used his entire strength at that moment. He. Lan Zhao giggled and grabbed Lin Feng's arm. Lin Feng was puzzled. Your Excellency, you can enter the room of the 8th floor but she can't, she's too weak, said the guard of the 8th floor. Lin Feng had injured him and thus proved that he could enter that area. I am his wife. We are obviously entering together, declared Lan Zhao naturally. Lin Feng was stupefied. Since when was Lan Zhao his wife? The guard looked startled, he didn't know what to do. But then a voice spread in the air. "Let them in," said that voice in a soft, natural, and indifferent way. The guard of the 8th floor was stupefied, he then nodded and said to them, "You can enter, both of you, but..." Lin Feng and Lan Jiao glanced at each other. Lan Jiao was smiling in a resplendent way while she dragged Lin Feng inside the room of the 8th floor. The top floor was different from the other floors. There was only one gigantic table there. People would sit in circle together at that table on that floor. Some people were already sitting and all had a glass of alcohol in front of them. 3rd Xian Qi layer and 1st Xian Qi layer. When Lan Jiao and Lin Feng entered, the crowd glanced at them for a second to see their cultivation level. They were surprised. Even though they were surprised, it didn't last long. That cultivator of the 3rd Xian Qi layer had defeated the guard of the 4th Xian Qi layer. It was rare but not that unusual. They didn't believe Lin Feng was too strong. Lan Jiao, apart from her beauty, was insignificant in their eyes though. Lan Jiao's cultivation level was too low. Lin Feng glanced at them. Those people were all very young and all had sharp facial expressions. Their qi was incredible, they had all broken through to the 4th Xian Qi layer at least. There wasn't a single weakling. A person in particular caught Lin Feng's attention. It was a young girl. She looked cold, elegant and educated. She was probably the member of a wealthy and noble family. She was extremely beautiful while sitting on the main seat. She certainly had a lot of influence. She was from the Tang clan. She was one of the 3 most famous young cultivators of Celestial Dragon, Tang Yuyu. Tang Yuyu glanced at Lin Feng and Lan Jiao and said, "Cheng Meng Xin, did she ask you to come?" Cheng Meng Xin was a girl from the Cosmic Pavilion. She was the strongest cultivator of the Cosmic Pavilion. She was also one of the most outstanding young cultivators of Celestial Dragon, just like Tang Yuyu. "Did Cheng Meng Xin ask her to come?" asked the crowd while looking at Lan Jiao. The crowd was curious, especially seeing how she had come with an unknown person, Lin Feng. "We're both from the Cosmic Pavilion," said Lan Jiao, but Tang Yuyu didn't believe her. Tang Yuyu asked indifferently, "Is it that simple?" "Who do you think asked me then?" said Lan Jiao. "At least, I know that you both practice the same skills." "If you weren't related at all, she wouldn't have given you that skill," replied Tang Yuyu while looking at Lan Jiao. The crowd was astonished. Tang Yuyu could see what kind of skill Lan Jiao was practicing. How amazing! Lan Jiao looked at Tang Yuyu. She had already heard about the prodigious daughter of the Tang clan. Tang Yuyu could see her skills at first glance. "Your Excellency, where are you from? Even though you are not a weak cultivator, my celestial palace is not the best place to cause trouble," said Tang Yuyu while looking at Lin Feng. People who dared force the way like that were rare. "Lin Feng, from Shuiyu," replied Lin Feng. The crowd was stupefied. Lin Feng was from Shuiyu, a country under the jurisdiction of Dragon Mountain. "Are you going to participate to the great competition of Shuiyu?" asked Tang Yuyu. She was also going to participate to the great competition, so she knew about it. She planned to compete with the other geniuses. Lin Feng nodded and in a flash, everybody's facial expression drastically changed. The young man who had forced the way into Celestial Palace was going to participate to the great competition. They would have never thought such a thing. And he was so young. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 533, Soul Spring Liquor. Chapter 533, Soul Spring Liquor. Being able to participate at the great competition of Shuiyu already proved that Lin Feng was an outstanding cultivator in Shuiyu. He definitely stood out. Of course, the most outstanding cultivators of Shuiyu weren't respected in Dragon Mountain. In Celestial Dragon, there were many outstanding disciples, especially those selected to participate to the great competition of Shuiyu. They thought that the outstanding cultivators of the countries under the jurisdiction of the empire were worthless. They were extremely proud and refused to accept that some people who came from Shuiyu could be as strong as them. A small country like Shuiyu was participating in the great competition and they only chose tiny little cultivators of the 3rd Xian Qi layer. "Is Shuiyu that desperate?" said a young person in white clothes while looking at Lin Feng. That cultivator didn't even glance at Lin Feng. He despised him. When the others heard that person, they remained silent and looked at Lin Feng. He had broken through to the 3rd Xian Qi layer. Even if he could fight against cultivators of the 4th Xian Qi layer, he really shouldn't be able to participate to the great competition of Shuiyu. Cultivators of the 3rd Xian Qi layer were, during the great competition, the weakest ones. Lin Feng's facial expression was ice cold. But that mockery also made him think. Indeed, the 3rd Xian Qi layer was too low. Even amongst the others from Shuiyu who had been chosen to participate were of the 4th Xian Qi layer. Besides, they had particular fighting abilities, they had no problem defeating normal cultivators of the 4th Xin Shi layer. In order to really feel at ease during the great competition of Shuiyu, one had to be at least of the 5th Xin Shi layer. I don't know if Shuiyu is full of incapable cultivators, but considering what you just said, I assume you will also participate to the great competition of Shuiyu? Lin Feng remained silent, but Lan Jiao spoke for him. She was looking at the one who had just humiliated Lin Feng and her voice was ice cold. She sounded like she was making fun of him. My country, the Dragon Mountain Empire, is different from Shuiyu, which is a tiny country dominated by us. I have broken through to the 4th Xin Shi layer, but I could never be selected to participate in the great competition of Shuiyu. In Dragon Mountain, we are not like Shuiyu, we have many other stronger cultivators. Said that young person with assurance and composure, pouring out words in a steady flow. Bullshit. You are just too weak to participate to the great competition of Shuiyu, that's all. You're just trying to find high-sounding excuses, nothing more. I admire you, being able to talk such bullshit is amazing. Said Lan Jiao mockingly. The crowd was stupefied. You are so weak that you were not even chosen to participate to the great competition of Shuiyu and you dare make fun of someone who has, how shameless. Continued Lan Jiao. That person was absolutely astonished. Little sister Tang Yu, we came to the 8th floor, shouldn't you prepare something for us? Said Lan Jiao, ignoring the other one while looking at Tang Yu. Of course. Said Tang Yu. She stretched her arm and showed Lin Feng and Lan Jiao 2 seats. Please, sit down. Lan Jiao was rude, she pulled Lin Feng's arm and made him sit down. There were 10 people at the table, they all had sharp lights in their eyes while looking at Lin Feng. Lin Feng, Tang Yu actually rarely comes here. It is your first time and surprisingly, she's here too. We are lucky to meet such a great person from Dragon Mountain. Said Lan Jiao at that moment while smiling. Tang Yu giggled and said, what are you talking about? I am the one who's honored to see a genius from Shuiyu. Besides, you will taste the liquor made by my clan, the Tang clan, please have a drink, it is my treat. While talking, Tang Yu touched the table and in a flash, some alcohol appeared in front of Lin Feng, appearing out of the cleft again. It smelt strange, somewhat sweet. Lin Feng had never smelt such a thing. What a strange thing. Thought Lin Feng, stupefied. That was the 8th floor, how had it appeared so fast? Lin Feng and Lan Jiao were 2 people, but there was only 1 drink, as if Lan Jiao had been ignored. After all, Lan Jiao was just accompanying Lin Feng, she hadn't come relying on her own strength. Lin Feng, the Tang clan are the best alchemists in Dragon Mountain, nobody can surpass them. They have always been the best. Besides, their liquor contains Ling-level pills, they can make 9 different sorts of liquors with different effects, but they are all extremely beneficial to people. Since this is the first time you have come to the 8th floor, you can drink it free of charge. Next time you must pay, and the price is terrifying. But besides here you can't get it anywhere else. Explained Lan Jiao to Lin Feng. Then she continued, Lin Feng, it is your first time here so you get to try it, and on top of that, you are sitting with Tang Yu, you are extremely lucky. You understand a lot about my Tang clan and the Celestial Palace. We indeed have 9 sorts of liquor, the one Lin Feng has in front of him right now is a soul spring liquor, it doesn't make you stronger but it completely cleans and purifies your soul. It enables a cultivator to penetrate into a mysterious dimension of cultivation. Explained Tang Yu. That liquor could clean the soul. Everybody looked excited around the table, they were all staring at Lin Feng's glass, cleaning the soul and enabling people to penetrating into a mysterious cultivation dimension. That was exciting. Lin Feng grabbed his glass and looked and smelt it, but suddenly a monstrous amount of qi immediately moved towards him. Very quickly, Lin Feng had the feeling that his soul had frozen. The ice-cold qi of several people was attacking him. Put it down. Gotcha. 2 sounds spread in the air. Someone hit the table with their hand and a terrible pure qi flowed on it towards Lin Feng. It was extremely quick, everything happened in a flash. Humph. Lin Feng groaned coldly and hit the table as well. In a flash, the glass rose up in the air. Come here. A terrifying pure qi with an attraction force turned into a thread which moved towards the glass in the air. That person wanted to steal the glass. Tang Yu was just calmly looking at the scene, she didn't try to stop anyone. She looked natural and unrestrained, she wanted to see how Lin Feng was going to react. People from Shuiyu who could leave their country and join the great competition of Shuiyu were usually bullied, that was normal. Lin Feng had come to the Celestial Palace, but anywhere else, he would have been bullied in the same way. However, after his journey in the Dragon Empire, would people still bully him? Kaboom! Lin Feng hit the table and a pure qi immediately collided with the other one. A dazzling light flashed. At the same time, Lin Feng stretched his arm and grabbed the glass. The thread of pure qi then came to encircle his hand and tried to make it move away. That person was still trying to steal the drink. It seems like the glass which little sister Tang you offered me can trigger a fight. Since it's that way, I will not restrain myself, declared Lin Feng in an ice-cold way. Then, the sound of breaking glass spread in the air. The glass in Lin Feng's hand was broken and a cyan liquid spilled out of it. At the same time, Lin Feng's hand shook and the pure qi around his hand broke apart as well. If you want to fight, let's do it without being cowards, shouted Lin Feng in an ice-cold way. Then he immediately landed in front of the one who had released the pure qi and released an extremely brutal energy. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 534, The Bet. Chapter 534, The Bet. Ha! When the crowd saw Lin Feng's move they were stupefied. How aggressive, how violent. Surprisingly, a person from Xueyu dared to cause trouble in the Celestial Palace. Do you think I'm scared of you? Asked the one who had attacked Lin Feng while groaning coldly and standing up. He also released some qi and force towards Lin Feng. You just broke through to the 4th Xin Qi layer and yet you are already so proud just because you can come into this room? Are you trying to make yourself feel better because you have an inferiority complex? Provoked Lin Feng while moving his hands. A gigantic amount of energy moved towards the other one, bombarding the atmosphere. Lin Feng then jumped up into the air and threw himself at his opponent. Lin Feng was flying through the room horizontally. In his fist, a terrifying black substance was flowing that emitted whistling sounds and caused a strong wind. Lin Feng's fist was extremely oppressive. The young man's facial expression changed drastically. Lin Feng's fist seemed like it contained an oppressive physical strength. He had never seen that before, and without realizing it, his body locked up. He looked glum at that moment. He took a step backwards and released all his pure qi, which started revolving around him. It then moved towards his hand and began to condense. Suddenly it shot towards Lin Feng. Arf! He roared like a beast and released all of his pure qi, which bombarded the atmosphere towards Lin Feng. However, Lin Feng's fist was destroying all that pure qi. Lin Feng's fist was unstoppable. Get lost! Shouted Lin Feng furiously. Immediately after his fist bombarded the young man's fist, a terrifying physical strength, as heavy and oppressive as a mountain, spread through his opponent's arm. That young man had used all sorts of energies with his pure qi, but Lin Feng's Haruka strength was too powerful to bombard his opponent's energies and even break the bones of their arm. One fist sufficed. At the same time his body flew away and crashed loudly on the other side of the room. The crowd was astonished. They didn't understand. They were really surprised. Lin Feng had only broken through to the 3rd Xin Qi layer. He had been able to defeat the guard of the 8th floor with only his fist. And once again, using a simple fist, he could defeat a cultivator of the 4th Xin Qi layer, to the extent that he had made him fly away. Moreover, Lin Feng was still at his initial position and remained motionless like a mountain. Piece of trash, said Lin Feng in an ice-cold way, which made the opponent pull a long face. He was gnashing his teeth so hard that blood started dripping out of his mouth. You said something as well, right? Asked Lin Feng while looking at the young man in white clothes, which was the one who had humiliated him before that. His family name was Yang. It seemed like he could sense Lin Feng's ice-cold qi. He looked tense and nervous. No words came out of his mouth at that moment. He had the same strength as the one who had just been crushed by Lin Feng, 4th Xin Qi layer. If the other one hadn't been able to compete with Lin Feng, then the one whose name's Yang couldn't fight against Lin Feng either. He would end up being humiliated the same way. His eyes kept flashing. He hadn't expected Lin Feng to be that frivolous and aggressive, as well as extremely strong. What a coward. As expected, only your filthy mouth works properly, but when you are confronted with someone who really wants to fight, you're scared to death. If all the geniuses of Dragon Mountain are like that, then I am extremely disappointed, said Lin Feng while pulling his sleeves up and going back to his seat. Even though he hadn't attacked, he had humiliated him enough. The one whose family name was Yang had the impression that he had just been slapped on the face. His cheeks were burning intensely. He had humiliated Lin Feng and Xueyu. At that moment, Lin Feng was humiliating him and Dragon Mountain respectively. He had humiliated him and the other one couldn't refute his words because he was really weaker than Lin Feng. Your Excellency, even though you are not weak, it is because you rely on a particular skill to defeat cultivators of the 4th Xin Qi layer. You think that because you're good at battling it allows you to be arrogant? We are Dragon Mountain. It is not comparable with Xueyu. We have a myriad of geniuses. Those who can defeat you are numerous here. The only problem here is that they are unwilling to bully the weak. explained someone else in a sharp voice. He was a young man wearing a black Chang Pao. At that moment he wasn't even looking at Lin Feng, he was looking at his glass and sipping it. After a moment, he raised his head and glanced at Lin Feng in a proud and arrogant way. Lin Feng turned around and looked at him. Lin Feng's eyes looked as sharp as swords. That person was still sipping his alcohol and glanced at Lin Feng every now and then. He looked enigmatic. But Lin Feng kept staring at him and frowned. That person also looked at Lin Feng in an enigmatic way. What do you mean? That you can easily defeat me? When you state you are not willing to bully the weak, are you calling me weak? Said Lin Feng, which made that person narrow his eyes in which cold lights were twinkling. One can determine what people mean by considering their behavior. Answered the young man coldly. It seemed like he was confirming Lin Feng's guess. He could easily defeat Lin Feng but didn't because he was too weak. Okay, that is what I thought you meant. Said Lin Feng in a cold and detached way. His interlocutor seemed like he thought it was funny, but he then added in an ice-cold way, you don't know how to differentiate what's good from bad. Those who can come to the 8th floor of the Celestial Palace are at least of the 4th Xian-Shi layer, but there are also many cultivators of the 5th Xian-Shi layer here. I am one of them. Do you think that by relying on a funny skill, you can despise everybody else? I will show you how stupid that is and how reckless you are acting. 5th Xian-Shi layer? Wow! You're so amazing! Said Lan Zhao and then continued, you're saying he's arrogant and acting recklessly? Do you want to bet? That person turned his head and said to Lan Zhao, what do you want to bet? You fight against him. If you win, I will teach you my evil illusions technique. If you lose, you must buy us 2 sets of each of the different sorts of alcohol the Celestial Palace has. Said Lan Zhao while smiling. That person was stupefied and said, you can only have 1 bottle of those liquors. Besides, you cannot take them away. You are a member of the Cosmic Pavilion, so I believe you already know about that. Besides, I don't care about your evil illusions technique. I will bet. Said Tang Yu in a soft voice at that moment while looking at Lan Zhao. She then added, considering your request, you should ask me to bet. But it's perfect because I wish to have that evil illusions technique from the Cosmic Pavilion. I will bet 2 sets of the 9 bottles of liquor with you. Agreed. You definitely deserve to be from the Tang clan, you're resolute and determined. Said Lan Zhao while smiling. Then, Lan Zhao added, Lin Feng is perfectly able to drink those 9 bottles in a row. It's not impossible for him and the results won't be catastrophic as you may think. You will see. When Lin Feng saw Lan Zhao smile, he had the impression that she was selling him. That girl had brought him to the Celestial Palace with ulterior motives. Of course, if Lin Feng could obtain a set of the 9 bottles of liquor, he would also be very happy. You two that are fighting, don't you want to go to another place first? Asked Tang Yu while looking at the 2 fighters. No need. No need. Both of them talked at the same time. They were staring at each other in an ice-cold way and releasing some ice-cold energy. Let's fight. Lin Feng's silhouette flickered and his fist immediately bombarded the table. In a flash, it broke apart so that there was nothing left between them, nothing obstructing the way. Lin Feng threw himself at his opponent like an arrow whistling through the air. The young man in the black clothes groaned coldly. He was a cultivator of the 5th Xian-Shi layer. His cultivation level was higher than that of Lin Feng by 2 layers. He wasn't scared of Lin Feng. 1,000 evil fists! Shouted the young man in black clothes furiously. He then trampled on the floor violently, which made it shake. His 2 fists then started shooting a myriad of evil fists which bombarded the atmosphere towards Lin Feng. It was terrifying. Annihilate! Shouted Lin Feng in an ice-cold way. The Haruka's strength made 4,000 rotations and destroyed all those fists, which immediately disappeared without trace. In the air, there was only a terrifying light which was moving towards the young man in black clothes. Boom boom boom. A loud sound resonated in people's heads. Lin Feng was going through the young man's attack like a hot knife cutting through butter. When his fist bombarded the opponent's body, the same thing happened again. The young man in black clothes flew away and crashed against the wall, blood splashed and his face turned deathly pale. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 535, Dragon Mountains Rankings. Chapter 535, Dragon Mountains Rankings. Buzz. A terrifying buzzing sound kept spreading in the atmosphere. The young man in black clothes had crashed against the wall after Lin Feng had punched him violently. His attack's energy had been destroyed. He looked panic-stricken at that moment. You can defeat me easily? You don't like bullying the weak? You humiliate me? said Lin Feng in an ice-cold way while looking at that young man who looked panic-stricken. One fist, it had been only one simple fist but it had sufficed. A cultivator of the 5th Shen Qi layer had been unable to withstand a single attack from Lin Feng. That punch hadn't only defeated him, it had also crushed his self-confidence. He had never thought that a cultivator of the 3rd Shen Qi layer could have despised him and easily defeated him. He realized that his life had just been in Lin Feng's hands. The young man in the black Changpao wasn't the only one to think that way, the others were all stupefied by Lin Feng's punch. The young man in black Changpao had used his 1,000 evil fists attack extremely quickly but it had been unable to block Lin Feng's punch. Lin Feng had crushed him in a flash, as if he had crushed dry weeds and smashed rotten wood. Lin Feng had kept the situation under control from the beginning to the end. Tang Yuyu's eyes were twinkling. She had seen many geniuses in her life but Lin Feng, with his strength of the 3rd Shen Qi layer, had fought 2 battles and had each time crushed his opponents with a simple punch. He had even defeated that cultivator of the 5th Shen Qi layer with a single punch. She had never seen that. Lin Feng had easily won, his punch had been explosive. What kind of physical strength is he using? Thought Tang Yuyu. That black stream in his veins had invaded his fist, it looked like a physical strength from ancient ages. It could put everything under pressure. Lin Feng had probably learned some mysterious skill. If he's been chosen to participate in the great competition of Shuiyu, there must be a good reason. He is indubitably extraordinary, thought Tang Yuyu again, considering the fact that usually, people who were chosen to participate in the great competition, particularly if they come from countries under the jurisdiction of Dragon Mountain, had to have broken through to the 4th Shen Qi layer. Do I need to battle again? Asked Lin Feng while looking at Tang Yuyu. At that moment, he was already in front of the young man in the black Changpao and ready to punch him again. If Tang Yuyu told him to keep fighting, he would destroy that young man. No need, said Tang Yuyu while shaking her head. Her eyes twinkled, she stretched her arm and many bottles of liquor appeared. There were 18 in total. You won, admitted Tang Yuyu while stretching her arm and handing the bottles over to Lan Zhao. Lan Zhao took the bottles and put them away while smiling. Lin Feng is incredible, he's invincible, said Lan Zhao while giggling. Lin Feng lowered his hand and moved away from the young man in the black Changpao. He then walked back to Lan Zhao looking cold and detached. Let's go, said Lan Zhao while grabbing Lin Feng's arm. They then jumped out of the window and flew away. After having taken the 18 bottles of alcohol, they had immediately left. Tang Yuyu looked out of the window at Lin Feng and Lan Zhao. Lin Feng's natural abilities weren't bad but his cultivation level was too low. If he managed to break through to the 5th or 6th Shen Qi layer, he would definitely appear as a dazzling cultivator at the competition, he would stand out. Lin Feng's cultivation level didn't suffice but he was very young, for people his age, he was already very strong, especially since he came from a small country. After leaving the palace, Lin Feng and Lan Zhao landed on the ground. Lan Zhao had a grin on her face. She then took out some bottles and said to Lin Feng, "Here are your bottles. You can have all of them at once, maybe then your cultivation level will improve. The other 9 are mine, you have no objections I suppose? Even if I did, would you give them to me?" said Lin Feng. Lan Zhao smiled and said, "You're very smart, I wouldn't. I had to exert quite a lot of effort, I even introduced you to a beautiful girl and you had the opportunity to drink some amazing liquor thanks to me, I deserve a little reward." "Lin Feng, tell me the truth, how do you find Tang Yuyu?" said Lan Zhao with a smile yet not a smile on her face. In Celestial Dragon City, Tang Yuyu and Chang Meng Xian were courted by many men. They were actually girls of many men's dreams. "Very beautiful," said Lin Feng. "Only beautiful? You didn't feel anything for her?" joked Lan Zhao. "No particular feeling," replied Lin Feng while shrugging his shoulders. Lan Zhao turned around and said indifferently, "You have 2 beautiful girlfriends, they both look like celestial beings, not being attracted by other women is normal, but if Tang Yuyu didn't make your heart beat faster, Chang Meng Xian will. Do you want to go and see her now? We can go if you wish." "I wouldn't dare meet women who practice the evil illusions technique," said Lin Feng indifferently. Back then, when Lan Zhao only had the strength of the Ling Qi layer, she had managed to make Lin Feng go crazy with her evil illusions technique, she had almost taken control over his spirit, and Chang Meng Xian was much stronger than her, she would definitely be able to make Lin Feng go insane. "You're smart. If you met Chang Meng Xian, you would prostrate yourself in front of her and try to see under her skirt. Tang Yuyu is cold and elegant, Chang Meng Xian is not like that, she's like a blazing fire and she would turn you on so bad that you would go crazy," said Lan Zhao while giggling. Now, Lin Feng was actually very curious and wished he could see her. "Tang Yuyu and Chang Meng Xian are very famous but it isn't only because they're beautiful, right?" said Lin Feng indifferently. There were many beautiful women but it didn't suffice to be famous, after all, cultivation was the most important thing in this world. Of course. Don't think that Tang Yu is only beautiful. If you fought against her, you would definitely lose. You don't need to have doubts about that, said Lan Jiao, sounding very sure of herself, which made Lin Feng knit his brows. When Lan Jiao saw Lin Feng's expression, she said, "Of course, you don't need to feel discouraged. In Dragon Mountain, cultivating is much easier. There are many extremely powerful teachers, and some of them are way stronger than those in Shuiyu." That's indubitable. Besides, Tang Yu is from the Tang clan. They support her. And on top of that, they have their special liquors which are incredibly beneficial for cultivation. How could she not be extremely strong? Are you trying to cheer me up? Said Lin Feng while smiling in a resplendent way. Lin Feng had actually knitted his brows not because he had doubts about his own cultivation, but because Lan Jiao seemed so certain that Lin Feng couldn't rival her, and to top it all off, it didn't seem like she was the only one. It seemed like there were many more strong cultivators in Dragon Mountain. With the geniuses of such an empire, plus the extremely strong cultivators of the 3 other empires, as well as the strong cultivators of all the other countries under the jurisdiction of all the empires, if Lin Feng joined the great competition of Shuiyu at this moment, he would most likely not finish amongst the best ones. It seems like I need to hurry and increase my cultivation level, thought Lin Feng, feeling even more determined than ever. Why would I try to cheer you up? I just don't want you to collapse after a single setback, said Lan Jiao. What is Tang Yu and Chang Meng Xian's ranking in the Dragon Mountain? Asked Lin Feng. Top 3, said Lan Jiao immediately, and then added, the 4 most outstanding young disciples of the Dragon Mountain are Jian Shen, he's the 4th one, then the 2nd and 3rd ones are Tang Yu and Chang Meng Xian. However, nobody knows which one of them is the 2nd or the 3rd, they have already fought in the past but their strength is very similar, making their battle end in a draw. Then, the first one is terrifying, he belongs to the imperial family of the Dragon Empire and his name is Jun Mo Shi. Jun Mo Shi. Tang Yu, Chang Meng Xian and Jian Shen. They are the 4 most outstanding disciples of the Dragon Mountain Empire, thought Lin Feng, trying to remember their names. Maybe Lin Feng would meet them and even face them at the great competition of Shuiyu. Of course, there are many other outstanding disciples in Dragon Mountain, who know incredible skills, you cannot look down on them. For example, there is one with a dark left hand called Cui Wu Ming. Thanks for telling me those things, said Lin Feng while smiling at Lan Jiao in a warm and friendly way. Lan Jiao's eyes twinkled, however it lasted less than a second. She then immediately groaned coldly and said, no need to thank me. You and I are just acquaintances, so I don't want you to die so young. The great competition of Shuiyu won't be as easy as you think. It is possible that you and the other so-called geniuses from Shuiyu and Tianfeng will be crushed and even die there. You might all just be like cannon fodder at the competition. Don't think that you will easily amaze someone. I perfectly know how things stand and have a definite idea of how things might be there, said Lin Feng while smiling. At the great competition of Shuiyu, there would be many geniuses who are extremely strong cultivators. Amongst the people who would come from Shuiyu and Tianfeng, most likely only 1 or 2 would become famous, while others might end up like Lan Jiao's prediction, dead and considered trash of the great competition of Shuiyu. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 536, Breakthrough. Chapter 536, Breakthrough. Lan Jiao saw Lin Feng's eyes twinkle and understood that he had something in mind. He wasn't a prisoner of his personal feelings, he had a plan, but he just wasn't telling her what he intended to do. She was from Dragon Mountain, she had seen and heard a lot about the great competition of Shuiyu and how cruel it was. She knew that a human life there was considered as nothing. Nobody cared about others' lives, especially about the lives of those whose cultivation level wasn't high enough. Nobody would care about them if they died. People would let their body rot away from home. Where do you want to go now? I know the city relatively well, I can show you some other places, just tell me what you want to do, said Lan Jiao while looking at Lin Feng. Lin Feng looked pensive for a while and then said, just wait for a short while, I first want to try and drink those bottles to improve my cultivation, and then we can go and walk around again. Alright, no problem, let's go, I'll stay with you, said Lan Jiao while nodding. All the cultivators who had come from Shuiyu had only spent a short moment in the virtuous dragon residence and had then gone for a walk in Celestial Dragon. It wasn't easy to leave one's country, so they couldn't miss the opportunity. In the virtuous dragon residence, the atmosphere was particularly calm. Lin Feng arrived in the courtyard where he had chosen to stay. He walked through a long corridor and arrived inside of the courtyard. He immediately took out the 9 bottles. Those 9 bottles contained 9 different sorts of liquor. What is the difference between all those bottles? Lin Feng asked Lan Jiao. You already tried the Soul Spring liquor, how did it feel? Asked Lan Jiao. I still haven't used it, said Lin Feng while shaking his head. You swallowed it and prevented it from flowing by using your pure qi? Asked Lan Jiao. Lin Feng nodded. Since it's a fine liquor, it wouldn't have been appropriate to use it a moment ago. You planned everything, you're good. Now you can let it flow and you will see. Lin Feng nodded and let the alcohol flow. His pure qi moved and in a flash, the alcohol started flowing through his body. In the blink of an eye, Lin Feng had the feeling that he could sense his soul in a much more distinct way than usual. It seemed like his vitality was also particularly acute. Practicing in such circumstances will inevitably be very favorable, thought Lin Feng. He was stupefied that soul spring liquor was purifying his soul and consciousness. Everything became very clear. The effects were similar to those of his celestial spirit when he released it. How comfortable. My vitality and my soul feel so pleasant, said Lin Feng to Lan Jiao. Lan Jiao nodded and said, indeed, those 9 sorts of alcohol all have different effects but are very useful. That soul spring liquor can purify your soul and make you perceive everything more distinctly. Besides, it also improves the speed at which you can swallow the qi of the earth and the sky as well as the speed at which you can make it rotate. There are also some liquors which can help you increase your cultivation level or increase your vitality. In short, those liquors are extremely valuable and can help a cultivator break through to another cultivation layer. Lin Feng's eyes were twinkling. The alcohol of the 5th floor of the Celestial Palace restaurant, the hot unit liquor, had extremely powerful effects. He had already understood why that alcohol was extremely powerful. All those liquors were incredibly efficient. Besides, combining them together could help a cultivator break through to the next cultivation layer. That set of liquor was definitely a treasure. People of Celestial Dragon, except for the first time when they went to it, had to pay extremely high prices to get the liquor of the 8th floor. Only the first time was free. Lin Feng was also guessing that making those liquors wasn't easy, so the price was understandable. However, Tang Yuyu had immediately handed over those 9 bottles without batting an eye. She was extremely decisive and persistent. Lin Feng sat down cross-legged and drank all those liquors. He drank all of them like water. If other people had seen him, they would have been extremely angry and thought that he was wasting those treasures because he hadn't savored them. He had immediately downed them in one gulp. When those 9 liquors mixed together in his stomach, Lin Feng shook his hand and in a flash, he was surrounded by purity stones. CRRRR. Lin Feng gnashed his teeth and felt as if his internal organs and blood were boiling. His blood, his pure qi, physical strength, and his strength of the Harukas all started boiling and rolling in his body. It was very painful. After having swallowed the soul spring liquor, he could perceive everything much more clearly, but it was extremely painful, as if his body had been about to break apart. His blood vessels dilated and his bones started undergoing various modifications. Every single part of his body was changing. His blood was burning, but that pain didn't make Lin Feng feel like giving up. It didn't make Lin Feng lose his vigor either. It was stimulating all his senses. He could sense each part of his body. Everything felt more real than ever. A terrifying fire started burning on Lin Feng's body. It was his cosmos burning sun skill. The purity stones around him began to move towards Lin Feng's body at full speed and penetrated into it. Lin Feng forgot about the pain and immediately started practicing cultivation. Lan Jiao was next to him, silently looking at Lin Feng practice. At that moment, she felt extremely hot. The ambient temperature abruptly rose. It was all because of Lin Feng's practice. She put her hand on her forehead to protect her eyes from the sunlight and then raised her head to look at it. The sunlight was shining upon Lin Feng's body and it was particularly dazzling. She then followed those rays of sunlight with her eyes and saw that they were all aiming at Lin Feng's body. Incredibly, there was a sun pattern on Lin Feng's body. Lan Jiao was stupefied. He's attracting the strength of the sun. Lan Jiao was astonished. Lin Feng was practicing a skill which could attract the strength of the sun and was able to use it. The sun pattern on his body started burning in an insane way. It looked like a little sun. That little sun and the real sun enhanced each other's beauty. Sun skill. Lan Jiao's face suddenly looked magnificent. That was an authentic sun skill. Those who practiced sun skills could swallow sunlight and use its strength. Similarly, those who practiced moon skills could also attract moonlight and use its strength. Sun and moon skills were extremely valuable skills, since their efficiency increased as the cultivator's cultivation level increased. Lin Feng was practicing precisely such a skill. Besides, it seemed like the strength he was borrowing from the sun wasn't that strong. Maybe his sun skill still hadn't reached its peak. Terrifying flames were burning all around Lin Feng's body. Lin Feng's heart and soul were making that strength flow in his body at full speed, but soon, those flames started to grow weaker and weaker. Lin Feng felt extremely good. Pure qi was flowing faster and faster in his veins. His formidable strength of the Haruka began rotating with increased speed. Lin Feng felt full of vitality and vigor. He could sense everything clearly. It was very pleasant. The pure qi of the earth and the sky from the purity stones kept moving into his body and revolving. Around Lin Feng's body appeared a resplendent light. At the same time, the pure qi, which was in the atmosphere, started moving into his body and into the small flames around him. After practicing that skill for a long time, he moaned with pleasure. He then opened his eyes and took a deep breath while inhaling some pure qi through his mouth and nose. At that moment, all of the pure qi penetrated into Lin Feng's body and merged with his sun qi. Phew! Lin Feng exhaled and spat out some fire which emitted small subtle sounds. Lin Feng stood up and clenched his fists. He felt overjoyed. He then gradually made that fire disappear, but the qi was still burning. Sun skills are extremely strong. Each time I break through to the next cultivation layer, it becomes incredibly more powerful, whispered Lin Feng. He could sense that his sun skill was becoming increasingly more powerful. His sun qi and physical strength had become much stronger as well. Considering that fact, each time Lin Feng broke through to the next cultivation layer, he became much stronger than other cultivators who also broke through the same layer, all thanks to his sun skill. As expected, you made a breakthrough, said Lan Jiao. She looked delighted. Those 9 bottles of liquor had helped Lin Feng break through to the next cultivation layer. Lin Feng would already be able to feel way more confident at the great competition of Shuiyu. I broke through to the 4th Xian Qi layer, said Lin Feng while smiling and nodding. Breaking through to the next cultivation layer was, each time, like penetrating into a new world. Each time a cultivator broke through, he was at the beginning of that new cultivation layer, which meant that their cultivation wasn't very stable, but now Lin Feng had immediately broken through to the middle of the 4th Xian Qi layer, which meant that his cultivation was already stable. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 537, Marketplace. Chapter 537, Marketplace. Those liquors are awesome, aren't they? Asked Lan Jiao while smiling at Lin Feng. She was also very happy for him. Lin Feng had broken through to the next Xian Qi layer and she had played a role in that process. Using them together at the same time is incredible, said Lin Feng while nodding. If he hadn't had those liquors, he probably would have needed more time to break through to the 4th Xian Qi layer, and it would have taken him a while. I still have 9 bottles, but unfortunately you cannot drink them immediately. The effect wouldn't be good enough, otherwise I would have already given you all of them, said Lan Jiao while smiling. Those liquors were fermented pills, and each time a cultivator used pills, he couldn't use them consecutively in a short amount of time, otherwise, the effects would be much weaker, and that would be a reckless waste. Right now, if Lan Jiao gave them to Lin Feng, he wouldn't be able to benefit from them. No need to give them to me, you also need to break through to the next cultivation layer, keep them for you. If you want to use them, I can stay here and protect you while you practice, said Lin Feng while shaking his head. He wasn't a greedy person. Having been able to drink 9 of those liquors was already wonderful. He was delighted. He had even broken through to the next cultivation layer. He didn't need more. No, that's fine. I will keep them for now and use them when the right time comes, said Lan Jiao while shaking her head. Oh, by the way, you said you wanted me to bring you somewhere. Where should we go? I can show you around now. Okay, bring me to a marketplace, replied Lin Feng. My clan, the Cosmic Pavilion, owns the biggest marketplace in Celestial Dragon. Let's go there, said Lan Jiao while nodding. Both of them then left the residence and walked towards the marketplace. The Cosmic Marketplace was the biggest marketplace in Celestial Dragon. There was a myriad of things to buy or exchange, for that there were not only stalls but also auctions. When Lin Feng arrived, he found out that the place was exactly like he had imagined. It was a huge district, lively and bustling. People's voices were boiling in the atmosphere. Everyone was looking for transaction opportunities. The entire street was filled with people and various things were on the ground. There were also glittering jewels to delight the pedestrians' eyes. Anyone could display their goods and wait for other people to propose some deals. Where can I find some real treasures and products of higher quality? Asked Lin Feng while looking at all the things on the ground. You must rely on luck. If you see something you like, you can simply walk closer to inspect more meticulously. Those things are not necessarily rotten or of lower quality. You may see some real treasures too. Maybe you will find something you need, said Lan Jiao. Lin Feng nodded. Indeed, in such places, finding what one really needed really required luck. Of course, if you like, you can also go to the auction house. If you find any treasures you like, you can bid, said Lan Jiao. Lin Feng knew how auctions worked, but he disliked them. If you found something you really liked, other people could also bid and the price would become exorbitant. Of course, if somebody needed something, paying a high price didn't matter. Let's go have a walk and see, said Lin Feng while starting to walk on the street and looking around, but at that moment, a silhouette appeared in front of Lin Feng. Lin Feng glanced at her and saw a middle-aged woman. She also glanced at him and then looked at Lan Jiao, who was behind him. Are you done having fun and wasting time? Asked that woman coldly. Lan Jiao suddenly looked extremely tense and nervously walked forwards. She then shouted, Teacher! Teacher? Lin Feng was stupefied. That woman was actually Lan Jiao's teacher. Come with me, said the middle-aged woman, after which she turned around and started leaving. Lan Zhao remained motionless. The middle-aged woman stopped, turned her head and said, "Are you not going to obey?" "Teacher, I wouldn't dare," said Lan Zhao while lowering her head. She then looked at Lin Feng and said, "I will find you later." Then, Lan Zhao left and followed the woman. In a flash, they disappeared from Lin Feng's field of view. Lin Feng looked at them leave and felt upset. He was in Celestial Dragon and didn't really know the place. He had counted on Lan Zhao to show him around. He hadn't thought that she would leave him alone so unexpectedly. Unfortunately, her teacher had shown up and she had no choice but to leave. Now, Lin Feng had to rely on himself to find what he needed. Lin Feng started walking in the middle of the market. He was walking slowly and paying close attention to all the things displayed, only stopping whenever something caught his attention. Actually, Lin Feng had two goals for coming to the marketplace. The first one was to find precious treasures which would help him improve his cultivation level. The second goal was to find the recipe of a pill, the Divine Water Pill. The Divine Water Pill recipe was extremely precious. Lin Feng hadn't had the opportunity to find it in Shuiyu. He had found out in his inherited memories that he needed some 9 sungrass to make it and he already had the required ingredient, but now, he had come to Dragon Mountain and hoped to find the recipe to make it. Otherwise, Yunqi would remain in a coma forever. Since he needed the recipe, Lin Feng was paying particular attention to the things displayed. Maybe there would be some alchemists who had the recipe for the Divine Water Pill. He hoped that even if he didn't find it, he would at least be able to find some other useful things. "What's this?" At that moment, Lin Feng stopped and walked towards a stall. The owner of that stall looked weak and flushed. It was an old man. He looked like a monkey, but from his eyes, one could see that he was probably perceptive and wise. "That's a memory jade?" asked Lin Feng while pointing at a small jade. He had already seen a memory jade, but that one was really small. "Young master, you have good eyesight. It is indeed a memory jade. There are some things inside. Are you interested?" "What is inside?" asked Lin Feng. If the memories inside were useless, he wouldn't need to waste his time. A secret skill which enables you to hide your cultivation level. It makes other people think that your cultivation level is lower by 1 or even several levels, said the old man slowly. Lin Feng was stupefied. Hide one's cultivation level? In Celestial Dragon, people practiced the Celestial Eye skill which enabled them to see other people's cultivation level, but that secret skill had the opposite effect. "What's the price?" asked Lin Feng. 5 purity stones of higher quality, said the old man. Lin Feng was stupefied. 5 purity stones of higher quality for such a small jade? You don't pay for the price of the jade but for the things which are inside. Considering the secret skill inside, the price is already low, said the old man. He definitely wouldn't accept to lower the price. Lin Feng remained silent for a moment. It could be useful sometimes. Lin Feng was interested in being able to hide his cultivation level. How do I know if you're not lying? What if the skill isn't inside? Asked Lin Feng. You can look inside, but if the skill is really there, then you must buy it, said the old man while smiling. 5 purity stones of higher quality. Well then, can you also throw in the Celestial Eye skill? Said Lin Feng. In Dragon Mountain, everybody could use the Celestial Eye skill, but Lin Feng couldn't. It was inconvenient to fight against such people. They could know your level, but you couldn't know theirs. Lin Feng's interest was piqued. It would be incredible to be able to see other people's cultivation level while hiding his own. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 538, The Spring Moon Jade. Chapter 538, The Spring Moon Jade. When the old man heard Lin Feng, he smiled, narrowed his eyes and said, even though the Celestial Eyes is not as precious as the secret skill, it's still a rare skill. If you want it too, that's fine, but the total price for both skills will be 6 purity stones of higher quality, alright? How shrewd, thought Lin Feng when he saw the old man narrow his eyes, but he still nodded and said, okay, 6 purity stones of higher quality for both skills, but before that I want to see if they are really inside, then I'll give you the stones. No problem, said the old man while nodding and smiling. He took the memory jade and gave it to Lin Feng. You must be from somewhere else. You are very young and have already broken through to the 4th Shen Qi layer. That is quite rare, said the old man while smiling before adding, that skill is the most used skill in Dragon Mountain. You can use your consciousness to learn it. Lin Feng glanced at the old man. Celestial Dragon City was really filled with hidden talents. He smiled at him and nodded. Then he put his consciousness into those 2 stones. They contained both skills as indicated, there was no doubt about it. Lin Feng could of course recognize them. It's marvelous, thought Lin Feng. The Celestial Eyes and the secret skill both depended on the strength of a user's soul. The celestial eye skill in particular enabled the user to observe another cultivator's blood vessels, and if a cultivator had a very strong soul, they could determine somebody's cultivation level at first glance. Likewise, that secret skill was based on a very similar principle. It enabled a cultivator to control his chi. With a strong soul, they could then make other people misread their energy flow. Of course, there was a condition: if someone had a stronger soul than the one using the secret skill and could use the celestial eye skill, then they would be able to determine their cultivation level anyway, so the secret skill became useless in such conditions. It couldn't deceive stronger cultivators' souls. Lin Feng took out 6 purity stones of higher quality and gave them to the old man. Here you go. Great. The old man took those 6 purity stones, after which they disappeared. Lin Feng nodded at the old man and walked away. His soul was feeling agitated. A short moment later, he condensed the strength of his soul and had the impression of having another pair of eyes. He could glance at people and know, in a flash, what their cultivation level was. It was very clear. Not bad, thought Lin Feng. He then proceeded to hide his own cultivation level. It was easy with the strength of his soul. He made it look as if he had just broken through to the first Shin Chi layer. The celestial eye skill and the secret skill were both low skills. They were easy to use and easy to learn, without any need to practice them for a long time. Seeing them once sufficed to learn them. Lin Feng was controlling both at the same time at that moment. Little boy, there is something I should tell you. Don't use your celestial eye skills on everybody recklessly. If you use it on other people, they might have an acute sensation. If you meet someone who has a bad temper, they might immediately attack you, said a voice which penetrated into Lin Feng's ears. He was stupefied. He turned around and saw nobody. Then, he laughed stupidly and shook his head. That was the old man's voice. It seemed like the old man's cultivation level was quite mysterious too. Lin Feng then glanced around and saw many stands. He was wondering if he would be able to find something interesting. Young master, come, don't you want a mysterious iron sword? Shouted someone at Lin Feng. Lin Feng glanced at that person and then at the sword on the ground. He smiled and shook his head. That sword was just a Ling-level sword. He could destroy it in one punch. He continued walking and glancing around. He then saw a charming woman behind a stand. She had some really beautiful jades. In the continent of the 9 clouds, they surprisingly have personal adornments? Thought Lin Feng. He was surprised. However, no customers were near that stall. Nobody was looking at that person's items. What is the price of those jade necklaces? Asked a soft voice. Lin Feng then saw 2 girls walk towards that stand. The one who had just talked looked soft and fragile, even weak to some extent. However, the one on her side was wearing a short green skirt and one could see that she was experienced. She was also beautiful. As expected, girls like such things, thought Lin Feng while laughing. At the moment when he was about to walk away, he heard the owner of the stand say, "Girl, this isn't a necklace, it is a spring moon jade. It can suck cold chi out of people's bodies. It can be useful to you, but..." Spring moon jade. That girl was stupefied. She then looked at the seller and said, "That's why you made me come." "Indeed," said the seller while nodding and smiling. At that moment, Lin Feng had come back to the stand and heard the girl ask, "Can it protect the corrosion caused by ice chi?" "Don't worry, you can try it yourself," said the seller while nodding. "All right," replied the young girl. She then put one of those spring moon jades around her neck and a pallid light appeared. It looked extremely cold. "How many jades do you have?" asked the girl. She looked excited. "Those are all of them. The one you have in your hand is the best spring moon jade though. It can unceasingly suck ice chi out of your body without ever breaking. The others aren't that good, they might break after some time," said the seller. The girl smiled warmly and said, "Thank you, what is the price?" "Those 2 are the best spring moon jades. They cost 20 purity stones of higher quality. All the others are not as good. If you want all of them, I can sell them all to you for 50 purity stones of higher quality," said the seller. 50 purity stones of higher quality, whispered the girl. She then looked at her companion and heard her say in an ice-cold way, "It seems like nobody is interested in your stuff here. 50 purity stones of higher quality is a high price. Aren't you a bit too greedy?" "If you're not interested you can leave," said the seller in a cold yet straightforward way. "Hello, can you sell me one of those best spring moon jades please?" said Lin Feng at that moment while making a step forward. Those spring moon jades of higher quality could suck the ice energy out of a person's body and prevent corrosion. It would be very beneficial for Meng Qing, but 20 purity stones of higher quality was indeed a very high price. However, for Meng Qing, he didn't care spending so much. "What the hell, shut up," said the cold girl upset while glancing at Lin Feng. Lin Feng could sense that she was using her soul to inspect his strength. Celestial eye skill. Lin Feng was stupefied. Those people could indeed easily inspect other people's strength. "That girl came first. If she doesn't want them, then they'll be yours," said the seller while nodding. Immediately after she looked at the girl and said, "So, did you make a decision?" "Yes, I want all of them," said the girl while gnashing her teeth. She then took out 50 purity stones of higher quality and gave all of them to the seller. "Sure Yun!" shouted the girl on her side. She wasn't happy, but the soft and gentle-looking girl had already given the purity stones to the seller. Shouting was useless. Lin Feng frowned. It was rare to come across something which could be so useful to Meng Qing. He didn't want to give up that easily. Each time he saw Meng Qing's body get corroded by ice energy, his heart felt painful. If he could give her that jade, it would be able to protect her. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 539, The Wu Clan. Chapter 539, The Wu Clan. Lin Feng got closer to the warm and gentle-looking girl and said, "Hi, could you sell me one spring moon jade of higher quality, please?" The girl raised her head and looked at Lin Feng in a friendly yet apologetic way. She then slightly shook her head and said, "I'm incredibly sorry, but I really need them. They are very important to me. I cannot sell them." "Is it because of the ice chi in your body?" asked Lin Feng. He could clearly sense some ice chi inside of her. Her situation was similar to that of Meng Qing's. "I have a friend who has the same problem as you. She also has some moon ice chi in her body. I hope you could sell one jade to me so that I could give it to her." "I am willing to pay a high price," said Lin Feng. That girl had bought the jades first. He had no other choice but to ask her and hope that she would accept. The girl didn't know what to reply. The experienced and capable-looking girl on her side glanced at Lin Feng in an ice-cold way and said, "Are you trying to say that we are tramps by proposing more purity stones? Sure Yun, why do you even pay attention to such people? Let's leave," she said while turning around and pulling Sure Yun. "Sister Yun, wait," said Sure Yun while letting go of Hua Yun's hand. She then looked at Lin Feng again and handed a few jades over to him while saying, "I want to keep those two for myself, but I'd like to offer you these. I hope you can help your friend with them." Lin Feng looked at the girl. She looked kind-hearted and honest. Lin Feng didn't feel like taking those stones from her anymore. "What's wrong with your body? What is that ice chi?" "Maybe I can help you," said Lin Feng without accepting her jades. He could help Meng Qing with his celestial spirit, but because of her cultivation and her physical condition, he could always, only temporarily, solve her problem. However, maybe he could help this girl with his celestial spirit. If he managed to help and cure this girl, with her temperament, she would probably offer all of her jades to him, then both sides would be satisfied. When the girl heard Lin Feng, she looked surprised but immediately shook her head and said, "It's no use, that ice chi is external, pills cannot cure me. My clan is a doctor clan." Lin Feng was a bit surprised. Doctors were similar to alchemists, but doctors were only able to prescribe pills, whereas alchemists could both concoct and prescribe them. In the world of cultivation, cultivators would rarely get sick, but when they did it was usually frightful. Therefore, doctors knew about diseases and also about what pills to give, which was general knowledge. However, alchemists were different. Usually, alchemists despised doctors. The art of pill concoction was incredible. If someone had an alchemist at hand, they wouldn't need a doctor anymore. "If you don't let me try, how can you know?" "I am an alchemist myself," said Lin Feng, which surprised the girl. Lin Feng was an alchemist, and in the continent of the Nine Clouds, alchemists were more respected than doctors. "Sure Yun, don't believe him. He's just a crappy cultivator of the first Qian Shi layer. He's also so young, how could he be an alchemist? People like that are definitely swindlers," said the capable and experienced-looking girl. Lin Feng frowned. That girl was too aggressive and rude. He had never offended her. "Celestial eyes," said Lin Feng, and then his pair of celestial eyes opened as inspected those girls' cultivation levels. That experienced-looking girl had broken through to the second Qian Shi layer, whereas the soft and gentle-looking one had broken through to the first one. Lin Feng sighed. In Celestial Dragon, ordinary people were much stronger than in Xueyu. After all, Dragon Mountain was Dragon Mountain. There were more skills to learn, more people to exchange with, and, of course, more resources to use. It was better than Xueyu in many different fields. Ordinary people in Dragon Mountain were stronger than people in Xueyu. That was absolutely normal. "How rude! What guts!" shouted the experienced-looking girl when she saw Lin Feng inspecting their strength. She was furious. Lin Feng was even more upset. What a detestable girl. Even though she was beautiful, she was as rude and aggressive as a man. She had just inspected his strength and was getting angry because Lin Feng was doing the same. "You did it first, so why couldn't I do it too?" said Lin Feng, sounding cold and indifferent. "Besides, I haven't talked to you, but you keep opening your mouth. You're really detestable." "Alright, very good. I want to see on what you, a cultivator of the first Qian Shi layer, rely to talk that way," said the experienced-looking girl while releasing some ice-cold energy which landed on Lin Feng's body. He looked even colder at that moment. She wanted to attack without any warning? Lin Feng could kill a cultivator of the second Qianqi layer with a single punch. Sister Yun. That's enough. What are you doing? Said Shi Yun while walking in front of the girl and stopping that ice energy. Lin Feng smiled. I'm sorry, my sister has a bad temper. I hope you can forgive her, said the girl while smiling in an apologetic way. Lin Feng, when he saw her face, immediately stopped being angry and said, Are you really sisters? Related by blood? Almost, said Shi Yun. Oh, I see, said Lin Feng while nodding. If you were related by blood, it would be strange if one was rude and detestable while the other one was cute and friendly. You? When the experienced-looking girl heard Lin Feng, she was furious. She had the impression she was going to explode. Sister! Shouted Shi Yun. She then smiled wryly and said, My name is Shi Yun. You said you could help me solve my problem, let's try it. If it doesn't work, we can still be friends. But if you manage to cure me, I will give you the jades. Alright, said Lin Feng while nodding. He smiled and said, My name is Lin Feng. Lin Feng, said Shi Yun in a low voice trying to remember his name. She then immediately smiled and said, Okay, Lin Feng, let's go to my clan. Maybe you can talk to my father and find a solution together with him. Shi Yun, how can you let that kind of person come to our clan? Said the aggressive girl when she heard that Shi Yun wanted to bring Lin Feng to the clan. She was furious. No problem, let's see if Lin Feng can find a solution, said Shi Yun. She smiled and said, Don't provoke Lin Feng and don't fight with him. Hui Yun groaned coldly and glanced at Lin Feng in a threatening way, but she didn't say anything anymore. Lin Feng didn't pay attention to her. The Hua clan wasn't one of those huge, wealthy and powerful clans in Celestial Dragon, but it still had some influence. They were quite a big clan. Their territory spanned for several hectares. Ordinary people in Dragon Mountain were stronger than ordinary people in Shuiyu. Even some people who weren't too strong had already broken through to the Qianqi layer. Shi Yun and Hui Yun came from a fairly big clan and they also had quite high natural abilities. They had already broken through to the Qianqi layer despite being so young. When Lin Feng arrived at the Hua clan, he saw a huge gate. There were 9 sun patterns carved in it. It definitely caught people's attention. Lin Feng, in my clan, we practice fire skills. Our most famous skill is the 9 sun skills. My father was named after the 9 sun skill as well. That pattern with 9 suns is our emblem, said Shi Yun in a soft voice. When the guards of the clan saw Shi Yun and Hui Yun, they slightly bowed. In the clan, etiquette wasn't lacking. This clan also had a huge sparring field where people could learn from each other. At that moment, on the field, there was one person guiding a bunch of young cultivators. The clan was seemingly full of vigor and vitality. Sister! You came back. Many people, when they saw Shi Yun, enthusiastically smiled while greeting her. However, they were all ignoring Hui Yun. The most polite people were just nodding at her. Hui Yun was also ignoring them. From that scene, Lin Feng understood the difference between these two people. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 540, Worries. Chapter 540, Worries. Since Lin Feng had come with Shi Yun, people were also looking at him, especially a few young men of the Hua clan who looked annoyed. In the Hua clan, Shi Yun was the most beautiful woman. She also had a great temperament, was warm and friendly, and she was the clan head's daughter. Naturally, a few young men, full of vigor and vitality, had fallen in love with her. When they saw Lin Feng next to her, they of course considered him as a potential love rival. Lin Feng knitted his brows. He could see that this young woman attracted many men. Lin Feng, however, didn't care about those young men who were looking at him in an aggressive way. It was absolutely normal. Shi Yun was so friendly, warm and soft, she was qualified to attract many men. At that moment, a young man who looked sophisticated walked towards them. He looked upset. He glanced at Lin Feng in an unfriendly way and asked, Shi Yun, who's that? My friend, Lin Feng, said Shi Yun in a soft voice. I see, said the young man while nodding. He didn't know what to say anymore. We're going to see my father, said Shi Yun and then continued walking. The young man let them pass. Lin Feng just glanced at him with a kind and simple smile while nodding his head. After Shi Yun and Lin Feng left, many people who were on the field side. Shi Yun is becoming more and more beautiful with each passing day. Besides, it is time for her to find a husband and get married. Finding an outstanding future husband in Celestial Dragon is not difficult, unfortunately, said an old man sitting at the foot of a locust tree while sighing. Translator's note, the locust tree is also known as Sephora japonica. Well, it all depends on luck. Shi Yun is beautiful and her temperament is great. She's warm, friendly, and gentle. And against all odds, that bastard of the Yuan clan injured her with his ice fist, and now she's sick, said another old man while shaking his head. I wonder who that young man is though. Could it be a potential lover? No, I don't think so. Even though he is young and has already broken through to the first Qian-Shi layer, in front of that bastard, he wouldn't be able to do a thing. Sure Yun would not go out with him, thought. You're right, said the other old man while nodding. They sounded hopeless. The Yuan clan was extremely strong and that bastard of the Yuan clan couldn't be kept under control, at least the Hua clan couldn't keep him under control. At that moment, Hua Shi Yun and Lin Feng arrived at the main hall of the Hua clan. There stood a few middle-aged men who looked powerful. Sure Yun, are you sure that he can cure your moon ice disease? Asked the one who seemed to be the leader. He looked dignified. Father, that guy is a swindler. He's so weak. He can't cure anything. He's much weaker than Yuan Tong. Hua Shi Yun hadn't even had the time to open her mouth when Hua Yun had already started talking. Uncle, let Lin Feng try. There's no problem, said Hua Shi Yun while shaking her head and smiling wryly. Of course there's no problem in trying, but I'm afraid that he could have ulterior motives and could harm you, said the middle-aged man. He then glanced at Lin Feng and said, You have broken through to the first Qian-Shi layer, you say you can cure Shi Yun, no problem, but I hope you don't have any intentions of hurting her. You are so weak that we could crush you without breaking a sweat. Besides, you could never be in a relationship with a girl from our clan, said the second elder while rolling up his sleeves. He was looking at Lin Feng in an aggressive way while examining him from head to toe. Lin Feng glanced at him, opened his celestial eyes and inspected the man's cultivation level. Top of the 5th Qian-Shi layer. That's all, thought Lin Feng while smiling coldly. No wonder his interlocutor couldn't see that he was hiding his cultivation level. The second elder's soul was probably weaker than that of Lin Feng's, therefore, he could only see that Lin Feng had broken through to the first Qian-Shi layer. Ha! The second elder frowned and suddenly looked ice cold. Gotcha. He had a teacup in his hand which immediately broke into pieces and turned into powder. How insolent, said the second elder while staring at Lin Feng. Lin Feng had surprisingly dared inspect his cultivation level. A tiny little boy of the first Qian-Shi layer dared to act so aggressively and impudently. He was really fearless. You want to die, said Hua Yun looking ice cold. She, of course, knew what was going on. Surprisingly, Lin Feng had dared to inspect her father's cultivation level, which had infuriated him. Second uncle, Lin Feng didn't do it on purpose. Please forgive him, said Hua Shi Yun trying to defend Lin Feng. I did it on purpose, said Lin Feng, which stupefied Hua Shi Yun. Hua Yun and her father were astonished. Lin Feng had done it on purpose. He was insane. What was he thinking? How disrespectful and insolent. Lin Feng had come with Hua Shi Yun. He didn't care about those people. They were all rude, accusing him of having ulterior motives, as well as inspecting his cultivation level. So Lin Feng was doing the same. Did they think that Lin Feng was a servant of the Hua clan? Say it again, said the second elder extremely aggressively. Brutal chi enveloped Lin Feng's body, trying to threaten and oppress him. No problem, I will say that again, I did it on purpose. Do you think that I, Lin Feng, am your servant? Said Lin Feng in a cold and detached way. The entire hall was suddenly invaded by an oppressive silence. All the elders of the clan started walking towards Lin Feng while releasing an oppressive chi. What's going on? Asked a voice at that moment. When Hua Shi Yun heard that voice, she turned her head and saw a middle-aged man come. That man already had some gray hair but looked vigorous and full of vitality. Father, I have a new friend who might be able to cure my disease, said Hua Shi Yun, which stupefied Hua Jiu Yang. Translator's note, Jiu Yang means 9 sons, it is Hua Shi Yun's father. He looked at Lin Feng and said, Really? Maybe, I can only try, but it might work, said Lin Feng. Good, since you are an alchemist, tell me if you need anything. I will do my best to help you, said Hua Jiu Yang looking delighted. Lin Feng nodded and said, I will. Good, when do you want to start? Asked Hua Jiu Yang. Now, said Lin Feng. Immediately after, he looked at Hua Shi Yun and said, Little sister Shi Yun, let's find a place to try and cure your disease. Lin Feng, don't you need pills? Asked Hua Shi Yun. No, I don't. I have another method, but I can't be disturbed by other people, said Lin Feng. The second elder groaned coldly and stood up. I knew that he had ulterior motives. I am even more concerned now. So am I, said Hua Yun. Hua Jiu Yang frowned. Could it be that Lin Feng really wanted to hurt his daughter? Father, uncle, no need to worry, Lin Feng is only trying to help me. If it works, that's great, if he fails, he's still my friend. Why do you need to be so anxious? Said Hua Yun while smiling wryly. Lin Feng, come with me to my courtyard, it will be calm and peaceful there. Nobody will bother us. Hua Jiuyang frowned, but after remaining silent for a moment he nodded, okay. Go and try. Hua Yun smiled when she heard her father. She then said to Lin Feng in a soft and gentle voice, Lin Feng, let's go to my residence. Hua Yun and Lin Feng left the main hall, walked through a long corridor and arrived in a park with trees. It was indeed calm and peaceful, there was nobody else. Why do you trust me so much? Are you not worried the things your uncle said? Don't you think I have ulterior motives? Said Lin Feng with a faint smile. Hua Yun looked at Lin Feng as if she found him amusing, shook her head and asked, why wouldn't I trust you? You look a bit worried though, replied Lin Feng when he saw her facial expression. It seemed like she was hiding something. No, I'm not, Hua Yun tried to assure him as if she didn't want to tell something. She then shook her head and said, Lin Feng, let's do it here. Is there anything you need me to do? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 541, The Beautiful Scenery. Chapter 541, The Beautiful Scenery. Is there a cultivation room we could use? Asked Lin Feng while shaking his head. He couldn't do it in the courtyard. We don't have a cultivation room here. If you need one, we can go to my bedroom, said Hua Yun looking extremely shy. After all, inviting a boy in her room was an embarrassing thing. Alright, replied Lin Feng without thinking too much, he just nodded. The two of them entered the room. It smelt nice, the smell wasn't strong but it was delicate and subtle. It was different from Duan Xinye's room though, in any case, it was pleasant too. In this world, women's bedrooms smell so good, thought Lin Feng. In this world, women didn't put on a lot of makeup or use cosmetics, they didn't even buy things to decorate their rooms, which were usually plain and simple. However, their smell was pure and pleasant while their rooms were calm and relaxing. Lin Feng, what should I do now? Asked Hua Yun. Sit down. I practice a fire skill, I will see if I can use it to make the ice chi in your body come out, said Lin Feng. Hua Yun looked at Lin Feng while smiling wryly and shook her head. Lin Feng, it's useless. My clan also practices fire skills, including the 9 Sun skill. The ice energy in my body was caused by the 9 Moon skill of the Yuan clan. Besides, that ice technique is stronger than my father's 9 Sun skill, much stronger, he cannot make it come out either. 9 suns. 9 moons, whispered Lin Feng, those attacks sounded similar. Yes, 9 suns, 9 moons, said Hua Yun. She understood what Lin Feng was thinking about and immediately explained. Before, my clan was extremely powerful thanks to its 9 Sun skill. In Celestial Dragon, we were considered as cultivation masters. However, there is another clan, they are also doctors and they also used to practice similar skills. Before my clan managed to keep them under control and suppress them, they were called the Yuan clan. My clan, however, recently started to decline and the Yuan clan obtained something incredible. Their spirits started changing and they started mixing moon and sun skills, they could thus practice fire and ice skills at the same time. They have become extremely powerful. Besides, they named their ice technique 9 moons as a way to humiliate us and our 9 sun skills. Mixing moon and sun skills. Lin Feng was stupefied. Those had totally antagonistic properties. It resembled Lin Xian's universal fire and ice spirit. That kind of ability was indeed terrifying. The Yuan clan wants to fight against your Hua clan, but why don't you attack first? And why do you have that ice in your body? Asked Lin Feng. Lin Feng felt sad for her. They don't simply want to remove us, they want to replace us. The Yuan clan wants to swallow the Hua clan, but that's not the main reason. What they really want is to steal 2 of our treasures. Hua Yun looked sad and desperate. She was talking slowly. Besides, the Yuan clan has a young genius, he's monstrously strong, he's even considered as such in the entire empire. That genius is respected by everybody and will even be participating in the great competition of Shuiyu. He's the one who put that ice chi in my body, and my father can't cure me. What a cruel person. He's really abominable, said Lin Feng in an ice-cold way. Yun smiled wryly but didn't say much apart from, Lin Feng, I'm telling you, there is a small chance of you being able to cure me. Lin Feng smiled. In her eyes, if her father couldn't cure her, then no one could, especially a little cultivator of the first Qian Qi layer like Lin Feng. She was being tactful by telling him that there was almost no hope. How could Lin Feng's fire help her? If we don't try, how can we know? Said Lin Feng while shaking his head. If he couldn't cure her with his fire, then he would try to help her with his celestial Fang spirit. Alright then, said Hua Yun while nodding. Even though she thought Lin Feng couldn't help her, she still thought that she should let Lin Feng try. She couldn't refuse, it would mean that she didn't trust him and that wouldn't be too courteous, it would probably make him sad. Sit down, said Lin Feng. Huo Yun nodded and sat down cross-legged on the couch. Lin Feng went behind her and said, use your Nine Suns skill as well, we will mix both of our fire skills. Alright, Huo Yun nodded and Lin Feng started using his Cosmos Burning Sun skill behind her. A terrifying fire appeared. Huo Yun's eyes were closed. Even though the window was closed, it still seemed as if rays of sunlight were coming through and moving towards her body. It looked dangerous and strange. Huo Yun cried out in surprise. Lin Feng's palms were on her back. In a flash, a terrifying fire chi penetrated her body and started flowing inside. Lin Feng's fire chi suddenly caused the chi of her Nine Suns skill to flow chaotically. Lin Feng's fire and her fire weren't of the same level. Ha! Huo Yun was surprised. Lin Feng's fire was monstrously strong and scorching hot. The fire chi from her Nine Suns skill should have merged with the other one properly and should have made her feel very comfortable. However, what was happening at that moment was entirely different. She wasn't feeling that great, it was extremely hot and she had the impression she was going to burn. It was scary. It was exceeding what she could endure. Bzzz, suddenly a flame appeared on her body, it looked like she was burning. The astonished Huo Yun touched her face. Her face was turning red, it was burning. She was in the middle of a fire, she had the impression that she was going to turn into ashes. Huo Yun looked lithe and graceful, she was beautiful, the flames which surrounded her body made her even more alluring. Lin Feng's hands were still on her back, which made her face even redder. It almost made her forget that she actually was in the middle of a fire. Keep focused, don't worry, let the fire eliminate the ice, said Lin Feng in Huo Yun's ear, which made her shiver. Her facial expression kept changing over and over again. At that moment, her clothes had completely burnt, they had turned into ashes. Her beautiful body was completely exposed. How could she remain focused? CRRR. CRRR, the sound of the fire kept spreading in the atmosphere. Huo Yun was surprised. Lin Feng's hands kept releasing some fire chi which penetrated into her body and collided with the ice chi, which was continuously expelled out of her body. Huo Yun nibbled on her lip and kept her eyes closed. She tried to concentrate to fully absorb Lin Feng's fire. The room was filled with fire chi and there was a beautiful light in the middle, the scenery looked incredible. After a while, some ice chi appeared in the room. Besides, that ice chi kept increasing in the atmosphere, it had all been expelled out of Huo Yun's body. Lin Feng's Cosmos Burning Sun skill was able to use the strength of the sun to control the ice chi. Even though Lin Feng's cultivation level wasn't high, he had still managed to do it. Phew! How hot! Huo Yun's face was very red, even her beautiful white skin was red. She also looked very shy but particularly bewitching and captivating at that moment. Hold on, wait a little bit more. We need to take it out entirely, otherwise it will continue corroding your body, said Lin Feng. At that moment, his eyes were open and he could see her beautiful naked body. He felt strange. Alright, said Huo Yun while nodding. She let Lin Feng continue. Fire chi kept entering her body. In the main hall, Huo Yang was sitting, while the others felt anxious. Lin Feng and Huo Yun had been away for a while now, so they couldn't calm down anymore. They were wondering what was going on. Brother, how can you trust a little boy of the first Qian Qi layer? Said the second elder in an ice-cold way. Don't worry, since he wanted to try, I let him try and not get involved, said Huo Yang. He then shook his head and added, I am not certain he can do it, he has only broken through to the first Qian Qi layer, it will definitely not be easy for him to succeed. However, we have no choice but to hope for a miracle to happen, otherwise, we will have to submit to the Yuan clan. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 542, Unreasonable and Impertinent Behavior. Chapter 542, Unreasonable and Impertinent Behavior. Huo Yun was still in her room and it was still very hot, however, it was gradually getting less and less intense. Huo Yun grabbed a blanket on the couch and covered her body with it, but her shoulders were still exposed and her skin shone in a particular way. She looked extremely attractive at first glance, especially since she also looked a bit shy, that made her look even more bewitching. Lin Feng was particularly aroused. Lin Feng, thank you, said Huo Yun while holding the blanket with both her hands and looking at Lin Feng. Her cheeks were red and she was blushing. Lin Feng's body felt tense and rigid, his heart was pounding. No problem, I also did it for the jades, thought Lin Feng, but he didn't say it. He then stood up and left the room while saying, I'll be outside waiting for you. Outside, he took a deep breath of air and smiled wryly. It was so difficult for him to control himself when facing such a beautiful woman. Huo Yun looked at Lin Feng leave and smiled in a magnificent way. She then put the blanket away and looked for clothes she liked. Lin Feng waited outside for a terribly long time but finally saw Hu Shiyun come out of her room. She was walking slowly. At that moment, she hadn't put makeup on but she had washed herself. She was wearing her hair in a bun and her face looked delicate and beautiful. She also looked a bit shy, her cheeks were red. Besides, she was wearing a purple cheongsam and smelled very good. Lin Feng looked at her neck and then his eyes followed it downwards, looking at her cleavage. He wanted to see more, so he continued looking down and looked at her long skirt. He wanted to see what was under. He was aroused. "Lin Feng!" shouted Hu Shiyun when she saw that Lin Feng was staring at her. She lowered her head too. She felt embarrassed and her cheeks became even redder. "A's." Lin Feng was stunned and smiled wryly. Hu Shiyun was way too attractive at that moment. She was already very beautiful before, but now she looked seductive as well, especially with that skirt and that cleavage. Lin Feng had the feeling he was drowning in that cleavage, and he wished he could hide in it. She was definitely what could be called a femme fatale. "I'm sorry for my lack of manners," apologized Lin Feng while shaking his head and smiling wryly. He had seen many beautiful women in his life and surprisingly he was still losing his concentration in front of her. She just looked too captivating. "No problem," said Hu Shiyun while shaking her head. She then took out a sachet and handed it over to Lin Feng while saying, "Those are the jades, they are for you, I don't need them anymore. I hope you will be able to cure your friend." Lin Feng accepted the sachet and said to Hu Shiyun, while smiling, "Thank you, Miss Hua." When she heard Lin Feng call her Miss Hua, she suddenly looked extremely sad and said, "Call me Shiyun, alright Lin Feng? I'm not used to hearing Miss Hua." Lin Feng said, "Shiyun." When she heard that, Hu Shiyun smiled in a warm and gentle way and said, "Let's go tell my father the good news. He's been waiting for a while now." "All right," said Lin Feng nodding. Then he followed her to the big hall. At that moment, in the hall, Hu Jiuyang was sitting and knocking frantically on a table out of nervousness. "Brother, let Hu Yun go and see," said the second elder. Hu Jiuyang looked pensive for a few seconds and said, "All right, but don't disturb them." "Don't worry, uncle," said Hu Yun while nodding. She turned around and left the hall but at the moment when she arrived outside, she saw Lin Feng and Hu Shiyun walk towards her. They were walking slowly. At that moment, Hu Shiyun had changed her clothes and looked extremely beautiful. "Shiyun!" Hu Jiuyang's silhouette flickered and he appeared outside. When he saw his daughter, he was stupefied. He looked at her and frowned discontentedly. Why was she wearing such provocative clothes? Hadn't she asked Lin Feng to cure her? When Hu Shiyun saw those eyes stare at her, she lowered her head in a timid way, making her look even more suspicious. Hu Jiuyang looked at Lin Feng in an angry way. Had he slept with his daughter? "Shiyun, what is going on?" asked Hu Jiuyang. Hu Shiyun raised her head and said, "Father, Lin Feng managed to cure me. I have no more ice chi in my body." "Oh?" Hu Jiuyang, the second elder and Hu Yun were all astonished. Even Hu Jiuyang had been unable to cure her, but Lin Feng had managed to do it? Hu Jiuyang's silhouette flickered and he landed next to Hu Shiyun. He then touched her arm and his pupils shrank. Indeed, there was no more ice chi in her body. It even seemed like her nine-sun skill had become stronger. Hu Jiuyang was surprised and stared at Lin Feng. In fact, he couldn't imagine how Lin Feng had done it. Initially, he had absolutely no hope. He thought he could let Lin Feng try but that nothing would happen. It disappeared, thought Hu Jiuyang, then he looked at Lin Feng and asked, "Are you an alchemist?" "Indeed," said Lin Feng nodding. Hu Jiuyang remained silent. He didn't ask too much. Lin Feng had cured his daughter, that was enough. Hu Shiyun looked at Lin Feng but said nothing. Words wouldn't come out. Even though Lin Feng was an alchemist, he hadn't used a pill to cure her. He could have only used a skill. In the end he had to use his celestial Feng spirit to swallow the ice chi lingering in the room. Hu Shiyun was still astonished. Lin Feng's spirit was so powerful but he had only broken through to the first Shin Q layer. Lin Feng was probably hiding his cultivation level. "You are so weak, how can you concoct such powerful pills to cure her? It's impossible. Especially in such a short time. You wouldn't have been able to concoct anything, unless you already had something on you to cure her when you arrived?" asked the second elder while making a step forward. The ice chi had definitely disappeared from Hu Shiyun's body. There was no doubt Hu Jiuyang couldn't have been wrong when he checked. "Think whatever you want," said Lin Feng indifferently while smiling coldly. He had come to the Hu clan because of the spring moon jade. Now that he had them, he didn't have to stay there and justify himself. He didn't care about what they thought. I guessed right then, so what are your intentions for having come here?" Why did you come? Speak! Demanded the second elder while staring at Lin Feng. Hua Jioding looked puzzled but remained silent. Even though the second elder's words were harsh, he also wanted to know the truth. Lin Feng glanced at them in a cold way. Those people were ridiculous. No wonder the Hua clan was becoming weaker and weaker and was bullied by the Yuan clan. Lin Feng ignored the second elder and Hua Jiuyang. Instead he looked at Hua Shiyun. Lin Feng, don't listen to my uncle, said Hua Shiyun while shaking her head. She wanted to apologize to Lin Feng but she didn't know what to say. Shiyun, I cured you, now I'm leaving, said Lin Feng. He had nothing more to do there and he didn't feel like seeing those idiots. Lin Feng, said Hua Shiyun looking anxious, but Lin Feng said nothing and left. Humph, you think you can leave without telling us your purpose? Shouted the second elder in an ice-cold way. He wanted to chase after Lin Feng. But at that moment, Shiyun moved in front of him and shouted, Uncle, Lin Feng saved me and you haven't shown him any gratitude. Instead you've been bullying him. He only looked at your cultivation level, that's all. How can you be suspicious even though nothing happened? No wonder our clan is declining. We don't have any geniuses here, otherwise, Yuan Tong wouldn't be able to bully us, said Hua Shiyun. She was usually calm and friendly, but at that moment she had gotten angry at the second elder. She turned around and ran after Lin Feng. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 543, Humiliation at the Gate. Chapter 543, Humiliation at the Gate. Lin Feng, shouted Hua Shiyun, but Lin Feng was running extremely quickly. She couldn't catch up with him. Lin Feng also knew that she was behind him, but he didn't feel like staying there. Apart from that beautiful and gentle girl, the others were all rude. Especially Hua Yun and her father, they were utterly detestable. Lin Feng didn't stop, he was running like the wind. He crossed the cultivation field of the Hua clan and left through their gate. A moment later, Hua Shiyun also arrived. Everybody saw how beautiful she looked, but she ignored them and continued running after Lin Feng. Hua Shiyun is following him? Thought the crowd. They were surprised. Who was the young man with whom she had come? Astonishingly, Hua Shiyun looked distressed. She passed through the gate of the clan, but Lin Feng had already disappeared. Hua Shiyun just stood there and looked extremely depressed, as if she had just lost someone. She still wanted to go out and walk, but at that moment, somebody arrived. Shiyun, it's okay. Hua Shiyun turned her head and saw her father running towards her. Shiyun, that's enough, why are you running after him? Asked Hua Jiuyang. Hua Shiyun replied, it's because of you that he's leaving. He came here and cured me, but none of you thanked him even once. You kept acting aggressive and humiliating him. Father, don't you think you all went too far? Hua Jiuyang remained silent. When he got closer to her he saw that she had tears in her eyes. She was sad because they had been aggressive and rude to Lin Feng, causing him to leave. Hua Jiuyang caressed his daughter's head and also looked sad. It was the first time that he had seen his daughter cry. Even when she was sick, she was always smiling. You're being too emotional, my little girl, said Hua Jiuyang while sighing. Normally she wouldn't act so depressed. But Shiyun, you must understand that even if he stayed you would only end up being hurt. Even though he is a little bit strong, he is still very weak. He would never be able to stop Yuan Tong, explained Hua Jiuyang slowly. He added, you need a man who is stronger than Yuan Tong, only a strong man will be able to protect you. I don't think Lin Feng is the right person. Hua Shiyun opened her mouth, she wanted to say something but didn't. Even though Lin Feng had hidden how strong he was, it was impossible for him to rival Yuan Tong. Yuan Tong was a genius of Dragon Mountain, he was famous. He even defeated her father. Even if Lin Feng was there, what could he do? Nothing, he would be killed. Shiyun, now that you are cured, if you don't want Yuan Tong to hurt you again you only have one choice, you must leave Celestial Dragon, maybe even Celestial Mountain. Otherwise, he will come back and hurt us again, said Hua Jiuyang. Hua Shiyun looked depressed and shook her head. What would the Hua clan do if she left? Let's go back, said Hua Jiuyang disheartened. After they left, in a distant street, a silhouette was flickering. It was Lin Feng. Yuan Tong, whispered Lin Feng. Hua Shiyun had told him about a genius of the Yuan clan, it was Yuan Tong. He was the one who put the ice chi in her body. Yuan Tong wanted to rape Hua Shiyun or force her to become his wife. That explained everything. The Yuan clan is back. At that moment, while Lin Feng looked pensive, he was interrupted by a voice. In the distance there were many silhouettes running very fast. What caught people's eyes was the palanquin the group of people were carrying. They had come to pick up someone. It seemed like they came to pick up Miss Hua and bring her back to the Yuan clan. How aggressive, said some people in the crowd. Everybody knew what was going on between the Yuan clan and the Hua clan. So what? Yuan Tong is very strong and has high natural abilities. He is famous everywhere in Dragon Mountain. He is one of the 10 best young disciples who have been chosen for the great competition of Shuiyu. Miss Hui is extremely beautiful and Yuan Tong is outstanding. They are a perfect match. It would be her honor to have Yuan Tong, said someone else. The Yuan clan was getting closer to the Hua clan, finally arriving after some time. Let's go and see. Maybe we will see Yuan Tong, said many people looking excited. Lin Feng thought about it for a while and decided to go back to the Hua clan, mixing into the crowd. The Yuan clan hadn't arrived yet, but the Hua clan was already panicking. Everybody was gathered together looking afraid of the Yuan clan. A young man walked out from the Yuan clan and glanced at the crowd with a cold smile on his face. I am Yuan Lai of the Yuan clan. I have come to take Miss Hua. She will be coming to our clan, said that young man. Everybody was astonished. Yuan Lai had come, but Yuan Tong hadn't. The Hua clan opened the way and Hua Jiuyang, Hui Shiyun, and Hui Yun appeared. Yuan Lai. Hua Jiuyang shouted at Yuan Lai in an ice-cold way. He obviously knew Yuan Lai. His 9 moons skill was extremely powerful. In the Yuan clan, apart from Yuan Tong, Yuan Lai was the second most talented disciple. He had already broken through to the 4th Xin Shi layer. He was stronger than all the others, and even stronger than some elders. Hua Jiuyang, said Yuan Lai while looking at him and smiling in an enigmatic way. My big brother sent me here to pick up Hui Shiyun. We're taking her to our clan. Our clans will become one. Yuan Tong asked you to come here with a palanquin to pick up my daughter and bring her back to your Yuan clan, asked Hua Jiuyang in a cold and detached way. The people of the Yuan clan really had no manners. Don't be angry. My brother is going to participate to the great competition of Shuiyu soon. He is focused on cultivating. He misses Miss Hua, but he cannot afford to waste his time, so he had me come. I hope you can understand. Yuan Lai was talking in a normal way, neither too quick nor too slow. The great competition of Shuiyu, many people gasped in amazement at that moment. Being able to participate to the great competition was incredible. Yuan Lai was showing off his brother. Since he doesn't have time, he should come back when he has time, said Hua Jiuyang coldly. They shouldn't have come. No, it doesn't work like that. Imagine if we wait, something could happen to Miss Hua. She has ice in her body and it could harm her, but I don't need you to care about that, replied Hua Jiuyang. Yuan Lai looked colder and colder. Mr. Hua, I came because my brother sent me here to pick her up. If you refuse, it means she deserves better than Yuan Tong, right? No, Yuan Tong is talented and strong. My daughter can, of course, marry him, said Hua Jiuyang. My brother is impatient. Why do you keep refusing since you're happy about the union? Could it be that Miss Hua likes someone else? Said Yuan Lai as if that was impossible. He thought that Yuan Tong was the best. Being interested in Hui Shiyun was an honor for her. Yuan Lai, young master, she just needs some more time, that's all, said the second elder at that moment in an ice-cold way. No, you're right, I like someone else, shouted Hui Shiyun. Everybody was stupefied. She likes someone else? Was there someone better than Yuan Tong? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 544, Killing People from the Hua Clan. Chapter 544, Killing People from the Hua Clan. Yuan Lai suddenly looked glum. He stared at Hui Shiyun and said, I really wonder who you like. He dares try to steal my brother's woman? He will die. You asked if I liked someone else. I said I do, so he will die? Shouted Hui Shiyun while pulling a long face. Of course, how could he rival with Yuan Tong? Say who he is and I will kill him. I will show you that you are blind, said Yuan Lai in an evil way. Hui Shiyun felt furious, because Yuan Tong wanted her, she wasn't allowed to like someone else? The one she liked would have to die? Who is it? Say it! Shouted Yuan Lai furiously while glancing at the young men of the Hua clan. The young men looked scared. That Yuan Lai was extremely aggressive and rude. They understood that Yuan Lai had come to intimidate and terrify the Hua clan. You are all cowards. said Yuan Lai when he saw that nobody was replying. He then shouted coldly, "Don't think that not showing yourself will save you. I will kill all of the young men if he doesn't come out." The crowd was stupefied. Kill all of them? Yuan Lai wanted to kill all of them if the one Yun liked didn't come out? How cruel, how violent. All the people of the Hua clan were filled with indignation. They were furious, but couldn't do anything. The young men were staring at Yuan Lai. They hated him. They wished they could kill Yuan Lai. "You want to kill the people of my clan?" said Huo Zhou-yang in an ice-cold way. Yuan Lai had already gone too far. "Indeed," said Yuan Lai while staring at Huo Zhou-yang, he looked fearless. He then said in a cold and detached way, "Yuan Tong is my big brother and Yun is his girlfriend. She cannot like anyone else. I am curious to see who could rival him, but if he doesn't come out himself, I will kill all of the young men of your clan. Otherwise, Miss Hua could say who she likes too. Of course, the Hua clan can also try to stop me, but you have to understand that I came here for my brother, Yuan Tong. If you try to stop me, you will have to bear the consequences later," threatened Yuan Lai. If Huo Zhou-yang attacked him, Yuan Tong would take his revenge. The Yuan clan was there already. They wanted to teach the Hua clan a good lesson. Huo Yun tried to find a reason to stop him, but at that moment she was pulling a long face. Of course, what she had just said had infuriated him. She hadn't thought that because of one sentence, Yuan Lai would want to kill all the young men of the Hua clan. If she said who she liked, Yuan Lai would kill him, so how could she say it? "Miss Yun, who is it?" asked Yuan Lai while making a step towards the Hua clan. He looked ice-cold and gave the people of the Hua clan a cold look. Huo Yun remained silent as well as all the others of the clan. The silence was oppressive. Yuan Lai was also releasing a terrifying evil qi. "If you don't tell me, don't blame me for being impolite," said Yuan Lai as he started moving at full speed. Ah! A horrible shriek spread in the air. Yuan Lai's hand bombarded somebody's body and in a flash that person's body flew away. He was dead. Everybody suddenly felt tense and nervous. Yuan Lai wasn't joking, he had really killed someone. He was merciless. Huo Yun opened her mouth but was terrified. "Yuan Lai, you." Huo Yun looked extremely pale. Words wouldn't come out of her mouth. "I what?" said Yuan Lai while smiling coldly. "Miss Hua, if you don't tell me whom you like I will continue killing everybody. The Hua clan will not have a single young man left." Huo Yun's face looked more and more pale. If she didn't tell him he would kill everyone, how cruel. For him, a human life didn't mean anything. The people of the Hua clan were all pulling a long face while looking at Huo Zhou-yang. They could attack only if he gave them the order. However, Huo Zhou-yang didn't tell them to fight back. If he did, that would give Yuan Lai another excuse to kill even more people. Yuan Lai clearly wanted to kill the young men of the Hua clan, he wanted to destroy them. "Miss Hua, if you don't talk, then pardon me," said Yuan Lai, and attacked again. He released some moon ice chi out of his hand and punched a young man in the chest. That young man died too. Phew, people were astonished. He really was too cruel. He was going to kill all the young men of the clan. Another person collapsed and Huo Yun felt extremely sad. Her chest was pounding, it was painful. "Miss Hua, will you talk now?" asked Yuan Lai again. Huo Yun's lips moved. Was she going to tell him? "It's me," said a voice at that moment. A young man was running towards them and looked at Yuan Lai in an ice-cold way while saying, "Yun likes me." Yun was surprised. When the people of the Hua clan saw him, they were surprised too. It was the young man that Huo Yun had just brought to the clan. "You?" Yuan Lai said indifferently while glancing at Lin Feng. He smiled coldly and said, "Miss Yun couldn't be that blind, I wouldn't believe she likes you." Huo Yun's lips moved, but it was Lin Feng who said, "Stop talking shit, I told you it's me, now attack me if you want to fight. Since you want to die, I will help you." "Then I will ask Miss Yun who she really likes," said Yuan Lai while laughing. He intended to kill Lin Feng and then all of the other young men because he didn't believe that Huo Yun liked Lin Feng. He planned to kill all of the young men anyway. In a surprise attack he threw himself at another young man of the Hua clan. Lin Feng didn't try to intercept, people thought he was probably getting ready to die. That young man closed his eyes and could sense the ice-cold chi of Yuan Lai's fist. "Back!" shouted a cold voice at that moment. Yuan Lai slightly stopped moving and saw some fire chi collide with the ice chi. Yuan Lai was shaking. He moved back like the wind to his original position. There was fire chi in his hand. He was astonished. Lin Feng was looking at him in a cold and detached way. The young man opened his eyes and saw Yuan Lai. He hadn't died because Lin Feng saved him. Hua Shiyun was astonished as well. She was charmed, but at the same time the situation was critical. Lin Feng saved the young man. Hua Jiuyang, the second elder, and Hua Yun were looking at Lin Feng. They were stupefied. Lin Feng really wanted to die. Lin Feng hadn't been able to control himself, he had to save the young man. The people of the Hua clan were all cowards. They were watching as their comrades got killed, so Lin Feng was filled with indignation. Hua Jiuyang and his brother were head and vice head of the clan, but they hadn't said anything. "Who are you really?" asked Yuan Lai in an ice-cold way while looking at Lin Feng. His face was filled with murder. "He's the one you want to kill. He seduced Hua Shiyun. Yuan Lai, kill him and you won't need to kill the rest of us," said the second elder at that moment. Hua Shiyun turned her head and looked at him in an ice-cold way. "Uncle, you're so shameless." Lin Feng turned his head and said indifferently, "It's the first time I see someone return kindness with enmity. Besides, you are extremely shameless. Your companions die in front of you, and you're just standing there talking shit. Now, here I am saving your clan and you're still trying to think of a way to get me killed. Can you be more shameless than that? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 545, Lin Feng attacks. Chapter 545, Lin Feng attacks. Lin Feng's harsh words were directed at the second elder, not the Hua clan. Lin Feng was saving them. The second elder was shameless. When his clansmen were dying in front of him, all he could think about was how to get Lin Feng killed. "You humiliate me and my uncle," said Hua Shiyun in an ice-cold way. When the second elder realized everybody was staring at him, he pulled a long face. "I'm right though. That guy just met Hua Shiyun and then she brought him into her bedroom, who knows what they did there. Then she put on extremely provocative clothing, letting everyone see her body. He is the one causing problems here," explained the second elder. "Alright, I understand," said Yuan Lai. He wanted to kill Lin Feng even more. "You are audacious, you stole Yuan Tong's girlfriend. You're just a crappy cultivator of the first Qian layer, seems like you're sick and tired of living," said Yuan Lai while using his celestial eyes to look at Lin Feng's cultivation level. He had only broken through to the first Qian layer, he was begging to die. Yuan Lai burst into laughter. "Who is Yuan Tong? I've never heard of him. It seems like your brother Yuan Tong is just a little dog for sale, right?" said Lin Feng sarcastically. He was calling Yuan Tong a dog, an animal, and joking about it. Lin Feng dared ask who Yuan Tong was, who hasn't heard of him. "Lin Feng, this is between the Hua clan and the Yuan clan, it has nothing to do with you. You should leave," said Hua Shiyun, when she saw how aggressive Lin Feng was. She feared that Lin Feng provoking Yuan Lai would get him killed. "Leave and go where?" asked Yuan Lai while smiling coldly. "I want to see how strong Miss Hua's sweetheart is, how could he make you forget about Yuan Tong?" said Yuan Lai while releasing some ice-cold, oppressive qi which surrounded Lin Feng's body. "I will show Miss Hua how blind and foolish she is, that she would favor this piece of trash over my brother. You are a tiny insect in front of me, no need to say how weak you are compared to my brother," said Yuan Lai. Then he released some ice energy that started revolving around his fist. A cold, white ice appeared on his fist. "Yuan Lai, you misunderstand, we've only met today. How could I like him?" said Hua Shiyun, whose silhouette flickered and appeared in front of Lin Feng. Defending Lin Feng proved even more that she liked him. She was protecting him because she cared so much about him. Nobody doubted her affections towards Lin Feng anymore. Unfortunately, Hua Shiyun couldn't save Lin Feng. She could only regret that the one she liked was too weak to protect her. Lin Feng couldn't protect her against the geniuses of the Yuan clan. "I misunderstood?" asked Yuan Lai while smiling coldly. "Even if I did, I will not let him off." Hua Shiyun was extremely nervous. She gnashed her teeth and said, "Stop hurting my people, I'm leaving with you now. Let's go to the Yuan clan immediately." "Hua Shiyun, we will leave soon enough, but first I will kill him," said Yuan Lai in an evil way. Hua Shiyun cared so much about Lin Feng that Yuan Lai wanted to kill him even more. Hua Shiyun was still obstructing the way, she didn't move. At that moment a hand touched her shoulder. "I will prove to you that you are not blind. Leave him to me," said Lin Feng jokingly. Hua Shiyun shivered. Leave it to him? Could Lin Feng really compete with Yuan Lai? Indeed, Lin Feng had cured her, maybe he could really rival with Yuan Lai. "I'm going to fight now," said Lin Feng while throwing Hua Shiyun behind him. Huo Yun landed behind Lin Feng and looked up at him as he slowly walked towards Yuan Lai. For sure Yun, I will fight the Yuan clan. The rest of the Hua clan are despicable and detestable, said Lin Feng while walking towards Yuan Lai. What's going on between your two clans has nothing to do with me, but since you wanted to fight me, then I'll fight. I will show you how good Huo Yun's eyes are. Lin Feng walked towards Yuan Lai looking self-confident, natural and unrestrained. Yuan Lai did not understand how a cultivator of the first Xin Shi layer could talk to him like that, or how he could be so fearless. Of course, when I kill you I will show everyone that Miss Yun has picked the wrong person, said Yuan Lai while raising his hand. White ice rolled around his fist. He was using his 9 moon skills. The sound of the freezing ice was spreading in the atmosphere. Snowflakes even started falling on the ground. As expected, a cultivator of the 4th Xin Shi layer using the 9 moon skill is terrifying, thought the crowd. When they saw Lin Feng walk towards Yuan Lai, they only felt pity for him. How sad. Lin Feng had broken through to the 1st Xin Shi layer. How could he block Yuan Lai's 9 moons attack? He would surely die. Die! Shouted Yuan Lai as he threw himself at Lin Feng. His 9 moon skill was bombarding the atmosphere towards Lin Feng. Disappear! Shouted Lin Feng furiously. Lin Feng stomped on the ground, causing a fissure to appear. Suddenly a huge fire appeared around Lin Feng's fist. Boom! CRRRR! CRRRR, the two fists collided. Yuan Lai was astonished. His 9 moon skill was destroyed by the fire chi that continued moving up his arm. It was burning his blood vessels. Ah! Yuan Lai gave a horrible shriek and was projected backwards. His entire arm was red and burning. His 9 moon skill had completely disappeared. How's that possible? Yuan Lai didn't understand. Lin Feng had destroyed his 9 moon skill in one fist. The 9 moon skill of the Yuan clan was stronger than the 9 sun skills of the Hua clan. How could Lin Feng destroy it so easily? Besides, Lin Feng's energy wasn't that of the 1st Xin Shi layer, it was definitely the 4th Xin Shi layer. Lin Feng had used his Cosmos Burning Sun skill. It was like the sun. He could easily destroy the 9 moon skill. Everybody was astonished. How was that possible? Lin Feng sent Yuan Lai flying with one fist. It was the exact opposite of what they had anticipated. At that moment, Lin Feng didn't look like he was going to let him off. Lin Feng jumped forwards and released a gigantic fire that enveloped his entire body. Lin Feng became a wall of flames. Sunlight was shining upon his body. His fire was becoming more and more dazzling as he shot straight at Yuan Lai. As Yuan Lai raised his head, he saw Lin Feng above him, or more precisely, he only saw a dazzling light. Lin Feng's energies were oppressive and sharp. How dare you! Yuan Lai raised his head and tried to start his 9 moon skill again, but couldn't because he was injured by Lin Feng's fire chi. Boom boom boom. The two hands collided and a terrifying fire spread from Yuan Lai's arm through his body. The ground under his feet broke apart and a fissure appeared. Both his legs were sent into the ground. You want to show Huo Yun that she is blind? Said Lin Feng, sounding cold and detached. He looked like a god. Yuan Lai was still being crushed between Lin Feng's fist and the ground. His face was deathly pale. Since you wanted to kill me, you will have to pay the price, said Lin Feng as a terrifying fire ignited on Lin Feng's body again. Try if you dare, said Yuan Lai. He looked furious when he sensed that terrifying energy. However, Lin Feng just smiled coldly. Why wouldn't he dare? His terrifying fire moved down in a flash. Moments later, Yuan Lai was engulfed by a terrifying fire. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 546, Bite the Hand That Feeds. Chapter 546, Bite the Hand That Feeds. Yuan Lai's body started burning under Lin Feng's fire. The crowd was gasping in amazement and their hearts were pounding. Wasn't Yuan Lai was a genius? The young man who had appeared had only broken through to the 1st Xin Shi layer but could easily oppress Yuan Lai, brutally and violently burning him. Yuan Lai was stunned. How was it possible? The Hua clan surprisingly had a young man able to defeat him, Yuan Lai? This young man could even kill him. The people of the Hua clan were gasping in astonishment. The young man who had just been saved by Lin Feng was moved and touched. He was also filled with regret, for if he had been as strong as Lin Feng, he could have protected Huo Yun. She would have never been humiliated by the Yuan clan. He was far too weak from being able to be in a relationship with her, but Lin Feng could. He hid his real strength. Huo Jiuyang and Huo Yun were astonished. It seemed like Lin Feng had hidden his strength. He had broken through to the 4th Xin Shi layer. How come they had only detected that he had broken through to the first Qian-Qi layer? Lin Feng had probably learned some secret skill to hide his real strength and reduce it. How come he is so strong, thought Huiyun as she pulled a long face. She had humiliated Lin Feng several times, she even tried to attack him. But at that moment, Lin Feng held a total advantage over Yuan Lai. Huiyun was far from being able to fight against Lin Feng. Lin Feng could actually easily kill her with his real strength. If you kill me, will you not be scared of Yuan Tong? He will definitely come to avenge my death, shouted Yuan Lai, whose body was burning painfully. If it continued, his entire body would burn and he would die. I told you, I don't know Yuan Tong, I've never heard of him, said Lin Feng aggressively. He continued attacking Yuan Lai, the ground was caving in. Yuan Lai was buried up to his waist now. Let Yuan Lai off, threatened the people of the Yuan clan while releasing some pure qi. Yuan Lai was about to be killed. Get lost, said Lin Feng while spitting out some pure qi from his mouth. It crossed the atmosphere like a meteor and turned into several burning snakes that burnt everything in their path. Ah! In a flash, a few people were covered by flames, they felt the agonizing pain. You don't know how strong Yuan Tong is. He has broken through to the 6th Qian-Qi layer and is going to participate to great competition of Shuiyu. Do you want to die? Stop now, you still have time, said Yuan Lai, whose suffering had become too much. He was really going to die, a terrifying pain kept spreading through his body. He hadn't thought that the Wu clan would be protected by Lin Feng, who was so strong and brutal. Lin Feng even dared to kill him and the people of the Yuan clan. I forgot to tell you something, I will also participate to the great competition of Shuiyu, whispered Lin Feng in Yuan Lai's ears. Lin Feng had a murderous smile on his face. Therefore, there is no need to show off and act proudly in front of me. You will die now. Lin Feng released more sunfire which crashed onto Yuan Lai's body. Loud crackling sounds spread through the air. Yuan Lai tried to concentrate some pure qi to block, but he couldn't stop Lin Feng. He gave a horrible shriek, he was going to burn to death. Human lives don't matter to you, so I must treat you as I would treat a dog, explained Lin Feng in a low voice. He continuously bombarded Yuan Lai's body, transforming his body into a huge fire. Yuan Lai disappeared into the ground, he was completely buried, only his shouts were still audible. Moments later the atmosphere became calm again. Lin Feng was standing there with his fire qi still burning around his body. Sunlight continued to shine upon his body, it was dazzling. He looked like a king of suns, blessed with the love of the sun. How terrifying, thought the crowd, their hearts were pounding. Yuan Lai had talked in such a proud and arrogant way. He said he would kill all the young men of the Wu clan, but in the end he had been killed by Lin Feng. He was too weak to block his attacks. The Wu clan were in disbelief that Lin Feng was so strong, but phew, after what seemed to be a long time, some people took in a deep breath, they were all staring at Lin Feng. Lin Feng having killed Yuan Lai would infuriate the Yuan clan, Yuan Tong would surely kill everyone. The Wu clan would never be able to stop him. You killed some people of my clan, you also killed Yuan Lai, Yuan Tong will never let you off. He will kill you and leave nothing behind, said a member of the Yuan clan whose entire arm had just been burnt by Lin Feng's attack a moment before. He was staring at Lin Feng with murder in his heart. Lin Feng had to die, thought the people of the Yuan clan, they wished they could kill him. Maybe, but you won't be there to see it, shouted Lin Feng furiously. His hand shook and in a flash a fireball shot out and covered that person's entire body. He burned to death. Lin Feng had killed that person, just like he had killed Yuan Lai. Every member of the Wu clan was clenching their fist, especially the few young men. Their blood was boiling. This is exactly what they wanted to see, but Lin Feng wasn't a member of their clan. If he had been one of them, they would have killed those animals of the Yuan clan together. The second elder and Huiyun were looking at Lin Feng with discontent. That's enough, said the second elder, he couldn't stand it anymore. Lin Feng slowly turned around and said to the second elder in a cold and detached way, are you talking to me? The problem is you killed those people of the Yuan clan, but we will bear the consequences when Yuan Tong comes, explained second elder, who was furious at Lin Feng. Who would be able to face Yuan Tong when he came? I killed these people of the Yuan clan, not you, said Lin Feng in an ice-cold way. You are a disgrace to the Wu clan, you watched as your people got killed and did nothing. Now that I helped you kill them you ask me to stop? You're ridiculous, . The members of the Wu clan were stupefied, their second elder was telling Lin Feng to stop. Lin Feng had prevented the people of the Yuan clan from killing them. You understand nothing. Yuan Tong is extremely strong, nobody can stop him, not even you. You're leading our clan to extinction with your stupidities. You decided to die by picking a fight with the Yuan clan, and you decided to drag us along with you," said Hui Yun while pointing at Lin Feng. She looked like an evil snake. Lin Feng laughed and smiled coldly, saying, "I should learn from you and do the same. I should let my friends die and watch them without doing anything. You like seeing your companions get humiliated and killed." Lin Feng's joke stupefied everybody. Hui Yun's words precisely came down to the same thing. Yuan Lai had been humiliating and killing them, but she was saying that they should have let them kill their younger clansmen. "So what? What does that have to do with you?" asked Hui Yun. When she saw that many people were staring at her, she felt triggered. "It doesn't have anything to do with me, but when I kill people, it has nothing to do with you. I killed Yuan Lai for sure, Yun, that's all. Do you think that I was protecting you or the Hui clan? Do you think I would ever do that for you?" said Lin Feng while laughing mockingly. Hui Yun looked glum and said, "Since it's that way, get lost. Go and beg the Yuan clan for mercy alone." Beg for mercy because of such people? Lin Feng thought she was hilarious. Hui Yun turned around and said to Hui Jiuyang, "Uncle, I think we should capture him and deliver him to the Yuan clan. At the same time, we also bring Shi Yun there. That's the only way for us to avoid the catastrophe that is Yuan Tong. It is the only way to save the clan." "Hui Yun," said Hui Shi Yun looking glum. Every member of the Hui clan was embarrassed. Hui Yun had no principles, Lin Feng had helped them and she wanted to capture him and deliver him to the Yuan clan. "For the Hui clan, we must do that," said Hui Yun, who didn't care about them. Hui Jiuyang looked at her infuriated. "Brother, Hui Yun is right. We need to avoid making the Yuan clan furious. You know how strong Yuan Tong is. Besides, he's going to participate to the great competition of Shuiyu, we cannot provoke him now," said the second elder. "If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 547, What do you want to do? Chapter 547, What do you want to do? The second elder and Hui Yun were afraid of infuriating Yuan Tong, so they wanted to deliver Lin Feng to the Yuan clan. "Father," said Hui Shi Yun with hope in her eyes. She hoped that her father wouldn't agree with the second elder and Hui Yun. They were shameless. "Shi Yun, don't say anything," said Lin Feng suddenly. He was smiling coldly. "Deliver him to the Yuan clan? How ridiculous, way too ridiculous." Lin Feng turned around and looked at Hui Yun and the second elder. He looked extremely fierce and tough. "Which of you is strong enough to capture me?" Lin Feng then made a step forwards and released some ice-cold qi. It was piercingly cold. Hui Yun started shaking and asked Lin Feng, "What are you doing?" "What am I doing?" Lin Feng smiled coldly and said, "I am not the slave of your clan. I helped you kill your enemies and now you want to capture me and deliver me to the Yuan clan, so what should I do?" Hui Yun was stepping backwards and staring at Lin Feng while remaining vigilant. Slap! Lin Feng immediately slapped her face, which projected her body backwards. She nearly fell down on the ground with the mark of Lin Feng's hand on her face. Lin Feng didn't want to hit a woman, but that one was too shameless. She made Lin Feng feel sick. "You dare hit me?" shouted Hui Yun furiously while touching her cheek. Slap! Lin Feng slapped her face again, which made her fall down on the ground. Blood splashed out of her mouth. Her cheek felt like it was burning. She raised her head and looked at Lin Feng, who was standing in front of her. He wasn't even looking at her. "If you dare say anything again, I will kill you. I'm sick of hearing your voice," said Lin Feng while releasing some deadly energy which surrounded her body. She had the feeling she was suffocating. She was shaking from head to foot. She was about to say something but just gulped down in the end. Lin Feng wasn't a member of the Hui clan. He would definitely kill her. He had killed people from the Yuan clan and would also kill them if they offended him. The crowd was blankly staring at Hui Yun on the ground and Lin Feng standing in front of them. The young man who Lin Feng had just saved didn't regard Lin Feng as an enemy. Lin Feng was right to slap her. She was disgusting. Lin Feng had saved the Hui clan and she wanted to hand him over to the Yuan clan. Was she really a member of the Hui clan? Everybody could see that she was just thinking about herself and wanted to save her own life. Lin Feng had been right to slap her twice. Everyone hoped that it was painful. At that moment, the second elder arrived in front of Lin Feng and looked at him in a furious way. He then released some fire energy which contained some deadly energy. "You want to die?" said the second elder in an evil way. "I want to die," said Lin Feng in an ice-cold way. He made a step and didn't say anything else. With such people, Lin Feng didn't feel like talking. Boom! A terrifying fire appeared in Lin Feng's hand and immediately moved towards the second elder. Lin Feng's fire also contained some deadly energy. Lin Feng had immediately attacked without hesitation. The second elder started his 9 Suns skill. His hand shook, and suddenly, what looked like the sun appeared in his hand. How could he resist my Cosmos Burning Sun with his 9 Suns skill? Thought Lin Feng. The 9 Suns skill was based on flame energy, whereas Lin Feng's Cosmos Burning Sun took its source from the real sun. It had a monstrous explosive power. Boom, boom, boom. The two hands collided and flames exploded. Lin Feng was moved back 5 steps while the second elder only moved back of 2 steps. There is a huge difference between my level and yours. You want to die, so I will help you. I will then deliver your corpse to the Yuan clan. That will suffice as well, said the second elder in a cold and detached way. He moved both his hands, and at that moment, 5 suns appeared in his hands. He abruptly raised them, and those suns moved towards Lin Feng, bombarding the atmosphere. Destroy, said Lin Feng in an ice-cold way. The sun shone upon his body and he released an incredible and terrifying fire. Go! Lin Feng's terrifying flames flew in the air and collided with the 5 suns. The atmosphere was filled with flames. It was scorching hot. The temperature kept increasing. 7 suns! Shouted the second elder furiously. He released 7 dazzling suns around which were embers floating. 8 suns! Shouted the second elder, who looked exhausted, and another sun appeared. It then swallowed the 7 other suns. It was dazzling to the eyes. You hid your strength, so what? Now you will die, said the second elder in an ice-cold way. Chi kept flowing around his body. It was astonishing. Unfortunately, that young man had come to help the Hua clan, but he would have to die there. What a pity. But the second elder was really terrifying. Many people were sighing with emotion when they saw that the second elder's attacks were becoming more and more powerful. They pitied Lin Feng, for he wouldn't be able to block them. The 9 Suns skills was extremely powerful. Releasing 8 suns was already terrifying, but 9 was even worse. The second elder wanted to kill Lin Feng, so he was going to release the full 9 suns. Lin Feng. Hua Yun was shaking. If the second elder released the 9 suns, the attack would reach its peak. It had an explosive power. Although Lin Feng was strong, her uncle was also powerful. He wouldn't be able to block 9 suns. He would die. Hua Yun threw herself at Lin Feng and moved in front of him. Everybody was astonished. Yun, move away. Lin Feng grabbed her and threw her away into the distance. At the same time, he released some flames of killer energy which started burning in his hand. I forgot to tell you that I was just playing with him a moment ago, said Lin Feng when saw that Hua Yun was worried about him and wanted to protect him. She shivered when she heard him, then she looked at Lin Feng's hand. He was bombarding the atmosphere with his sun chi. In Lin Feng's hand, a pure chi sword slowly condensed. It was a scorching hot sword. The sun was shining upon Lin Feng's pure chi sword. It seemed like the sun was condensing in it. People's hearts were pounding. Playing? Lin Feng was playing with the second elder? What else could he do? Did he know stronger attacks? Oh yes, your 9 Suns skill is very powerful, said Lin Feng sarcastically while smiling coldly. His Cosmos Burning Sun skill was a sun skill. It was really like the sun. It could destroy any moon skill and perhaps any other skill. The 9 Suns skill was a fire skill. It had nothing to do with the Cosmos Burning skill. Humph! The second elder looked worried and groaned coldly. He moved his entire body and a terrifying fire rose up. It was dazzling. The crowd could barely open their eyes. A 9th sun appeared and swallowed the 8 other suns. It seemed like the entire area was illuminated by that attack. Lin Feng looked cold and detached while staring at that 9 Sun skill. His pure chi sword was becoming sharper and sharper. A sun appeared on it suddenly. It became a sun sword. It was filled with a terrifying determination. It seemed like it could burn anything. 9 suns, kill! Shouted the second elder furiously. His gigantic sun then moved towards Lin Feng at full speed. Lin Feng arrived next to the second elder and raised his hand with his great radiant sword. His great radiant sword was a sun sword. It was as dazzling as the sun, if not more. It then collided with the 9 suns. CRRRR. CRRR. The terrifying sword was filled with determination, and with the strength of the sun, the 9 suns immediately got lacerated as the second elder looked desperate and terrified. That sword contained the strength of the real sun. A horrible shriek spread in the air and blood splashed. The crowd opened their eyes and saw the second elder's body fly away. His 2 arms had been cut off. Lin Feng hadn't killed him, he had cut off his 2 arms. Lin Feng made another step and arrived in front of the second elder. He put his foot on his chest. Lin Feng wasn't looking at him, he despised him. Second elder, you used your celestial eyes to inspect my cultivation level. When I did the same to you, you felt humiliated because you thought that you were a great and amazing cultivator. Now, I want to ask you, what are you in front of me? Nothing, said Lin Feng in an ice-cold way. Everybody was astonished. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 548, Yuan Tong. Chapter 548, Yuan Tong. Initially, the second elder had inspected Lin Feng's cultivation level and then Lin Feng had done the same to him, which is why he had been furious. Maybe that the second elder thought too highly of himself. He had never thought that the young man who had inspected his cultivation level would end up humiliating him by standing on him after he knocked him onto the ground. How aggressive, how violent. That was astonishing. The members of the Hua clan were astonished. Lin Feng had broken through to the 4th Xin Qi layer, but he had been able to kill Yuan Lai and defeat the second elder. He was even stepping on his chest. Hua Yun was blankly staring at the scene. She had been slapped and injured by Lin Feng. Now her father was being humiliated by Lin Feng. Her father's arms had been cut off. He had become a piece of trash. Hua Zhou-yang was staring at Lin Feng with her mouth wide open. He didn't know what to say. Lin Feng was scary. He was so young, he was much younger than Yuan Lai. Besides, Hua Zhou-yang's brother had broken through to the 5th Xin Qi layer and had mastered the 9 Sun skill to perfection. Surprisingly, he had been defeated by Lin Feng, who cut off his arms as well. Lin Feng was a real genius. Couldn't he rival with Yuan Tong? In a few years he should be extremely strong, thought Hua Zhou-yan while sighing. Lin Feng was a perfect match for his daughter. His daughter was right, she had seen the genius in Lin Feng. He was a real genius, extremely talented. Hua Shi-yun was also staring at Lin Feng with her mouth wide open. She was astonished and pleasantly surprised. Even though she knew that Lin Feng had been hiding his strength, she never thought that he would be so strong to the extent that he would defeat her uncle. He even cut off her uncle's arms with his sword. He was merciful. If Lin Feng had been merciless, he would have killed the second elder. The second elder was lying on the ground and groaning in pain. When he heard Lin Feng, he didn't know what to think. That young man was actually terrifying. His 9 Sun skill had been ineffective against Lin Feng's sword. Who else wants to capture me and deliver me to the Yuan clan? Asked Lin Feng coldly. Kill me, begged the second elder, who was agonizing. He had no arms, he had become a piece of trash. Living like that in such a world, he would get humiliated every day by everybody. He preferred dying. Kill you? I could, of course. If I killed people of the Yuan clan, I could also kill the people of the Hua clan except for Shi-yun. You and a few others make me want to puke, but now I will let you leave as a piece of trash, said Lin Feng while taking his foot off the second elder's chest, who cried in agony again. Then Lin Feng kicked his body and watched as it fly away. Hua Zhou-yang sighed when he saw how much the second elder was suffering. The Hua clan was in a dead end? Yuan Tong would come to kill them. Who would take care of him? Brother, avenge me, said the second elder while looking at Hua Zhou-yang. Hua Zhou-yang looked expressionless though. He sighed and said, You're still sticking to your stupid ideas? Our clan is already in a tight spot. Yuan Tong will come and he will never let us off. Apart from Shi-yun, he also wants our 2 treasures. After, he will destroy our clan. He will never let us off, said Hua Zhou-yang looking sad and desperate. Since Yuan Lai had attacked them, Hua Zhou-yang had guessed that they had only been looking for an excuse to destroy their clan. At that moment, Yuan Tong had even more excuses to destroy them. Shi-yun, said Hua Zhou-yang while walking towards her. He took out an ancient scroll made of sheepskin, gave it to her. Keep it safe, Shi-yun. Shi-yun was shivering and fixedly staring at her father. Hurry and hide it, demanded Hua Zhou-yang looking serious and solemn. Shi-yun, you already know the 9 Sun skill, so I don't need to teach that to you. Now, leave with Lin Feng. Leave Celestial Dragon and go far away, said Hua Zhou-yang, which stupefied Hua Shi-yun. He was giving her to Lin Feng. Hua Zhou-yang was getting ready to face Yuan Tong. Lin Feng, said Hua Zhou-yang. Lin Feng looked at him in a calm way. Lin Feng, my daughter is warm, gentle, and tender. Besides, she is beautiful. Marry her and she will never betray you. I can see that she likes you a lot. Now, leave with her, go far away. Leave Celestial Dragon and even Dragon Mountain. Hurry up, my daughter is yours, said Huo Jiuyang. Lin Feng was stupefied. He wouldn't have thought that Huo Jiuyang would want things to happen that way. Lin Feng didn't know what to do. Lin Feng, what are you thinking? Do you think that my daughter is not good enough for you? Asked Huo Jiuyang, while frowning, when he saw that Lin Feng remained silent. Of course not, said Lin Feng while shaking his head. He was about to add something else when Huo Jiuyang interrupted him again. That's good then, now hurry up and leave. If you don't leave now, it will be too late. Yuan Tong will arrive, he is much stronger than Yuan Lai. Lin Feng remained immobile. He looked at Huo Shiyun's beautiful face. Leave, where? Said a voice at that moment. It came from the distance. What a catastrophe! Huo Jiuyang started shaking. We're done. Huo Jiuyang looked deathly pale. That was Yuan Tong's voice. Yuan Tong had arrived and Lin Feng and Shi Yun hadn't had the time to escape. The members of the Huo clan were shaking as well. It was their judgment day. Everybody was glancing around looking for Yuan Tong but couldn't see him. Nobody was appearing, but they had heard his voice so distinctly, it was like an illusion. Huo Jiuyang pulled a long face and sighed. They couldn't escape anymore. Since you're here, show yourself, said Huo Jiuyang indifferently. He was talking to the air, it seemed. We haven't seen each other for a long time, Huo Jiuyang. I hope you're doing well, said Yuan Tong, and then he appeared in the sky in the distance. He was flying through the sky. His changpao was fluttering in the wind. He looked natural and unrestrained. Yuan Tong. When the crowd saw him, many people's hearts started pounding. Yuan Tong was a genius of Dragon Mountain. He was extremely famous in Celestial Dragon. Many people knew him. Everybody knew that he was going to participate to the great competition of Shuiyu. He had a brilliant future ahead of him if he continued becoming stronger. He would break through to the Tianqi layer sooner or later as well. How majestic! Lin Feng glanced at him. He didn't find him so handsome because his chi felt evil. But he still looked extraordinary. One could see that he was extremely strong at first glance. How could I be fine? You're here, said Huo Jiuyang. Yuan Tong laughed and said in a calm way, I like your sense of humor. He then turned and looked at Lin Feng and Huo Shiyun. When he saw how stunning she looked, he smiled. Shiyun, you're even more beautiful. I'm happy that you're going to become my wife. Who will become your wife? Said Huo Shiyun while looking at Yuan Tong in a furious way. Because of him, their clan was in a horrible situation. They had been living in a horrible state of anxiety these days because of him. You have no choice, said Yuan Tong while smiling in a gentle way. I wouldn't have thought that the ice in your body would disappear. You're lucky. The Huo clan surprisingly wants you to leave and go to a far place. They really care about you. Yuan Tong looked at Lin Feng, said slowly, You killed Yuan Lai, right? Lin Feng raised his head and looked at Yuan Tong in a calm way. Yuan Tong looked extremely proud, which annoyed Lin Feng. He looked too arrogant. He must have thought he was the best cultivator in the world. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 549, Prove It. Chapter 549, Prove It. I killed him, said Lin Feng indifferently. He looked absolutely emotionless. Since you killed Yuan Lai, and touched my girl, how do you want me to kill you? Asked Yuan Tong, who was still in the sky looking down upon Lin Feng. His eyes were filled with murderous intentions. You cannot kill him, said Huo Shiyun in an ice-cold way. You surprisingly want to protect him. How ridiculous. I can't wait to see what kind of person could possibly captivate you so much, said Yuan Tong while smiling coldly. His girlfriend liked Lin Feng. He perceived it as a monumental humiliation. A cold, deadly energy rose up in the air and enveloped Lin Feng and Huo Shiyun. Huo Jiuyang took a step forward and moved in front of them while saying, Lin Feng, take Shiyun away, as fast as possible. I will block him. Lin Feng was stupefied when he saw Huo Jiuyang. He was looking at him with new eyes. Huo Jiuyang and his little brother were opposites. He was actually a member of the Huo clan. He wanted to protect others while the second elder only cared about his own miserable life. You cannot rival me, you will not be able to protect them. Today, nobody will escape, said Yuan Tong proudly. Nobody would be able to escape, they would all stay. Escape? Asked Lin Feng. Why would he escape? Why did everyone think he wanted to escape? Lin Feng had used his celestial eyes to detect Yuan Tong's cultivation level. He had only broken through to the 6th Xian Qi layer. Lin Feng could definitely fight against him. Lin Feng had already killed cultivators of the 6th Xian Qi layer. Why would I escape? Asked Lin Feng, sounding like he was talking to himself when he was actually asking Huo Jiu Yang and Yuan Tong. Yuan Tong looked at Lin Feng and frowned. He was surprised. Lin Feng was asking him why he would want to escape? Do you think that standing high enough in the air means that you are strong? You make me want to puke, said Lin Feng while making a step and then jumping up in the air. He immediately arrived in front of Yuan Tong. The crowd was astonished. Lin Feng wanted to fight against Yuan Tong? Indeed, Lin Feng wanted to fight, and at that moment he confirmed it by releasing some terrifying sun qi which started burning. Lin Feng's clothes were fluttering violently. Lin Feng surprisingly wanted to fight against Yuan Tong. Yuan Tong frowned and stared at Lin Feng. He was also smiling coldly. Lin Feng wanted to fight. I've never seen you, do you know who I am? Asked Yuan Tong proudly while looking at Lin Feng, a nobody. An unknown cultivator was facing him and wanted to fight. That was humiliating. Does showing off mean that you are strong? Does it justify your arrogance? Asked Lin Feng coldly. I don't want to show off. I want to tell you that I, Yuan Tong, am very strong. I've always relied on my own natural abilities and efforts to become stronger, and now I will join the great competition of Shuiyu. You say I am proud, but I want to ask you, who makes you think that you can stand here and face me? Asked Yuan Tong, still sounding proud. In Celestial Mountain, there were many geniuses and Yuan Tong was a particularly dazzling one. He stood out. He would even participate at the great competition of Shuiyu. How incredible, how majestic. Yuan Tong could show off, he had the strength to show off. Everybody knew that he was extremely strong. They would gasp in amazement and admiration when they saw him. Most people dreamed of participating to the great competition of Shuiyu but couldn't, they were too weak. The crowd looked at Lin Feng, they were misunderstanding everything. They imagined that they saw fear and astonishment in Lin Feng's eyes. However, Lin Feng actually felt calm and serene. He was absolutely calm. Yuan Tong's words didn't affect him at all. Awesome, said Lin Feng sarcastically. The crowd was astonished. Lin Feng was joking. Great, you're going to participate to the great competition of Shuiyu. That's all, but you still think you can brag about it. You're really ridiculous. People like you cannot evolve further than that, said Lin Feng in a cold and detached way. Yuan Tong groaned and asked, so what? What gives you the right to criticize me like that? I will tell you something, I am Lin Feng from Shuiyu. I have been personally invited by Ruolan Shan to come here to participate in the great competition of Shuiyu as well, said Lin Feng indifferently. People's hearts were pounding violently. Everybody was completely stunned and confused. They were honestly astonished. Lin Feng was from Shuiyu and had been invited to come to Dragon Mountain by Ruolan Shan to participate to the great competition of Shuiyu? He was a genius getting prepared to participate in the great competition. Huo Shiyun looked puzzled. She had just met Lin Feng. She had never understood his behavior and found herself astonished at that moment. But would Lin Feng want her as a girlfriend or wife? Lin Feng was from Shuiyu, he was a real genius. He was going to participate at the great competition of Shuiyu. On top of that, he was much younger than Yuan Tong. Huo Yun's father was sitting on the ground completely stunned, astonished, and shocked. Huo Yun and her father felt ridiculous like buffoons. They had humiliated Lin Feng over and over again, and despised him. But as Lin Feng had told them, they were like nobodies in front of him, less than trash, and he was right. Lin Feng would have never even glanced at their Huo clan if he hadn't met Huo Shiyun. But because Lin Feng had checked their cultivation level with his celestial eyes, they had become furious and tried to plot against him. To think they had wanted to use Lin Feng. Very good, said Yuan Tong while looking at Lin Feng. His facial expressions had changed, it looked sharp at that moment. Lin Feng was also going to participate to the great competition of Shuiyu? Alright, why not have a fight here first then? Surprisingly, people from Shuiyu came to Dragon Mountain. Very good. We can have a battle and see how strong the cultivators from the countries that Dragon Mountain control are. What makes them think they can rival the geniuses of Dragon Mountain? Thought Yuan Tong while releasing some monstrous battle energy. He was a genius from Dragon Mountain. He despised the cultivators that came from the smaller countries to participate in the great competition of Shuiyu. The geniuses from the smaller countries couldn't rival with them. Coincidentally, he had come across Lin Feng. Now would be a good opportunity to see how strong Shuiyu was. I will show you, said Lin Feng while releasing some terrifying battle chi. I hope that you will not disappoint me. In the past, the geniuses from smaller countries always died at the competition, especially those from Shuiyu. They have never ended in the top 10. Yuan Tong sounded like he was making a good joke. He wanted to burst into laughter. Those who were really laughing proudly at the great competition of Shuiyu were actually those from the four empires, not those who came from the smaller countries under their jurisdiction. After all, geniuses in the empire were respected by even more people. They had access to incredible skills and cultivation facilities. In smaller countries, it was difficult to acquire such resources. Cultivators from Shuiyu have never ended in the top 10. Lin Feng was stupefied when heard that. This time, he would honor his country and finish in the top 9. There was also the mysterious Duan Wu Dao. Even though there were many geniuses coming from everywhere, Duan Wu Dao ending in the top 10 shouldn't be a problem. This time, the great competition of Shuiyu would be amazing. Are you telling me these things to try and show everybody how amazing you are? Now you must prove it, but if you lose against me, everybody will realize how ridiculous and pitiful you are," said Lin Feng while laughing mockingly. Yuan Tong at first looked glum and then immediately smiled. "You're right, only strength can prove how different we are from each other. The genius from Shuiyu will not withstand a single attack," said Yuan Tong in an ice-cold way. He then released a monstrously powerful energy. Some threads of energy were hot like the sun while others were cold like the moon. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 550, Risking One's Life. Chapter 550, Risking One's Life. A moon and a sun pattern appeared on Yuan Tong's body and began to rotate. He raised his hands. In his right hand appeared a scorching hot fire and in his left hand appeared an ice-cold energy. Lin Feng, you have to be careful, his moon and sun skills are extremely powerful. His moon skill is ice-cold and his sun skill has an explosive power," said Huo Jiuyang from the ground. Lin Feng slightly nodded. He didn't need Huo Jiuyang to remind him of that. Lin Feng understood that attacks which used two different elements were out of the ordinary. Even if he knows, what can he do? He can't block my attacks, said Yuan Tong coldly. Do I even need to block your attacks? Asked Lin Feng. He started making pure qi roll around his body and a terrifying qi started burning. The sun was shining upon his body, it was dazzling. In Lin Feng's right hand, a sun sword was appearing and it was diffusing its dazzling light all around. Besides, apart from that terrifying sun energy, Lin Feng was also releasing some terrifying deadly qi and it was becoming more and more intense as it invaded the atmosphere. A black light started twinkling in Lin Feng's left hand. He was condensing a sword. That sword was filled with murderous intentions. It was a deadly sword. Yuan Tong was using both his hands, one for his moon skill and the other for his sun skill. Lin Feng was using both his hands. In his left hand he had his deadly sword which was filled with murderous determination. In his right hand, there was a sun sword which could burn the cosmos. In this world there are many geniuses. You shouldn't think that you are the best in the world, there are others that can do what you can do as well, said Lin Feng. He had two swords, he looked like a death god. His pupils had turned pitch black, the people were shocked. Lin Feng started stepping forwards. Yuan Tong had said that he could only block, but Lin Feng didn't intend to block, he intended to attack. Lin Feng's dazzling sun sword, in his right hand, started moving towards Yuan Tong. It was emitting whistling sounds in the air. It seemed like it could burn through anything. Yuan Tong was surprised when he sensed that sword intent. He started attacking with his right hand. His terrifying sun qi turned into a gigantic flame which bombarded the atmosphere towards Lin Feng's sword. Boom boom boom. When Lin Feng's sword lacerated Yuan Tong's flames, rumbling sounds formed making the atmosphere shake. After the collision, Lin Feng continued to fearlessly move towards Yuan Tong. Lin Feng's deadly qi began to surround Yuan Tong's body. Die! Shouted Lin Feng furiously. His deadly qi penetrated into Yuan Tong's body, immediately affecting his resolution and determination. That deadly qi had its own life, its own determination. Moon and sun level 2. Yuan Tong joined his hands and in front of him. A huge pattern appeared. It looked like a mixture of the moon and the sun and it was moving towards Lin Feng's sword. Lacerate! Shouted Lin Feng. He didn't move back, his sword could lacerate the 10,000 things of creation. CRRRR. CRRRR. Ripping sounds spread in the air and the moon sun level 2 skill got lacerated by Lin Feng's deadly sword. At that moment, nothing could stop Lin Feng's sword. Get lost! Shouted Yuan Tong while releasing some pure qi that bombarded Lin Feng's sword. And then he started moving back at full speed. In a flash, he had moved back of a few meters. He looked depressed while staring at Lin Feng. "Are you trying to cheer yourself up by shouting 'get lost' and moving back at the same time?" asked Lin Feng, still holding his two swords. He remained at his original place, motionless. He was just coldly staring at Yuan Tong. Yuan Tong looked furious. Everybody was fixedly staring at them. They were astonished. Lin Feng had surprised them. He was truly amazing. He was much stronger than anything they could have expected. He looked like a death god with his two swords. He had immediately attacked Yuan Tong, who continued to retreat in their fight. Lin Feng surprisingly had the advantage against Yuan Tong. That young man was amazing. Their souls were shaking. Were the geniuses from Shuiyu really weaker than the geniuses from Dragon Mountain? Didn't it depend on the individual? Now, don't you think those words you were denouncing me with a moment ago feel like a slap to the face? Asked Lin Feng indifferently. Yuan Tong looked defeated. Lin Feng had told him to use strength to justify his pride and arrogance, but he couldn't prove anything. Now, Lin Feng was showing that he was stronger than him. He was showing everyone that he could have acted in an arrogant way like Yuan Tong, but he didn't. Yuan Tong wasn't proving anything. Lin Feng was humiliating him. Yuan Tong didn't say anything. He didn't try to humiliate Lin Feng again. Lin Feng was extremely strong. He could be proud of himself. If Yuan Tong didn't show what he was capable of, he would lose face and would never regain it. His body moved and his spirit appeared in his back. His spirit was composed of two eyes. One was a moon and the other was a sun. They were so dazzling that people's eyes were hurting. "You made me release my spirit. Don't you disappoint me?" said Yuan Tong coldly. He didn't wait for Lin Feng to attack, immediately throwing himself at him. His right hand was moving towards Lin Feng at full speed. It was filled with a terrifying sun energy. The atmosphere was filled with small embers that looked like stars. It seemed like everything was going to ignite. His spirit was shining upon his sun chi, adding a strange light to it. Lin Feng, without hesitating, brandished his sword. But it seemed like his sword was only lacerating the air. The sun chi kept moving towards Lin Feng and Lin Feng's sword didn't seem like it could lacerate it. Lin Feng, surprised, rose up into the air like the wind. Yuan Tong saw that Lin Feng couldn't move well. It seemed like his moon and sun skill could oppress Lin Feng. Yuan Tong's trajectory followed Lin Feng's, like a curve. The crowd could clearly see that Yuan Tong's spirit was diffusing some strange lights. "Destroy!" shouted Yuan Tong at that moment. He moved his left hand and in a flash, an ice-cold moon energy appeared and moved towards Lin Feng. It was extremely fast. It was catching up to Lin Feng. Lin Feng was stupefied and smiled coldly. The crowd was astonished. Lin Feng wasn't moving back. A strange light kept flowing in Lin Feng's veins. It was the strength of the Harukas. Lin Feng made a step forwards and was surprisingly engulfed by the moon energy. CRRRR. CRRRR. The cold moon chi bombarded Lin Feng's body. A dazzling pitch-black light started shining. It seemed like it was blocking that cold chi from penetrating into his body. Even though Lin Feng's Haruka strength was monstrous, in the light of that moon and sun skill Lin Feng could feel some ice-cold energy penetrating into his body. It was piercingly cold. Lin Feng was shaking. But Lin Feng continued determined and resolute. He was moving at an incredible speed. The sword in his right hand abruptly moved and attacked Yuan Tong's spirit. CRRRR. CRRRR. The sun sword immediately penetrated into the moon sun spirit, causing Yuan Tong's body to start shaking violently. Ah! His soul felt extremely painful. He gave a horrible shriek that astonished the crowd. Lin Feng was insane. Die! Yuan Tong joined his hands, and his moon and sun chi moved towards Lin Feng, bombarding the atmosphere. Lin Feng still looked tenacious. He released some deadly energy. The killer sword in his left hand lacerated the moon and sun chi. At the same time, Lin Feng kept the strength of the Harukas rotating. He was very close to Yuan Tong. Die! Shouted Lin Feng furiously. All the strength of the Harukas was in his hand and he was punching at Yuan Tong's head. Yuan Tong moved his hands back and started retreating. Boom, kacha! Lin Feng's Haruka strength could rotate 4,000 times. It bombarded Yuan Tong's bones. After Yuan Tong retreated, Lin Feng didn't aim at the head anymore, he aimed at the chest. Yuan Tong's body was blown away. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 551, Karma May Reunite Us. Chapter 551, Karma May Reunite Us. Yuan Tong cried in agony. Several of his ribs were broken. At that moment Lin Feng wasn't feeling great either. Even though he protected himself with the strength of the Harukas, the cold chi of Yuan Tong's moon skill still penetrated into his body, making him shiver. There were actual threads of ice flowing in his body. "Burn!" shouted Lin Feng furiously. A magnificent sunlight appeared and surrounded his body, expelling out the cold. Lin Feng dared to jump into his enemy's attack only because he knew he could expel the cold out beforehand. Considering he had done it for Huoshi Yun, he wasn't afraid. He knew that his Cosmos Burning Sun skill would make Yuan Tong's ice chi melt. Yuan Tong was feeling differently. Lin Feng's attack hadn't killed him, but he was badly injured. With his bones broken, he couldn't fight against Lin Feng anymore. Lin Feng made a huge step forwards, still holding his deadly sword. His deadly energy enveloped Yuan Tong, making him shake from head to toe. "Aha!" Yuan Tong roared violently. His face looked gruesome, like he was in great pain. His hands abruptly started shaking. He wasn't using them to attack Lin Feng with his moon and sun skills. Instead, he transformed into a beam of light and started escaping. He had been defeated. He had come looking prestigious and dignified, extremely proud and arrogant. He had been defeated by Lin Feng from Shuiyu in the end. He was furious. Besides, the girl he wanted to kidnap had a crush on Lin Feng and she rejected him in front of everybody. This wasn't even the great competition of Shuiyu. Having already been defeated by Lin Feng from Shuiyu, how would he be able to go to the great competition of Shuiyu with assurance and confidence, when he already lost face? He might have to face Lin Feng there after all. At the great competition of Shuiyu he would still feel humiliated. He would remember this defeat. Lin Feng watched as Yuan Tong left. He didn't chase him. He wasn't sure if he could catch Yuan Tong because he was extremely fast. The crowd looked at Lin Feng standing in the sky while Yuan Tong disappeared into the distance. They were speechless. Lin Feng had amazed them time after time. How could they ever forget him? Originally Yuan Lai had humiliated Lin Feng, causing Lin Feng to kill him. Then, the Wu clan humiliated him and Lin Feng cut off the two arms of their second elder. Then Yuan Tong had come flying through the sky. He had acted very proud and arrogant until Lin Feng had defeated him with his swords. In front of everyone, he had amazed them. Lin Feng had won against Yuan Tong, a genius who was going to participate to the great competition of Shuiyu. Yuan Tong had what it took to be one of the 10 greatest geniuses of Dragon Mountain. How could they not be astonished by what had happened? They would never forget Lin Feng. Lin Feng would surely become a legend, a myth one day. Phew, everybody took a deep breath, looking at Lin Feng. They didn't know what to think. A short time before, the second elder and Hui Yun had wanted to capture him and deliver him to the Yuan clan. No one had ever thought that Lin Feng was such a powerful cultivator. The second elder and Hui Yun felt regret at that moment, sitting on the ground and looking at Lin Feng. They were realizing how ridiculous they had been. They had dared to despise such a genius and humiliate him. They had even wanted Lin Feng to die. In Lin Feng's eyes, they were worthless, less than nothing. If Lin Feng felt like it, he could kill them in the blink of an eye, just like Yuan Tong. Huo Jiuyang was also astonished. He believed that Lin Feng was of the first Qin Shi layer. He of course believed that his daughter deserved better than that. When Lin Feng had left, he hadn't tried to stop him, even though Lin Feng had cured his daughter. Even though Huo Jiuyang was surprised when Lin Feng killed Yuan Lai, he wasn't amazed. When Lin Feng had defeated the second elder, Lin Feng had proved that he was a genius. It was then that Huo Jiuyang thought that Lin Feng only needed a few years to defeat Yuan Tong, and he changed his mind. Now Lin Feng had defeated Yuan Tong. Not only had he defeated Yuan Tong, but he had scared him to death. Yuan Tong had ran away. Lin Feng was so much younger than Yuan Tong and had come in the name of Shuiyu. He was going to participate to the great competition of Shuiyu and will have a brilliant future ahead of him. Huo Jiuyang was now convinced that Lin Feng was a perfect match for his daughter. However, he was worried that Lin Feng wasn't interested in his daughter. Huo Jiuyang looked at his daughter. Her beautiful eyes were twinkling. She was looking at Lin Feng in the sky while smiling in a resplendent way. Lin Feng was safe now that he had defeated Yuan Tong. Even the Wu clan was safe. Huoshi Yun wouldn't need to become Yuan Tong's wife. She would have never believed that someone would save her, not even in her dreams. This was even better than a dream. Lin Feng was still standing in the sky. He had closed his eyes with his Cosmos Burning Sun skill revolving around him. The sunlight was shining upon his body. In Lin Feng's body the ice chi was flowing out. Lin Feng's Cosmos Burning skill was completely expelling the ice out of his body. He couldn't let it affect his future cultivation. Lin Feng must have been injured when he collided with Yuan Tong's moon skill. Maybe he's not feeling well, whispered Huo Jiuyuan to Huoshi Yun. She clenched her fists, shook her head, and said, "He's fine, he managed to expel the ice out of my body, so he will be able to expel it from his own body." "All right," nodded Huo Jiuyang. "I hope so." Everybody was staring at Lin Feng. After a while, Lin Feng moved and some ice fell out from his body. His sunlight surrounded the ice, making it melt. Because Lin Feng was using the strength of the Harukas, he didn't need to release his spirit. He could rely on his Cosmos Burning Sun skill to destroy the ice. He opened his eyes and glared at the people of the Yuan clan in a cold way. The Yuan clan was surrounded by the people of the Hua clan. They no longer looked aggressive, they had lost their arrogance after Yuan Tong ran away. "Get lost. And tell Yuan Tong that if he dares touch the Hua clan ever again, I will annihilate the Yuan clan," declared Lin Feng. The members of the Yuan clan were shaking when he yelled. The Hua clan moved away to let the Yuan clan leave. Lin Feng was giving them a chance, they were happy to run away with their lives. The Yuan clan left after a short moment, none of them stayed behind. With that threat, unless Yuan Tong goes insane, he will not attack the Hua clan again. If he does, I will make sure to kill them all. Lin Feng continued to condense pure qi under his feet, he didn't move down. He looked at Hua Shiyun on the ground. "Shiyun, I cured you and made sure Yuan Tong will not dare come back. I am leaving now. If it is our fate, we shall meet again," said Lin Feng to Hua Shiyun while smiling. He jumped forwards and started flying away. He had no reason to stay any longer. Hua Shiyun was stupefied and Huo Jiuyang was astonished. At that moment, everybody remained speechless. Lin Feng had left. If it was their fate, they would meet again. Lin Feng had left in such a matter? Hua Shiyu's heart was pounding, she was extremely sad. She smiled wryly. That's what everybody had thought. "Lin Feng, wait!" shouted Hua Shiyun suddenly. Lin Feng had already disappeared though. Hua Shiyun's eyes dilated as she looked into the distance. "Shiyun, is there anything else?" asked Lin Feng as he immediately came back from the horizon. She smiled when she saw Lin Feng. She took out a scroll and a memory jade which she threw at Lin Feng. "Keep them as thanks," said Hua Shiyun while smiling. Lin Feng caught them, smiled, and said, "See you again." Again he left. Huo Jiuyang was staring at Hua Shiyun, she had given their clan's treasures to Lin Feng? Huo Jiuyang looked at his daughter as some tears flowed down her cheeks. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 552, Geniuses Gathering. Chapter 552, Geniuses Gathering. Lin Feng went back to his residence after he left the Hua clan. He entered his room and sat down cross-legged. His eyes were twinkling. The scroll and the memory jade appeared in front of him. "I don't know what she gave me." Lin Feng slowly unrolled the scroll, it smelt like an ancient scroll and appeared old-fashioned. Opening it he saw some words, Lin Feng was stupefied. From the top right corner to the bottom left corner, there were some characters incredibly written, Divine Water Pill. That scroll was the recipe of the Divine Water Pills. How precious! It was invaluable. Lin Feng wouldn't have believed that Hua Shiyun would give him such a treasure. Those pills were Tian level. Lin Feng had come Dragon Mountain hoping to find the recipe to these pills. He hadn't thought that he would obtain it that way. Lin Feng sighed while thinking about the beautiful Hua Shiyun. He put the recipe away and took out the memory jade. Since the scroll contained an incredible recipe, maybe the memory jade also contained something incredible. Lin Feng looked into the jade and what appeared in his brain astonished him. 9 Sun Skill. That memory jade contained the 9 Sun Skill. Lin Feng knew how to use it. He first had to make sun fire and then make 9 suns. The hotter the fire, the more powerful the skill. Lin Feng had learnt the Cosmos Burning Sun skill, which was a sun skill. So he would be able to learn the 9 sun skills. In his hands it would have a monstrous explosive power. Hua Shiyun must have thought about that when she gave it to Lin Feng. Besides, the Divine Water Pill was a sun pill. It contained 9 suns grass filled with sun qi. Those who practiced the 9 sun skill could take several Divine Water Pills to improve the strength of their fire. Their sun fire would become even more terrifying. The Hua clan must have had that recipe and the 9 sun skill for a long time, passing them from generation to generation. It eventually ended up in Huo Jiuyang's hands. When Yuan Tong had come to kill them, Huo Jiuyang had given them to his daughter. Nobody would have believed that she would give them to Lin Feng. I practiced the Cosmos Burning Sun skill, so I should be able to make a sun that looks as real as the sun. Now that I have the Nine Sun skill, I will be able to carry out monstrously powerful attacks. I don't even need to learn it from the beginning, I already know some of it. Lin Feng's eyes were twinkling. His Cosmos Burning skill, coupled with the Nine Sun skill, would be devastating. At least, it would be much stronger than that used by the second elder. When Lin Feng thought about it, he closed his eyes. Sunlight started flowing into his body and through his blood vessels as he absorbed natural sunlight. An extremely hot chi began to flow through his body. Because Lin Feng didn't need to learn the skill from the beginning, he wouldn't have much difficulty mastering the Nine Sun skill. A monstrous strength was flowing and rolling in Lin Feng's body. Suddenly a fire ignited all around him as several suns appeared. After half an hour, Lin Feng raised his head. There, in front of him, was the first sun. It was dazzling. "Go!" shouted Lin Feng. The first sun bombarded the atmosphere, passed through the window and went outside. An explosion sounded out and spread through the air as scorching hot chi spread about. Lin Feng ignored the results, his eyes were closed as he continued practicing the Nine Sun skill. While Lin Feng was practicing cultivation, the news that Yuan Tong had been defeated was spreading quickly. The astonishing part of the story was that the one who had defeated him was participating in the great competition of Shuiyu. But that person wasn't from Dragon Mountain. He was from Shuiyu, a small country under its jurisdiction. Yuan Tong was a genius in Dragon Mountain. He was one of the 10 best young cultivators and he had been defeated by a cultivator from Shuiyu. It was unbelievable. In the palace of the Yuan clan there was a silhouette in the sky. That person landed on one of the roofs of the buildings and sat down. That person looked cold, like a blade. He had a very strong chi. What surprised people was that that person was very young. He must have been less than 30 years old. He just sat there calmly. Many of the Yuan clan's members noticed his presence. Various comments started spreading amongst them. Who was that? Surprisingly, that person dared come to the Yuan clan and sit down on a roof. He was absolutely motionless, as if that place had been a place to rest. Several people were about to ask him to leave, but at that moment, someone else arrived in the sky. At full speed, and in a flash, landed on the roof as well. That person was wearing black clothes. He sat down, calmly and silently, without emitting any sound. They looked dangerous. The people of the Yuan clan were hesitating now, not daring to ask them to leave. Those two people who were sitting looked enigmatic. If asked to leave, maybe the situation would end badly. They were probably dangerous. The best thing would be to ignore them and inform the young master Yuan Tong that these people were there. Those two people weren't the only ones. After them, more people arrived and landed on roofs. Nobody said anything as they looked extremely scary. At that moment, there were now 5 people. Some whistling sounds spread through the air. The 5 cloaked roof-sitters turned around and looked at the one coming. The one who was arriving looked cold as ice, and fierce as well as tough. Something caught people's eyes, that person's hand. His left hand was black. In Dragon Mountain, people would immediately recognize that hand. It was Cui Wuming. Cui Wuming's left hand was monstrously powerful. He had killed countless people with it. He was amongst the 5 best cultivators of Dragon Mountain. Everyone knew that. It seems like Yuan Tong's incident is leading to something unexpected. Surprisingly, Cui Wuming came in person. Maybe that other person will arrive. At that moment, someone laughed. Impossible, Jun Mo, she will not come to deal with this. Do you think that the 2 girls will come? What about Jian Chun? He won't come either. What do you think? The other person nodded while smiling. Indeed, Cui Wuming had come. It was already astonishing. Apart from those people, nobody else would come. Cui Wuming landed and glanced at those people. He was smiling in a strange way. You also came. I'm surprised we came at the same time. The one who had just talked was smiling. If anyone knew that those few young people had gathered on that roof, even bigger gossip would spread through Dragon Mountain. Yuan Tong was surprisingly defeated by someone from Shuiyu. That someone is also going to participate to the great competition of Shuiyu. Of course we came, said someone else. Another person smiled and said, I don't know who defeated Yuan Tong though. He must be extremely strong. He must be the strongest from Shuiyu. I don't know. Probably so. Maybe the first one, or the second one, but no less than the third one, speculated someone else. If somebody from Shuiyu had defeated Yuan Tong, it had to be one of the best cultivators of Shuiyu, otherwise Yuan Tong would have defeated him easily. Why don't you ask me? Said someone in the sky at that moment. Someone else had arrived. He was wearing white clothes and was surfing in the air. He was surfing on a sword carefree. When everyone saw him they were stupefied, especially the one with the black hand, Chui Wuming. He surprisingly released some battle energy. He came too. Thought people. They never thought he would come. That person was the fourth best disciple of Dragon Mountain, Jianshen. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 553, Lin Feng, come out. Chapter 553, Lin Feng, come out. Jianshen's sword was emitting whistling sounds in the air. Jianshen smiled, gentlemen, what a coincidence. He sounded calm and carefree. He glanced at the cloaked people. They were impressive geniuses of Dragon Mountain. They were all ranked amongst the best. When they had heard that Lin Feng had defeated Yuan Tong they immediately came. Jianshen hadn't thought that they would come, but instead thinking that they would stay calm. Especially in this critical period which was right before the beginning of the great competition of Shuiyu. The most concerning part of the gossip was that the one who had defeated Yuan Tong was from Shuiyu, who was also participating in the great competition of Shuiyu. In such circumstances, those few geniuses from Dragon Mountain, who were extremely proud and had high opinions of themselves, felt somewhat neglected. Jianshen, you came too. You and Ruolan Shan came with those people from Shuiyu, so you should know what the ranking of the one who defeated Yuan Tong is? Asked someone. They were all interested in those geniuses from Shuiyu. They wanted to compare their strength with them. Of course, they wanted to know if they were stronger than them. The most outstanding geniuses of Shuiyu are the 8 high officials. Lin Feng isn't among them. He arrived later and had killed several of the 8 high officials. He also killed people from Tianfeng. Apart from the first envoy, 6 of the people from Tianfeng went to Shuiyu, and Lin Feng had humiliated all of them, killing most of them. Then, he killed the prince of Tianfeng, Fengchen. However, I don't know Lin Feng's ranking in Shuiyu. Explained Jianshen, smiling. Everybody was astonished. Lin Feng seemed too complex to understand. He was outstanding and had been rising for such a short time. Now he had come to Dragon Mountain, had fought once, and everyone already knew his name already. What is Lin Feng's cultivation level? Asked Chui Wuming. Everybody was suddenly interested. They all wanted to know what Lin Feng's cultivation level was. Last time I saw him, he had broken through to the 3rd Xin Qi layer. But I heard that when he fought against Yuan Tong he had already broken through to the 4th Xin Qi layer. Said Jianshen while inspecting everyone else's cultivation level. As expected, everybody was stupefied and their eyes twinkling. 4th Xin Qi layer? How was that possible? Lin Feng had broken through to the 4th Xin Qi layer and had defeated Yuan Tong, who had broken through to the 6th Xin Qi layer? Yuan Tong was a genius of Dragon Mountain. He was much stronger than an ordinary cultivator of the 6th Xin Qi layer. Besides, his moon and sun skills were incredible, monstrously strong. How could Lin Feng defeat him when there was a difference of 2 cultivation layers between them? No way, right? Said someone, surprised. You can ask Yuan Tong. Said Jianshen, smiling. When that person heard Jianshen sounding so self-confident, he looked at the Yuan clan and shouted, Yuan Tong, your friends are here. Why come you're not coming out? His voice rolled everywhere so that everyone in the Yuan clan could hear him. They all looked glum. They knew that it was better not to annoy the people on the roof. After a moment of silence, a silhouette finally appeared in the sky. He looked cold as ice, Yuan Tong. He had been defeated by Lin Feng and everybody knew about it. He had become the talk of the town. Those people had rushed to the Yuan clan to make fun of him. He was of course depressed. Did you guys come here to make fun of me? Asked Yuan Tong, glaring at them. Lin Feng had seriously injured his chest when he punched him when they arrived a moment before. He was healing his injury, and now they had interrupted him. Yuan Tong, don't misunderstand us. We came here to ask you what Lin Feng's cultivation level is. Asked the one who had just asked Jianshen the same question. Even though he was telling Yuan Tong not to misunderstand them, he had insisted on that word. He was obviously making fun of him. They despised him. He was one of the 10 best cultivators of the region and had been defeated by someone from Shuiyu. How humiliating for Dragon Empire. Qin Xuan, if you have anything to tell me, no need to talk in such a mystifying way. Said Yuan Tong coldly. He then added, Lin Feng has broken through to the 4th Xin Qi layer. If you think that you are strong enough, go compare yourself with him. Prove that you're stronger than me. 4th Xin Qi layer, repeated Qin Xuan, smirking. He smiled coldly when he declared, I will. If I, Qin Xuan, get beaten by a cultivator who was weaker than me by 2 cultivation layers, I will not have face to participate to the great competition of Shuiyu. I will not have the right to represent my country after such humiliation. I'm not showing you where the exit is, said Yuan Tong coldly. He was ordering them to leave. When Qin Chuan heard Yuan Tong, he smiled darkly. Yuan Tong, wait and you'll see. Then Qin Chuan jumped into the sky and left. Let's go and see some geniuses from Shuiyu too, said Shui Wuming while stomping on the roof and breaking it. He then glanced at Yuan Tong, turned into a light beam, and left. Boom boom boom. The roof was breaking apart. Yuan Tong clenched his fists and looked at the people leaving. He felt furious and humiliated. He understood that those people despised him now. Being furious was useless though, he had been defeated by Lin Feng. Lin Feng, at the great competition of Shuiyu, I will defeat you. You better not run into me, said Yuan Tong while clenching his fists so hard that crackling sound spread in the air. Blue veins appeared on his fists. In the residence where the people from Shuiyu were staying, some silhouettes appeared in the sky and landed on the roof of the highest building. Those people were the geniuses of Dragon Mountain. They all had sharp lights flashing in their eyes. They looked aggressive. I hope that we will see those geniuses from Shuiyu, said one of them loudly, his voice spread through all of the buildings. A short moment after, a few silhouettes appeared and landed on the roofs. They looked at the people on the highest roof. Those people looked outstanding and full of vitality. One glance at them and one could see that they were extraordinarily strong. Who are you? Asked Wu Qing of the Wanshou Sectanen coldly. He was aggressively staring at those people. Who is Lin Feng? Nobody paid attention to Wu Qing. Qin Xuan glared at the people of Shuiyu in a fierce way. Lin Feng? All the people from Shuiyu were surprised. They glanced at each other looking perplexed. Why were those people looking for Lin Feng? Nobody replied. Qin Xuan glanced at Jian Shen who smiled and said, Lin Feng is not there. He isn't? Qin Xuan was stupefied. He glanced at the buildings and shouted, Lin Feng! Lin Feng, Lin Feng, Lin Feng. His voice resonated everywhere for a while. The atmosphere then became silent for a while. After that moment a silhouette appeared in the horizon. He was wearing white clothes and was slowly rising up in the air. He looked particularly young, he was younger than all of them. He looked clean and smart but cold. He glanced at those people at the top of the roof. Eventually he landed on a roof and asked, What do you all want? Lin Feng was staring at Qin Xuan coldly. A moment before, Lin Feng was practicing and Qin Xuan had disturbed him. Of course Lin Feng wasn't happy. Besides, Qin Xuan had shouted so loud that no matter what, Lin Feng would have been bothered. Even if he had been sleeping he would have been woken up. How rude. You are Lin Feng? Asked Qin Xuan in an ice-cold way. Indeed, said Lin Feng while nodding. When Qin Xuan heard Lin Feng's reply, he used his celestial eye skill to inspect Lin Feng's cultivation level and frowned. At the same time, Lin Feng also looked at him with his celestial eyes. Qin Xuan had broken through to the 6th Qian layer, just like Yuan Tong, but if you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 554, Wu Qing's Battle. PMG Chapter 554, Wu Qing's Battle. First Qian layer? Qin Xuan frowned. When looking at Lin Feng with his celestial eyes, he could only see that he had broken through to the first Qian layer. Impressive, he's hiding his real cultivation level. Qin Xuan immediately concluded. Lin Feng must be using a secret skill. Lin Feng couldn't be of the first Qian layer. If Lin Feng had been of the first Qian layer, even with the most incredible magical powers in the world, he would have never been able to defeat a cultivator of the 6th Qian layer like Yuan Tong. The geniuses from Dragon Mountain didn't stop looking at Lin Feng with their celestial eyes, they also looked at the other cultivators from Shuiyu. Very quickly they started smiling coldly. Amongst those cultivators from Shuiyu, apart from 2 of them, none had broken through to the 6th Qian layer. The cultivators from Dragon Mountain felt even more confident. Amongst the geniuses from Dragon Mountain, the weakest ones had broken through to the 5th Qian layer, and even he was only at the top of the 5th Qian layer. Shuiyu, after all, was a country under the jurisdiction of Dragon Mountain. The geniuses from Shuiyu and Dragon Mountain were incomparable. However, they knew that the 3 who weren't there were terrifyingly strong. Lin Feng also understood why those people were smiling coldly. They had inspected everybody's strength and were realizing that only 2 of them had broken through to the 6th Qian layer, Yu Tianming and Wu Qing. The others had either broken through to the 4th or 5th Qian layer. They were indeed weaker than these geniuses from Dragon Mountain. Those who had broken through to the 5th Shen-Shi layer were perhaps still too weak to dazzle at the great competition of Shuiyu. They would probably just end up as cannon fodder. Lin Feng didn't understand why they hadn't chosen more cultivators from Dragon Mountain to participate in the great competition of Shuiyu. Perhaps it was to be fair to the smaller countries. After all, those who came from smaller countries were still very strong. Maybe practicing with those from Dragon Mountain would help them become stronger. Leaving their own country to come to Dragon Mountain and participate at the great competition of Shuiyu allowed them to become more open-minded. Even though they were famous and extremely strong in comparison with people from the empires, maybe they would abruptly rise and become famous after fighting the geniuses from Dragon Mountain. Actually, this already happened in the past during the last great competition of Shuiyu. Some people had suddenly broken through to the next cultivation layer, abruptly leading to changes in the tournament's outcome. People like Duan Wudao, who are undeniably the strongest of their country, usually didn't leave their own country. The empire wanted such people to stay in their own countries. If smaller countries under their jurisdiction remained strong, the empire remained strong as well. "I heard that you defeated Yuan Tong," said Qin Xuan. Lin Feng coldly glanced at him and shouted, "What do you want? Get to the point quickly, there is no need to talk bullshit." "Ha!" When everybody heard Lin Feng, they were stupefied at how aggressive he was. Even when facing the geniuses from Dragon Mountain, he remained aggressive. Qin Xuan narrowed his eyes and stared at Lin Feng and him coldly. He. At that moment, Jian Chen made a step forwards and said, "You are all outstanding cultivators and it is rare for us to be all together. We should help each other out and be friends. Let me introduce everybody." "No need to introduce them. We know that they are geniuses from Shuiyu who have come to participate at the great competition of Shuiyu, that's enough. I wouldn't remember them anyways, unless I get to know them myself," said Cui Wu Ming indifferently. He looked as cold and detached as before and was releasing deadly qi. His black hand was hidden in his sleeve at that moment, nobody could see it. "Indeed, we will know them if we get to know them ourselves," agreed another. Those people from Shuiyu were all narrowing their eyes and staring at those from Dragon Mountain. People in Dragon Mountain were seemingly quite arrogant. If their opponents were strong and powerful, they would remember them, otherwise they wouldn't. Alright. I will not introduce anyone then. You guys probably already know who we are," said Jinchen while looking at the people from Shuiyu. "We are all going to participate at the great competition of Shuiyu. We wanted to see you too." Humph, all the cultivators from Shuiyu groaned coldly. They had come to see them? What they meant was that they had come to see how strong they were. "But we are a bit disappointed. After all, the strongest cultivator of your group has only broken through to the 6th Shen-Shi layer," said a young man in black clothes. He was making fun of them, which infuriated the people from Shuiyu. "I don't think that your cultivation level is high enough for you to talk that arrogantly," said Wu Qing coldly. "Ha!" That young man frowned at Wu Qing, cold lights were flashing in his eyes. He. A grave and stern-looking young man laughed in an evil way and glanced at the people from Shuiyu. He then said slowly, "We are all the same, we are all going to participate to the great competition of Shuiyu, we should all learn from each other today, since we are here, Here he is." The people from Shuiyu were surprised. These people from Dragon Mountain had actually come to fight, they wished to humiliate them. But the geniuses from Shuiyu had come to Dragon Mountain proud and majestic. At that moment, those feelings had disappeared. These people from Dragon Mountain seemed to be much stronger than them, their chi proved it. Even though they didn't have the celestial eye skill, they could feel it. "I only want you guys to give us your valued opinions. Learning by interaction is a great way to improve. Who wants to fight?" asked the grave and stern-looking young man who was looking at Wu Qing, as if challenging him. Wu Qing said nothing as he immediately jumped up into the air. His pupils became animalistic, he was looking to attack that grave and stern-looking young man. "I'm coming," declared that grave and stern-looking young man, smiling while jumping into the air. Qin Xuan was stupefied, he wanted the first battle to be with Lin Feng. But Heisha, the grave and stern-looking young man and the beast boy were going to fight first. He wasn't in a hurry though, everybody wanted to fight so he had to be patient. The people from Shuiyu understood that they weren't as strong as them. "Wu Qing is the same cultivation level as you," said Wu Qing coldly. He raised his head and looked at the sky, his pupils becoming even more bestial. "Be careful," said Heisha without much concern. He made a step forwards and threw himself at Wu Qing. In a flash the atmosphere began to shake. Wu Qing's animal eyes looked unperturbed. His body shook and he raised his hand where a bestial chi appeared. Boom boom boom. The two hands collided. Wu Qing's palm was filled with power, just like the paw of a panda. However, Wu Qing's hand was in pain after their collision. He looked at his hand and saw some dark blood. He Sha actually injured him. But He Sha had also been injured. Wu Qing's terrifying physical strength seemed like it weighed millions of tons. His entire arm was shaking violently, as if he had had a cramp. What a terrifying physical strength. He Sha looked at Wu Qing and didn't look arrogant anymore. The beast boy was extremely strong. He Sha didn't want to provoke him anymore. Let's do it again, said He Sha while jumping into the air again. He threw himself at Wu Qing again. This time, he condensed some wild and brutal qi in his hand. That qi was extremely solid and sharp. I'm not afraid, said Wu Qing while bombarding the atmosphere with his qi again. His hand continued getting bigger and bigger, turning pitch black. It wasn't a human hand anymore, it was more like a panda's paw. Lin Feng was astonished when he saw Wu Qing. He was the third high official of Shuiyu. He was undoubtedly extremely strong. This was the first time that Lin Feng saw Wu Qing fight. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 555, No Difference. Chapter 555, No Difference. Boom boom boom. The bare paw collided with the wild and brutal hand. A cloud of dust arose from He Sha's hand. Note, He Sha means black sand/black dust, which is why dust is arising from his hand. He sensed a monstrous physical strength invade his hands and arms as well as the rest of his body. Die! Shouted He Sha. Surprisingly, some dust, as sharp as a blade, emerged out of his mouth and moved towards Wu Qing. Roar! Wu Qing roared like a ferocious wild beast and opened his gigantic mouth. He looked particularly hideous at that moment, like a lion in a frenzy. His roar also sounded like that of a lion. Even his face had a strong resemblance to a real lion. As Wu Qing roared, his voice made the sharp dust disperse. He then raised his gigantic paw and attacked He Sha again. He Sha turned into a light beam and moved backwards while groaning. Tap tap tap. On He Sha's beam of retreat was a mark. From that mark, one could tell that he had been struck by a terrifying physical strength. Everybody was astonished while staring at Wu Qing. Wu Qing had a clear advantage over his opponent. He had even managed to make He Sha move back. Lin Feng was staring at Wu Qing. What was that strength? Why did he have a bear paw and a lion face? Was Wu Qing's spirit a bear spirit or a lion spirit? Those who knew Wu Qing weren't surprised. He was the third high official of Shuiyu. He was extremely strong. People from Dragon Mountain couldn't humiliate him as they wished. People from Dragon Mountain humiliate us, but I really don't know what makes them think they can, said Wu Qing while staring at He Sha move back. Then, Wu Qing moved back to his original position as if nothing had ever happened. He Sha looked deathly pale and glum. He had lost. A moment before, he had acted in a very arrogant way, but now he was defeated by a cultivator from Shuiyu. How humiliating. He Sha, you need to go back and practice more, said Qin Xuan at that moment. He Sha had been defeated. He had lost face not only for himself but for everyone from Dragon Mountain. They had come thinking they would be able to humiliate the cultivators from Shuiyu, but in the end He Sha had lost. He hadn't managed to humiliate anyone, instead, he had been humiliated himself. He Sha had been hit, which forced him to retreat. His entire body was shaking and twitching. The humiliation was hard to digest for him. Qin Xuan, did you want to compare your strength with Lin Feng's? If you want to fight, you can fight now and see how strong the one who defeated Yuan Tong is, said someone to Qin Xuan. Everybody turned their heads and looked at Lin Feng. Indeed, said Qin Xuan while nodding. He looked at Lin Feng in a provocative way and said, Lin Feng, will you dare to measure your strength with mine? It's a stupid reason, I'm not interested. You all came here for that? Said Lin Feng indifferently. They were all astonished. What did Lin Feng mean? Lin Feng had a cold grin on his face and said slowly, you came from so far to gather here, not to defeat us or learn from us, but to prove how strong you were, am I right? I'm sorry to disappoint you, but I'm not interested in measuring my strength with you guys. Qin Xuan wanted to use Lin Feng to show others how strong he, Qin Xuan, was, but Lin Feng didn't feel like playing with him. Lin Feng turned around, jumped up into the air and started to leave. He didn't pay attention to those people anymore. A genius. Did geniuses need to do such things as to prove to others how strong they were? Authentic geniuses would do their best at the great competition of Shuiyu and everyone would naturally see how strong they were. These pointless spars were only meant to prove to others and to themselves how strong the cultivators from Dragon Mountain were, and to make them feel superior. Besides, He Sha hadn't even won against Wu Qing, so they wanted to fight against Lin Feng even more. They wanted to defeat Lin Feng to regain face, especially Qin Xuan. They looked at Lin Feng and they were stupefied. Lin Feng wasn't going to fight? Lin Feng had surprisingly refused. Qin Xuan looked at him coldly. He had come all this way to Shuiyu's cultivator's residence. He had to fight against Lin Feng. He wouldn't let him go. When Qin Xuan thought about it, he immediately jumped into the air and began to chase after Lin Feng. At the same time, he released an ice-cold energy which enveloped Lin Feng's body. "Whether you want to fight or not isn't up to you," said Qin Xuan aggressively. A strong wind appeared around him. He was staring at Lin Feng while releasing some battle energy which surrounded Lin Feng's body. Pure qi, then, began flowing in his body. Even if Lin Feng didn't want to fight, Qin Xuan would force him to. Ice-cold lights were twinkling in Lin Feng's pupils. After a while, he stopped, abruptly turned around and glared at Qin Xuan, which made him shiver. Lin Feng's pupils looked terrifying. 4,000 rotations of Haruka's strength, thought Lin Feng. A jet-black liquid started flowing in the veins of his arm. It was the terrifying strength of the Harukas and it was condensing in his fist. Lin Feng's fist then bombarded the atmosphere towards Qin Xuan. It was creating strong winds all around and it was lacerating the atmosphere. It seemed like space and time were being crushed. Qin Xuan looked stupefied. He hadn't thought that Lin Feng would suddenly attack. He had no time to react. A terrifying wind was blowing in his face. Qin Xuan moved back at full speed. He was trying to dodge, because he had a feeling that if Lin Feng's fist were to reach him, it would definitely be able to injure him. "Wind!" shouted Lin Feng, closely following Qin Xuan. His terrifying fist filled with the strength of the Harukas was putting too much pressure on Qin Xuan and the strong wind was making his hair flutter. "Get lost!" shouted Qin Xuan while releasing some pure qi. Lin Feng was fighting now. Was there a difference between them? Lin Feng's strength and speed were astonishing. "Destroy!" Qin Xuan raised his hand trying to block Lin Feng with his pure qi. He could see Lin Feng's ice-cold facial expression, which meant he wasn't going to give up. Lin Feng seemed to have the advantage at that moment and Qin Xuan didn't have time to react. Qin Xuan's pure qi was whistling. He was fixedly staring at Lin Feng. "9 scorching suns!" shouted Lin Feng loudly. A gigantic dazzling sun appeared in Lin Feng's left hand and bombarded the atmosphere. His speed was unimaginable. Lin Feng had only one goal at that moment. He didn't want to give Qin Xuan any opportunity to attack. The crowd was astonished while looking at those two fighters. They were monstrously fast. The spectators had the impression that they were hallucinating. However, it became clear that Lin Feng wasn't going to give Qin Xuan any chances. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.